The following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Welcome to the 2023 North America Challenger Tournament Spring Season. Today is week 1, day 2. I am your host, Liz, and I am proud to be here to join you with the epic battles again. With me here are two amazing, talented, charismatic casters, our NA's very own M4 caster, Trex, and our new friend, Deku. How are you boys doing today?
Well, I am very, very excited. Yesterday we had a lot of tears, a lot of cheers, and I got a feeling today is going to be even better. How about you, Deku?
I couldn't agree with those sentiments any further. Day 2 of NACT, day 1 for myself, and I couldn't be any more excited for the slated matches that we have for tonight.
And for everybody, let's quickly go through the tournament format for a quick recap. So we are currently in the round 1 of the round robin tournament format, where between 11th and April 1st, we will have every team match against every other team, but they are able to find redemption as we go into round 2 of the round robin format, where between April 2nd and April 23rd, they will be fighting against each other again. And in total, the teams winning the most matches, the top 4, will be going into playoffs, where they will be selected through rounds of a double elimination format and going into the grand final in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. So mark your calendars on May 14th because you won't want to miss the live event. Now, Trex, take us through today's schedule.
Definitely some interesting games, Liz. Up front, we have Wasians going up against Area 77 for match 1. After that, the Empire facing off against BloodThirstyKings. Will one of these teams get redemption? Then for the third match of the night, Team Gosu facing LaimiTop, and to finish it all off, the EST going up against Ackerman. Definitely some heated series.
Absolutely, and I'm definitely looking forward to some of those teams, like you said, a little bit of redemption in that second series of the night. Can't wait to see what's going on for all the series, though, throughout these matches.
For sure, and let's first take a look at what the money's at and what the players are fighting for. So this tournament, as we mentioned, features $50,000 worth of total prizes, including 24,000 USD cash prize and 900,000 diamonds, which is absolutely insane. So the first place will be walking away with the whooping 15,000 US dollars and 100,000 diamonds. That's a lot of money, right? Trex, what would you do with that amount of money?
I mean, personally, when I see these prize pools, I think to myself, man, I choose the wrong career. Should have been a pro player, but a little bit too old for that now. A lot of diamonds, a lot of cash. I think everyone's going to walk away from this happy. How about you, Deku?
Definitely. I mean, I could build a couple centers, you know, some maybe some boot camps out here in North America for the teams. I mean, this is a lot of money and a lot of diamonds. Not only could you maybe change your career path here, but also be able to afford some of them Jujutsu Kaisen skins that we got running on out here in this game.
And speaking of these amazing skins, guys, for you guys watching at home, we have another giveaway for you today. We will be giving away 30 advanced tournament chests with the code below, where 99.5% chance you will get tickets, magic dust, and premium skin fragments, but there is a 0.5% chance that you will get one of these 10 amazing skins. I know I will be looking forward to the Layla Saber skin. So guys, please type in the code on the screen here into the link below, where you will be one of the first 30th to get these prizes. While you guys are typing in the code and joining into our giveaway, we will be looking at the first game between the Wasians and Area 77. So, casters, what are your predictions for today's matches?
I mean, Wasians versus Area 77. Wasians had some really off-brand picks last night, but we are going to take a look at these predictions, and overall, 5 out of 6 going into the side of Area 77. Private Dancer, the only one giving it over to Wasians. Deku, how you feeling about that?
I mean, half man, half potato. He's always been a little bit different than the rest of us at the caster desk, but glad to see some uniform going on here. Definitely looking to see Area 77 be able to edge out this series.
Most definitely.
For sure, guys. But Wasians have made a lot of nice plays yesterday with the surprise picks.
I mean, yeah, the Hanabi, right? And I'm wondering if that's something we're going to keep on seeing or not. Are they going to surprise us again tonight, or are they going to keep it back to the meta?
And
Absolutely.
We will find that out right when A77 and the Wasians are about to begin their first games. So, casters, take us away to the draft.
And we definitely have a good draft coming in store. Now, I'm wondering, like I said, do we see something crazy? Do we see something different? No picks are down just yet. Wasians will be on the gun. First pick, first band. Do you think we see Chacho pick that up again, right? Or wait, no. Is he not playing tonight? It's Hove, Chacho, Kaid, Ashley, Merciless. Are we missing our gold laner from last night?
Might be a little bit of a difference here. But will that mean that the picks are going to change? Will we see maybe a little difference from what they're going to look for, knowing that they don't have the same member typically lined up that we saw from last night?
Booga.
So,
Uga Booga won't be
go.
playing tonight, so Hove is going to be in the gold lane. So a little bit of a change up. Maybe we won't see the Hanabi now?
Maybe. Is that a good thing if you're on the other side, or is that a bad thing?
I don't think we've quite decided yet, but first ban does finally come in. It is going to be the Edith there. I'm pretty sure, right? That's the Edith right there. I'm wondering,
Edith.
are we going to see the Joy, some of the more typical things, or do we get spicy off the rip?
I mean, I feel like that's pretty spicy right there. We do know Edith has kind of rise, right, in the ranks as far as those picks. Wasn't sure if we had arrived to the point where it becomes a first phase ban, and not just first phase, but the legit first ban. Like, that's what came off the top of their head first, as we are seeing the Wan though coming out on the response ban. Like you said, something typical now, a little normal. It'll be interesting to see how that kind of goes along through this first phase of the draft.
Most definitely. I know Jashi did pick up the Edith twice out of the 3 games last night. So, I mean, he was favoring it. Area 77 didn't show too many cards. The only real crazy pick that was kind of out of the ordinary was when Pogi picked up the Julian round 1. But overall, the rest of the team, we saw Gals on Chow, I think, twice. So they haven't really showed how deep they go or how much variety they want to bring in some of those other lanes. And Wasians, they're going to focus in on what they saw. They're going to take out the Edith, and now they're going to take out the Cho. You don't want to deal with Gals on that. He's definitely up there. He's aggressive. He likes to make plays happen.
Absolutely. I mean, I know there was some talk about Joybodge, right, being one of that kind of the forefront leader of the show, but you can't sleep on Gals Cutie, like you said. And Wasians, not going to do that. Like you said, are going to go ahead and ban it out, and definitely sticking to what they know, not to the assumptions. They've seen these picks come out. They know what they can utilize. Let's go ahead and target those out on the ban and go ahead and start making them feel a little uncomfortable as we start closing up the end of the first bans.
I mean, and they know they have first pick, right? So they're going to leave some things open for themselves. And right now, it is looking like an open draft, right? We have Fredrin still open. We have Joy still open. Valentina still open. I mean, a lot of hot picks. And Area 77's like, yeah, we can run this. We can play this. We can do this. Definitely excited to see what actually ends up coming in, because at Area 77 side, it's like, all right, yeah, maybe we do give you one, but we're going to get two in return. So how open do you really want to leave this, Wasians?
I mean, this is the fun part, right? In between, when you have these high caliber teams, typically you see a lot of bands go out that are kind of those strong picks. Maybe the teams don't really know how to answer, but now that we're in the top 8 out here in the regular season, you're going to see a little more give and take. They know that there's some playability into a lot of the picks. There are options to be able to counter it out, and I love to see when they start to branch out a little bit, let a couple things slide through, and really start to go for the battle of the draft. Who can really execute a little more throughout these picks, and then transitioning into the Land of Dawn.
Most definitely. Now we do finally see a more normal band coming from Wasians here, taking out that Kaja. So one player I think we have to watch for here is going to be Merciless and EXP, Ashley in mid. I think Ashley had a decent game last night, Cade as well, but I'm excited to see, you know, it was still, I feel like they also weren't really showing all of their cards. They had some kind of weird drafts. I think they knew they had the advantage over LaimiTop, and they could just kind of play around a bit. So now they're going to get put against the test, because Area 77, a lot of us were questioning them. We were wondering, we haven't seen a couple of these players play in a while. Pogi, Gals, Mark Cutie, they haven't really been in the scene. They weren't around last NACT, and I think even the NACT before that, Mark Cutie and Gals didn't really play. But so far they've looked good. Can they continue this run? And we do have a first pick finally coming in.
And it's going to be that Valentina. Again, one of those picks that we were talking about, kind of sliding through. Maybe the first option for the blue side. It's definitely a strong pick to open up with. It's very flexible. We've seen it been used. How flexible it is on the side of Wasians, time will tell. But it's a great way to open, because now a little bit of draft pressure over to the red side. You have to be careful about what you pick up. Don't want to load up too much utility. You don't want to give that IMU too much playability out there in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to respond with these next two picks.
I don't think you can be scared, right? And they're going to pick up the glue here. Maybe Fredrin. There's the Fredrin coming in. I was thinking possibly Farza. Of course, yeah, you don't want to give it over, but also you can't play too scared, right? But I like this. It's solid up front. Fredrin, glue. You've already got your front line secured. You've got a nice objective secured, and you've got someone who can get to the back side. Now, Wasian's going to fire back with a hard-hitting marksman, the carry. And even though she took a bit of a nerf, her early game isn't as good as it was. Still, she gets there quickly.
Definitely gets there quickly. And if you're looking to drop the HP bars of the composition that we're seeing right now, no better option really than the carry. I mean, what more can you ask for? You got that HP % damage coming in from carry. Like I said, a little rocky on that early, but once you transition over to that mid and late game, you got some surefire power coming in to take down those picks like that glue and that Fredrin. But speaking of more picks being locked in here, we were talking about this. There goes the X-Borg.
I thought Pogi was going to pick it. We were literally just talking about this, like, yo, I can't wait for Pogi to pick up the X-Borg jungle. And Wasian's going to flip the script on us. It's almost like they have this draft like planned out. It's like, yeah, we're gonna pick up the Valentina. We know you're gonna pick up two bulky frontliners. We get the carry to melt them down, and then just to read even more into the future, we're gonna take something away from Pogi here, pick up the X-Borg. Now, we haven't seen this matchup yet. I don't think from M4 to now. Theoretically, X-Borg might do well, but I'm a little iffy because Fredrin has the taunt and the dash to close the distance.
Absolutely, he does, and that's all you really need. If you're able to hold that X-Borg down, you give the team some opening, right, to be able to burst out that figure of armor, which is really what carries X-Borg through. Once that armor is broken, little long range, a little bit of fire shooter there, if you will, but not too much to offer. You don't get that Insanity Blast for those neutral secures for the Turtle or the Lord. Really don't have to worry too much about him in the team fights either. So it'll be interesting to see how he's going to be able to navigate through this fight, because while we talked about the X-Borg pick coming in, we also talked about how the mastery hasn't really been there when it comes off outside of Pogi. So will Wasians be able to raise up that mantle and kind of show us how strong X-Borg can be up against these frontline compositions?
Yeah, it's definitely questionable. And then Area 77 answers back with this Brody pick, which I kind of like going against the X-Borg because it's a bit more bursty. And the goal against the X-Borg is burst down that shield, right? Get rid of that passive as quickly as possible. You know, a Farza, something like that could look well here as well. Something to stun, get rid of the shield, and then he's useless. When it comes down to that Lord pit, if he doesn't have that last Insanity, there's nothing he can really do in the fight. So that's going to be the main goal for Area 77 here. Next band's coming in, though. Kufra and Lolita taken out from Area 77. Wasians going to pick off the Estes first.
And you know, if that Farsa does slide through, I'm definitely on board with you. I definitely like to see it be picked up from their side, because when you have that Farsa, right, especially with the front line that they have, you're pretty much guaranteed to have some pretty good pill there. It's going to be very hard to go through the forces that it's glue and the forces that are Fredrin. But with that being said as well, Carrie, we know, even though she's very strong, a little bit limited on the range. And with that being the case, it's hard to step up into that kind of medium range that she wants to play out, because there's a Fredrin, because there's a glue looking for the engage. But now, even if you try to play a little passive, a little safe, Farsa's right there to lead the way with damage with the Feather Airstrike. Go ahead and chunk down that HP bar, and that's really all you need with Farsa to kind of battle out against marksmen. You don't even really need the kill. 1 or 2 strikes is enough to go ahead and force that number advantage.
Yeah, and I think Area 77 read this, right? They know the range difficulty with the carry. They know what Wasians are going for. They want big set potential, big play potential. So what do? We get rid of the Lolita. We get rid of the Kufra. What is Wasians left now for their roam? They need something that can actually lock some people down and give carry enough time to pop off. When Fredrin and Glue come in, they need something to stop them in their tracks for a second. They've already gotten rid of their Kaja. They banned it themselves. And now it's looking a little shaky. Area 77 doesn't have to worry too much about it because they already have a hard front line. They are going to pick up the Eve now, though, so not a Farsa, but still nice utility and nice range.
Absolutely, still some poke there, and kind of like, again, kind of fulfills that same role as Farsa. It does zone off the battlefield when you drop that real world manipulation, still keeps carry at bay, and if she steps into that zone, a lot of punishing slows, and not just that, you're probably going to look at those 2 front lines playing underneath that zone, underneath that slow effect. It's going to make carry very uncomfortable in this fight, but we do have to note, right, there is some utility now for Eve on the board with that rural manipulation, offers a little bit of play for that same kind of counteraction against Brody, who also kind of falls in that same range as carry. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamics in the team fights now that the Eve has been locked in.
Yeah, honestly, what you just said, you know, the Valentina being able to take that, I don't think it would have been as bad if Valentina got the Feathered Airstrike, but with the World Manipulation, you now have a box to trap people for carry, you know, because that's something that they were lacking, but they get the Grok here, completely flew my mind, so still big play potential, a nice wall to hold people in and give carry the time to close the distance and then to attack the back line to jump on Eve. Wasians answer perfectly with the Yuzong. I'm definitely like it. He could have a little bit of trouble in the laning phase against this glue, but still a solid pick overall for the draft.
And, you know, it's just the great thing about YZ. Even if he's having a shaky lane and maybe not the most favorable matchup, YZ doesn't really care about that. Yuzhong wants to go ahead and join in those team fights with that Black Dragon form, get to those back lines like that Eve there, even onto that Brody. Very immobile marksman, as we all know. Really only has that corrosive strike, a little front flip off your forehead, but if he's still in range, he's still in trouble. And with YZ, always a threat with the Furious Dive combined with that Petrify. But speaking of threats, Franco has just been locked in for the final pick, some suppression entering into the battlefield, Drex.
I like it. It's a great answer to the YZ, right? Because the thing about the Franco, he's not a dive. He's not someone that dives. He sits back. He's going to be hanging out with Brody. He's going to be hanging out with Eve, trying to pull people in. So if Merciless comes in the wrong way, drops out of that Black Dragon form, bop, 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 right on the head. You're stuck, you're stunned, and it gives everyone enough time to move around and try to clear the distance and take out Merciless. So it's going to be, I think a lot of this is going to come down to how does Merciless handle these team fights? Where does he go? And what timing does he try to execute these movements at? Because if he does it wrong, it could completely destroy the composition of Wasians and how they want to approach these 5 versus 5s.
And, you know, it's definitely interesting to note, like you said, you pointed out Franco, really not much so for the dive, especially in this composition, going to look to play around Brody, hover around with that Bloody Hunt to capture that Black Dragon. How to train your dragon is kind of what they're going for here with the Viking King. But something really interesting to note, it's going to be a little hard there, right? If the YZ plays typically, they like to full send it. When you call out that Black Dragon form, it's kind of a tunnel vision straight to the back line. But when you have Fredrin and Glue on the opposing side, stepping up and zoning off your team, you might get caught out, maybe get isolated and a collapse happen. And they can look to punish this Yuzhong if those type of errors are made.
Most definitely. And we are now jumping into game 1, match 1 of day 2, week 1. This is Wasians going up against Area 77. Now, if you had to give someone an early game, a late game, where are the pressures coming in here, Deku?
100%, I have to give it over to the side of Area 77. I mean, when that level 4 comes online, they are a threat. You got a Bloody Hunt, a Praiser, Wrath, and then even the real world manipulation. That is a lot to handle with, especially if we're talking about that first neutral. If the teams are going to look to contest that, look for the 50-50, I think their level 4s just take off a little bit stronger than Wasians here.
Most definitely, and my eyes are really on Chacho here, right? How is he going to play on this X-Borg? Is he going to be able to make some big plays? He also gets a nice level 4 spike, and maybe being down in this gold lane, he's able to find something, but look at Gosu already taking the gold crab. I'm liking the rotations from both teams, but Wasians definitely keeping it grouped up.
And, you know, it's interesting that you say that, right? Keeping an eye on X-Borg. I think even Pogi's doing the same, because like we were talking about, we were expecting him to pull out this X-Borg. We know he is a master class when it comes to playing with the figure of armor. And with that being said, he probably knows how to play it best when he's looking to go up against this, how to kind of fight back on those neutral takes. If anyone knows how to counter him, he does. But speaking of counter down on the bot side.
Yeah, Pogi's going to be very aggressive here. He has that taunt, and I think overall, the Fredrin definitely outbeats the X-Borg in this because of the dash. It's the point of the X-Borg is to kite your opponent, do some true damage, and get through that bulky tank jungle. The problem is Fredrin dashes at you, taunts you, now you're stuck. This turtle is going to be coming up. We do have a 3 versus 2 right now. A little bit of mobilization onto the Yuzong. Merciless goes down. Pogi picking up first blood. Chacho still going to hang out here, but I think at this point it's a lost cause. Wasians need to back off. He does have that ultimate still ready to go. Last Insanity at any point to maybe try to steal this. Real manipulation does come down. Pogi takes turtle. In the mid side though, Gosu goes down. Kaid picking up that kill. Nice wild charge. Pogi not going to be able to finish the blow, but a 1-for-1 turtle going to side area 77.
And that's exactly kind of what I was getting at, right? I just feel like those level 4s are going to help them and facilitate an easy neutral take. And that's kind of what it was. Losing one, like you said, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And when you get that turtle, they definitely still took the advantage there. And as we're looking right now at these items, you can see some of those early picks being made. Molten Essence being locked in for some of that fast clear, maybe a little bit extra damage. But now we're seeing a little bit of hover down on the bot side and the gold lane of priority for both of these teams.
Most definitely, and gold lanes win games, right? It's always one of the most important heroes. If your gold lane falters a little bit too soon, it could spell a loss, especially with Wasians having Hove on this carry. It's going to be so important for him, and right around that mid game, as long as carry can go deathless, even if Wasians are a little bit behind, a K, 2K gold, they still have some saving grace there.
Absolutely do have some saving grace. And right now, like I said, we're seeing them kind of hover around. Enchanted Talisman being picked up by Eve. That's going to be a nice pickup for them, going for that early cooldown reduction, for that spam ability, that poke that we were kind of talking about at the draft to kind of deal up with the side of Wasians. But keep an eye over here in that mid-river bush. They need to be careful, but looking to engage in the jungle.
Mark Cuty's in a lot of trouble. Forced to use the flicker, though. Area 77 not getting too caught. Pogi wants to re-engage this, locking on to Chacho. Shield goes down. Ashley very close, able to hit the dash. Chacho taking a lot of damage. Gosu wants it. A little too far to land that hook. Pogi wants to keep pushing in, though. Gets the taunt onto Ashley. Brings it down to about half health. Able to dash away still, but Pogi doesn't want to give it up. Does have the ultimate ready to go. Does not use it, though. Now he's taking a lot of damage. Nice hook. Lands onto Hove. Bloody Hunt comes in. And a nice kill onto the gold lane. Pogi not stopping. Appraises Wrath comes down. Kaid able to use the flicker just to get away, but Area 77 asserting dominance.
Absolutely asserting dominance, and that ultimate from Fredrin couldn't be named any more better, as Pogi is making the side of Wasians feel his wrath. And this just goes to their composition, right? With those level 4s, they have so much ability to force the fights and put Wasians into uncomfortable situations. I mean, we're seeing them in between that tier 1, tier 2 tower down on the bot side, and that takes a lot of confidence, but it also takes the right composition to be able to pull it off, because Wasians right now cannot answer to that aggression. They haven't hit those spikes to be able to match up just yet. Speaking of matchup, Turtle being worked on and a little contest from the XP laners.
Yeah, Area 77, Pogi's had to get his purple buff, so he's a little bit behind down in the bot lane. Hove picking up a solo kill against Mark Cuty. So just when we thought the carry was maybe falling behind, you're able to even out the playing field there by getting that kill, getting a little bit of gold back in your pocket. Now, things looking almost at a standstill. Wasians starting to close the gold gap. A turtle, a gold lane kill. They're keeping themselves in this game.
And that gold lane kill is huge, right? Because when you're going up against the Brody, you kind of expect to at least go even or maybe even lose that out. He has so much early aggression, so much pressure. But speaking of pressure,
a lot of pressure on a Gal's gonna come in. Bloody Hunt taking some tower shots. Hope goes down. Just when they thought they had him, Gal's Cutie makes a play. Will bite the bullet for that one though. But up in the tri-bush, still more action. Pogi finds Ashley. K Cutie picks up the kill. Mark Cutie finds Chacho as well. And then Pogi finds Cade. It's a 4-man wipeout. All they had to pay was the price of Gal's Cutie, and in my eyes, it's a good trade, Deku.
absolutely, and adding that +1, he's taking that sweet tier 3 tower down there in the bot side for Brody. And just when I was about to give the praise over them of helping carry kind of even out in that lane, Brody not only picking up a kill, picking up a tower, but also locking in that first item, that Blade of Despair, which is huge. We know that's a great power spike for Mark Cutie on this Brody, who's already sitting 2-1-2 and going to look to add to that kill count. Now that they've opened up that lane, they went ahead and got his first item online.
Gal's Cutie staying in this bush, taking a lot of damage. Speedy Light Wheel comes out. Gal's Cutie does finally go down, but still, K Cutie finds Hove once again. Every time Hove's about to get a kill, or he does get one, he's taken out by Area 77. The baits are real, and they bite every time.
Speaking of bite, he's definitely feeling it right now as they're closing in on Hove. He's 1-3-2, definitely not having as great as a game as you would expect from a carry. We know he needs to scale, needs to get online, and when you're dying like this in a match, all it does is delay, and that's not what they need. They need to play safe. But speaking of,
nobody's safe from Pogi right now. K Cutie gonna pick up the kill onto Cade there. Ashley trying to help out, stealing that with the IMU, getting the world manipulation, but the damage still isn't there. Third turtle probably going to go over to Area 77 here. Chacho doesn't even want to contest it. Ooh.
We've seen Wad Iron Hook almost connect, and that would have been definitely almost 100% a kill there for the side of Area 77. So a little bit of luck coming out from Wade to be able to dodge that out. But now we're talking about what's going on out here on the map, what's going on as far as the lead, and it looks like Area 77 has done a great job of exerting that pressure. I mean, look at it down here in the jungle.
Yeah, Chacho just can't stand a chance. Deleted instantly. Cade trying to interrupt the world manipulation, but just too late. Nice petrify. K Cutie does go down. Merciless finding some glory in this fight, but still, is it enough? Area 77, the map is looking red right now. They have taken control of both off lanes.
Absolutely, and they're looking to close in a little bit more. It's now Mark Cutie working on that tier 2. No one can stop him now, uncontested, as that's going to fall to the hands of Area 77. And now as we cross over about to that 8.5-minute mark, Trex, the map shrinking in piece by piece if you're the side of Wasians.
I mean, this was supposed to be the time that Hove popped off, right? 8 minutes. The problem is 3 deaths. And we already talked about how Carrie has a little bit of trouble in the early game with the recent nerfs. She still pops off, but not with 3 deaths. So Hove is now just kind of dead weight for at least another 2 or 3 minutes.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you're the side of Area 77, you couldn't ask for a better start to the game. This is exactly what they need to do. You want to try to beat out the side of Wages before they can get online with that carry. But speaking of online with the Bloody Hunt.
Bloody Hunt on to Cade. Cade's still up though, uses the flicker. Nice response. Gal's Cutie goes down. Immortality does pop. Merciless trying to find one. Cannot get a kill though, but does fend everybody away. No deaths on the board. Conceal play does come from the side of Area 77, but they find nothing. Now we're back to Bushwork.
Absolutely, and 3 ultimates used there from both sides, and like you said, nothing being found. But again, Area 77 doing exactly what they need to do. They're not really here at the disadvantage. Even though they're not finding kills, they've been finding those objectives. Have picked up more. Turtle, I think they had the 2-1 lead as far as Turtles went. Obviously leading us on towers on a 3-1, but look at them now trying to take control of that river, setting up for that Lord. And this is back to where it's talking about those picks with that front line with Fredrin and Glue. Just the 2 of them are keeping away 3 members from Wasian, and that just speaks to the power that they have.
That's a lot of damage on Pogi. Speedy Light Wheel comes out. Last Insanity followed up. Merciless is the first to go down though. Just when Wasians look like they're about to take a team fight, Area 77 punches back. Nice grab onto Kide there, sending him back to the base, and at this point, Area 77 owns the Lord Pit. Wasians tried, but Jacity knows what Chacho's trying to do. He knows he's in that bush. He knows he wants to get the last Insanity, and none of them are going to let that happen. They just need to make sure they get that shield down, and then objectives are all theirs.
Absolutely, and you can see them now clumping up in that mid lane. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Keep an eye on Gal's Cutie out here on this left bush. Glue as well, as we see the manipulation drop.
Yeah, and so does the Immortality. Chacho able to get away with just a sliver of health. but another thing down. Merciless trying to get the knockup. Mark Cutie repositions, flickers, and Merciless goes down. Kaid gonna have to give up this tower. You're not gonna be able to survive this onslaught.
Not at all. And now with a member down, pressure coming onto the map with that Lord in the top side on the side of Area 77. Like we said, they're looking to close this out nice and early. They're not looking to give the opportunity to Wasians to fight back with that carry, with that X-Warp, to go ahead and look for that late game scaling to where they would potentially be able to turn this game around on Area 77. But A77, knowing the win conditions, knowing they can't allow that to happen, they're going to look to try to end this game as quick as possible, as they're looking very efficient, looking like they know exactly what they need to do to go ahead and close out this first match.
I don't know. The waves were a little mixed up there. They still have time to try to even these things out. I think this goal right here, take as many towers as possible. Hove should be able to maybe make quick work of this Lord. I think Area 77's goal, break this tier 2, which they're about to do right now. Wasians can't do anything about it. And then maybe try to take an inhibitor here. A little bit of an engage. Nice last insanity in the midst of all of Area 77. But Kaid repositions. Merciless looking for the possible knockup. No Petrify there just yet, so we can't stop it. Dashy Cutie does go down. Hove picking up that kill. Merciless will get found by Mark Cutie, though, and they got what they came for. They take an inhibitor.
And I mean, that's a sweet deal for them, right? You lose Jash Cutie here on that glue, which isn't really a loss at all. You find that tier 2, like we said, and then that inhibitor you kind of pointed out there at the end. And I mean, with a Force Lord, being able to crack the inhibitor is a huge play. Like we said, exactly what the side of A77 needs to do, as now they're looking to pressure on that mid side to go ahead and take another inhibitor potentially.
Yeah, Mark Cutie is just chunking at that thing right now. Big chunks, takes out the tower, but then Big Chunk comes in, tries to get the wild charge, but it's still not enough damage. Hove doesn't even want to move in. Big hook. Kaid doesn't have the bloody hunt, so Kaid's able to get away. Room manipulation does come out, puts a little bit of damage on the Pogi, but look at him. He's standing there. He's not worried. He knows how much of a lead he has, and he's just going to hold down the front side.
Absolutely, but again, another inhibitor falling as we're about to cross into the 13-minute mark. Enhanced Lord hasn't even spawned in yet. This is a very disadvantageous position if you're the side of Wasians. Yeah, you kind of need to stall. You need to play for a little bit longer on in this match, maybe another 2-3 minutes, maybe to get to those at least 3 items, right? A 3-item spike would be very nice, especially for Hove here, to kind of be able to fight back. But you've already lost 2 inhibitors. There's not much to work with in the way of defense if you're looking to go ahead and defend against these Lord pushes, which Area 77 right now is potentially going to go ahead and be able to lock in. I mean, they're so far ahead, so much pressure, so much control. Wasians has no chance and no real choice but to go ahead and back off and give it for free, and then you're left to defend. But a wild Dragon Form has been called in from the side of Wasians.
Maybe going a little too deep. Nice Petrify, but he's going to get locked up. Wild Charge comes in, though. They want to take the fight. K-Cutie goes down. Chacho with the lost insanity. I mean, that's huge. Wait, Poke does come back. Big suppression, bloody hunt, and down on the boss side, Mark Cutie trying to make a play of his own, but that's okay because they got this. Merciless goes down. Pogi gonna chase after Chacho here. You only get one ultimate, and you only get one escape. Area 77 making moves across the map. Mark Cutie gonna get back to his friends in safety. Chacho, though, in the opposite side, all alone in the midst of Area 77. Immortality pops Poggy. Should be able to finish this. Mark Cutie gonna find that kill.
Absolutely. He's 4-1-4, and with 2 members down on the side of Wasians, Lord is in play for the side of Area 77 to go ahead and take, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go ahead and work on that. And like you said, Trex, if you were looking at the bottom of that screen, Mark Cutie made a great play taking that inhibitor, and now the complete base is open with Ace Lord going in, slain from the side of Area 77. They have huge potential to go ahead and end this game, especially with that Eve in the hands of K. If they have some nice placement, this could definitely be a GG for them. But look at the conceal play on the bot side. Gauss Cutie trying to find an opportunity here. He has Mark Cutie here with him, and there's Iron Hook.
The hook, Mark Cutie gonna use that second skill to sudden up even more torn apart memories, trying to make enemies. Able to get that. Pogi does go down, though. The speedy light wheel comes in clutch. So it's a 1-for-1. Lord marching down the mid. The question on everyone's minds, Deku, can Area 77 finish this here?
And they definitely have a great opportunity too. They're not going to get that bot side wave. They're only going to get the top and that mid wave, but that might be enough. You have a Lord. They lost a member, but they picked up one more with the Lord. X-Board trying to do a good job of trying to go ahead and zone this off, but there goes the Black Dragon from the backside.
Yeah, Merciless does find it. Nice Petrify. Trying to find Mark Cutie. Will have to move on to Jashi there. Lord has moved on to that base. Merciless taking a lot of damage. Grab able to hold him in place. Cade wants to come in. The Speedy Light Wheel is doing a lot of damage. Cade, Cutie, forced to use the flicker. Chacho not stopping. The Jashi just doesn't go down. Nice terrifying to Gals there. Area 77 trying to respond. Mark Cutie does have the torn apart memories. Hasn't used it just yet. Immortality pops. 2 Immortality pops. Nice stun. Mark Cutie finds the monster kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade overall, but Area 77 just doesn't want to stop. It's a bloodbath right now.
Absolutely. Looks like they're not going to stop here just yet. They got one more wave coming in from behind them, and they're not looking to back away. It's a 3v3 right now if you look out on the board, but there's a flicker!
A nice flicker, but Hope's going to get caught by the taunt. Mark Cutie finds a kill onto Hope. Merciless back on the map, finding several members. Winter Truncheon does come in, but it's not enough to save K Cutie. Jashi, Gals, still under the base. Grab comes out. Jassy forced to back off, jump off for dear life because Wasians are putting up the defense of their life right now. Jassy gonna get out of town, leave the base. Area 77 gotta lick their wounds and make a new plan.
And they're doing all they can to stall out this game. Like you said, defense of the ages coming out from Wasians. They don't want to give this first match so easily over to the side of Area 77. As we are seeing them try to bounce back. Not looking too hot right from earlier on, but now it could potentially be able to turn this game around, but it's extremely hard, right? Like we said, the base is completely open. The odds of success drop lower and lower every time you lose those inhibitor towers. Is now the teams are starting to kind of even up a little bit as far as items, gold gap not too far, but the map control, right? I mean, we're still looking at a tier 3 in the mid side for Area 77. That's a lot to try to take down where you're coming with nothing defending your nexus if you're the side of Wages. So a very uphill battle for sure. But when you're looking at these two top teams, anything can happen as Lord spawning in, but it can still play tricks.
Still play coming down. Cade looking for something. Force uses a wild charge just on one, but it's a lot of damage from Hope. He also uses a speedy white light wheel. That's 2 ultimates down for the side of Wasians. Area 77 still holding 4 of their 5 green dots, ready to make a play here, but they're being patient with it. And we got to keep our eyes on Mark Cutie. We saw him try to pull a Benny earlier in the game, so we know maybe he's going to try to get a steal here later on.
But you know what? It looks like they're trying to decide if they're going to go ahead and react to that. And it's like the call's going to be to go ahead and ignore that. You can see Yu Zhang teetering back and forth. He's hesitating. The side of Wages, they need to make a call now. They're going to go ahead and contest for this X4, trying to find some space.
Yeah, not able to get in though. Pogi calls it. He knows what Chacho wants to do. He's going to try to keep him at bay here. Up in the mid lane though, they are forcing Mark Cutie back. Hove does have Speedy Light Wheel, ready to go. Nice, nice wild charge. Immortality pops. Gals Cutie not going to be able to get away from this. Does use the flicker. Maybe, might try. Able to actually just escape, and the response comes in. Now it's Kite in trouble. Jashi with the grab. Stun comes in. Pogi comes on, and that's 2 members down. 40-second death counters on the clock as 5 of Area 77 still stand.
And you know, they tried so hard to find that pick, going in for 2 tanks, but just not able to get it done. And that flicker coming out from K on that Eve definitely spelled disaster for him. Able to create a little bit of space, pop that real world manipulation, and then you've seen Jess on that glue, able to connect the slam, and that's all they needed. That little bit of that immobilization on top of that real world manipulation was able to go ahead and turn the fight up against Wasians, who were looking primed and ready for a comeback play on that Lord.
You know, utilities are key, and right now Area 77 holding on to those flickers for the right time. Gals Cutie able to escape that because of the flicker. Whereas Wasians, I feel like they're being a bit more, they're just spending the money. You know, they don't care. They're throwing dollar bills right now, and they're wasting some of those utilities that they have a little bit too early. Whereas Area 77, they're hoarding them, and it's paying off right now.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. I mean, Wages right now are throwing haymakers and hoping one connects, but the Iron Jaw from Area 77 not phased at all. They are eating these punches from Wages, and now with that Lord pushing down Trex, we could see potentially the end of Wages.
Yeah, Merciless tries to find position to the backside. Cade as well! Big 5-man wild charge with the Petrify! You couldn't ask for a better play. Wages need to pull this off here, but it doesn't look good for them because Area 77's biting back. They took the hit, and they're going to keep moving forward. Hove all alone with Chacho, both down to very low health. Maybe he's gonna be able to finish off this Lord, but can he stand all alone? Immortality pops, and they're not gonna let it happen. Area 77 taking game 1 in a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, just what a match there, Trex. the side of Area 77, showing exactly why they're one of the top teams still remaining, even after taking a little bit of a hiatus there, able to come back on top here in this first match, the first series, the day 2 of NACT.
I mean, honestly, I don't think it could have gone any other way. Wasians literally had the ideal setup in that final play. You get a 5-man wild charge, comboed up with like a 4-man petrified knockup from the Yuzong, and then just to put the cherry there, you come in with the last insanity, and they still weren't able to get the finish. So I think the X-Borg, in its thrill and hype and possibilities, I just don't think it is what it is. There just wasn't enough damage. There was definitely a problem in the composition because, as I said, you just had the dream set up and you weren't able to finish everybody off.
I mean, 100%. I like you said, a great opening to that fight, but just not a great closing. But if you're on the side of Area 770, couldn't have went any better than that. Able to go ahead and finish up that match. They're going to go ahead and take that game. It's a 20-minute, a little bit of a long ride there. You can go ahead and see the statistics, the numbers coming in from them. All members contributing a lot to these fights, even down to Gal's Cutie on that Franco. That 0-3-17, a great KDA from him. Every member doing their part to go ahead and take up this win against Wasians, who needs to kind of try to find their mark in the second match and maybe let go of the X-Board, like you said, and find something a little different to go ahead and fulfill that draft.
Yeah, definitely a couple clutch item picks here too. Mark Cutie picking up the gold meteor, or I'm having trouble with the name, but picking up the
rose gold,
the rose gold meteor, and you get that slight bit of magic defense. Plus you get the shield, so it gives you a little bit of sustainability. You top that off with the wind of nature, and you're able to survive those big incomings, right? That big wild charge, that big knockup, and then if Ashley wants to come in and try to do a little bit of magic damage, you have some defenses about that. So I'm really liking his build. You top that off with the tough boots, and it's even easier. Now, take us through some of these replays.
I mean, right here again, you're seeing another decent set coming out from them, but like you said, the damage just not there. A great wild charge, but a great re-engage coming out from the side of Area 77. And we talked about this. You're looking at Yuzong there being isolated. They find Josh Cutie with the carry, but then he falls all alone in the backside to Mark Cutie. That's exactly what we were pointing out. Being isolated, being cut off from the rest of the team to go ahead and be taken down.
Yeah, so time and time again, they get the sets, but they're not able to complete it. Hove, maybe a little scared, right? In the early game, takes those 3 deaths. He did come online pretty quickly, but he just wasn't there to clean things up when everyone else was making the plays happen. Ashley as well, 0, 1, and 2. Didn't have a whole bunch of deaths at that point in the game, but still, I felt like there could have been a few more world manipulations, but overall, I think Area 77 are the real people to talk about. They just had an amazing game there. And now we're going to jump into the second draft in this best of 3. Area 77, first pick, first ban.
And let's go ahead and get out the way now. I definitely want to get right into it. Hot topic, maybe a pun there, but X-Board, right? We saw Wasians try to pull it out. We were hoping Pogi got to pull it out for A77. You got to watch a little bit of a shortcoming there with the figure of armor. Will A77 go ahead and pull this out and maybe show them school Wasians on how to really use the Combustion Man to full potential here? I know you said maybe not enough damage, but if anyone can make Pogi look good or make X-Board look good, it's definitely Pogi beside A77.
Yeah, I mean, quick story time for the viewers. I was just telling you about it, Deku, before this. Pogi is known to do that. We saw Best Player one time try to pull out the X-Borg, and when he was on Team Sexy up against Area 77, they lose. What does Area 77 do after that? Pogi picks up the X-Borg and beats them game 2 after beating them game 1 with their own hero. So Pogi's not too he's not too above to try to give a nice gut shot to another team. And now that they're up a game, Area 77 might be feeling comfortable. Now, if they do try to do something like that, it could be the opportunity for Wasians to capitalize on that.
Absolutely, indeed. We saw, right, there is definitely a way to go ahead and battle out against X-Board, to go ahead and counteract him. But it's also, it's also interesting. Wasians could look to double down on that, maybe if they want to. Would I opt for it? Maybe not, but they could maybe chalk it up to a fluke, maybe call it a little bit of misplays on the pick, and maybe try to go for it again. I mean, you are going up against Pogi. What could be a sweeter victory than to beat him on the X-Board? But now that they are down a match, this is a best of 3. If they lose this one, they will be done with this series. They got to kind of buckle down and look for the win. But speaking of buckle down, we got the bans coming out. Some interesting ones that I'd like to see. The Fredrin and Faramis has been taken out by the side of Wasians. They definitely don't want to deal with the walking petrify that is Fredrin now, and getting rid of that cult ultra, that team fight presence that they had to deal with last game. Looking like they don't want to deal with that this one.
Yeah, Fredrin is definitely a problem right now. We saw him leak through a lot of the cracks in the qualifiers. We saw him get picked up, but I think as the season goes on, until he takes a major nerf or until a new jungler comes in, he needs to probably be on that ban list unless you're first pick. You got to think about it, or you need to have a plan ready for him because he is definitely just dominating the jungle, dominating neutral objectives, and it is a problem. Now, Wasians taking out the Pharaohs as well. I'm still a little iffy on him whether he deserves to be a first pick, first ban, but I'm not completely against it.
I mean, the way you look at it, right? Like we said, they struggled in those team fights. Obviously, Aries 77 knew exactly what they needed to do to win those 5v5 engagements. And if you look at those two bans, those are definitely some picks that are extremely strong in that setting. I don't think we really need to harp on too much about Faramis and what he provides in that 5v5 setting. If they couldn't get it done with just one life from Aries 77, talk about two. Maybe not something they want to deal with. So I'm definitely going to respect that ban. That's a lot to handle. You got to beat them once, and then you got to beat them twice, and quite literally got to beat them twice again. Because like we said, they're down 1-0. They need to find the reverse sweep to win this series. You can't keep going up against the double or nothing odds here.
Yeah, I mean, so with the way things are looking, now Edith getting banned out from Area 77. Another hero that is storming into this ban section. I like it. I like to see things change up. Glue going to be the final ban from Wasians. Guess who's open right now? The Kaja. Definitely a possibility from Area 77 right up front.
Absolutely. A strong suppression pick. And we did see them play the Franco last game, so definitely not scared to go ahead and lock in that. But hang on there a minute.
Valentina.
Not going.
Okay.
When we saw that was the last one too. The last first pick from Wasians. They went for that first pick Valentina, and it didn't profit though. Only had the Eve to kind of work with, but like you said, the rule manipulations just weren't coming in as fast and ready as you were expecting from Ashley on it. But maybe Aries 77 can go ahead and show us a little bit more how to work with it when you don't have too much to work with on the table, because Valentina is still a strong pick regardless.
I think it's a strong pick. I just don't know how I feel about it up front, right? Like first pick. I mean, of course, Area 77, they play much better than me, so they know what they're doing. They're the ones in the seat. And again, Ashley still has some skills. She had a kind of rough game last time, but I think all of Wasians had a slightly rough game last time. So do you exactly want to give that up? But now that is spicy. Terizla, Xavier, still no Kaja picked up yet. Deku?
I mean, I'm at a loss of words myself. That is a unique response to picks if you're talking about that red side. Definitely not two picks you typically see, especially with Valentina up right there. I don't know. I was expecting maybe, like, especially if we're looking at Terizla here, I'm assuming that's going to the XP, right? Maybe something like the Lapu Lapu you typically would have seen over there on that red side to be locked in. Even with Xavier, great mage, don't get me wrong. Definitely great for that backside damage. Scales amazingly, as we all knew with the Dawning Light. But was it first two pick response ready to go ahead and lock those in? Definitely going to have to scratch our heads on that. But what we don't have to worry about is what A77 is going to go ahead and pull up for the roam, because there goes the Diggy to deny the CC coming in from the side of them.
And I like it because when I'm really trying to mold the Terizla and the Xavier, I'm thinking, all right, you got lots of CC, you have some nice ambush potential, you have some nice. I mean, it's definitely playable, right? But Area 77, they're 2 steps ahead of what I'm thinking. They're like, all right, yeah, we just pick up the Diggy, and now we have this Akai as well. So if you do try to dive in here, Terizla, out you go, sweep you away, and now Hove gonna lock in this Brody for himself here. At this point, I think Wasians focusing on the gold lane, try to slow down Mark Cutie as much as possible so that we can give Hove a good game here.
And interesting to note the difference in dynamics from both of these teams. When we saw Wasians pull out Valentina, the side of Area 77 was not scared to lock in that utility. Challenged it with the EU, challenging it with the glue as well. Even with the Franco, right? A couple ultimates there to use for Valentina, but it looks like Wasians is trying to avoid that. They have the Terizla and Xavier, some decent picks kind of in that mid-range for both of their roles, but nothing that Valentina can really use. So I feel like in this case, the first pick Valentina was a great option. It definitely played its part as being that draft deterrent, makes them kind of steer away from those typical picks you'll normally see, especially with the utility that still could have been available for them to lock in. But it looks like Wasians is being cautious. They don't want to offer too much for this Valentina.
I'm wondering what they're going to pick for, and I'm glad that Area 77 starts banning this, because this is about to say, with this Akai possible jungle, maybe they go for an assassin pick here, a Ling, maybe they go for something like the Hayabusa, but Area 77's on the read. They know the Fredoran's not there, they know the Akai's not there, not a whole lot of those meta tanky junglers, so we're going to start picking on these assassins. They take the Hayabusa, which has actually done pretty well in day one, done very well, so Wasians gonna have to think about this, how they want to approach this. Melissa being banned, Area 77, do they just ban out the Ling next too and just go all in into the jungle?
Potentially, right? Because that is another good option, especially when you see that Diggy roam. He's not going to be able to deal with the onslaught that is Ling if he's looking for those dives, looking for those engages with the Tempest of Blades. Because while Akai does have the heavy spin, needs to be a little more objective focused. He's going to look to hold that, right, to contest those neutrals. If he has to be forced out to deal with those assassins, you lose that ability. But you are right, they do target some more assassins. It's just not Ling. It's going to be that Karina that they're going to go ahead and get rid of. The Shadow Assault will not be coming into play here.
Yeah, no Shadow Kill, no Shadow Assault. I think we're a little afraid of the dark on the side of Area 77, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it. The Cho does get banned out from Wasians. A little iffy, right? I guess Gauss Cutie could maybe swap into the XP lane, run the Cho, but the Diggy has already been locked in. Maybe the Diggy, no, Diggy's not going support because we already have the Valentina, right? But Wasians finally find their answer here. They pick up the Martis. They're not going to go assassin. A solid jungler, but I'm wondering how it's actually going to pair up against this Akai, right?
And, you know, there is some playability, right? Martis does do pretty decent up on against this Akai, right? With a little bit of CC immunity, with the Mortal Coils, he's able to play around a bit. But I'm also very cautious because there's a lot to punish him after the Mortal Coils are done. You can get caught in that reverse time from Diggy. There's the Terrify as well from the Valentina. There's really nothing stopping from Akai even saying, you know what, this is the jungler. It's a fair game for me to use the heavy spin to go ahead and take the pick. Even if I lose the ultimate, they lose a retribution on the flip side of that. So a worthwhile time to go ahead and use that ult. But speaking of ults, we're seeing that Claude get locked in. Blazing Duet looking for the back line here.
And not only that, Wasian's also picking up the Kaja as well. And when I saw the Claude first, I was like, it's a good pick, right? You can move in, you can move out, you can try to dodge some of that decimation, dodge the penalty zone, kind of toy with them a little bit. But now, with the Kaja getting picked up by Cade here, Mark Cutie's going to have to be careful, because if he goes in and he gets hit by that ultimate, it's going to be a big, big problem.
And, you know, not even stopping there, right? Because we do know the knockups as well cancel. If a good Mortal Coils can be well placed, can also stop that Blazing Duet as well, if he's able to land that on time and properly. But I will say, while there is some good access to the back line, which we know is going to be Xavier, who's really going to lead the way for that late game, if Claude is able to find the mark without having his ultimate disrupted, if he can at least take out Xavier, that's pretty much a surefire way to win those team fights as we transition into the later game, because there's really no one else to carry on the spark. Tavrizla gonna fall off pretty quickly. Maybe you get the sets, but again, there's a Diggy, so you may not even get that. But speaking of what we are getting, we're getting right into the match. Game 2 of the first series tonight, Trex, and right now I'm very excited. Where are you kind of swinging to as we have seen these drafts?
I feel like there's some possibilities for Wasians, right? You have this Brody, you have this Martis. So I mean, there's possibilities for an early game snowball. If either of those two can get some nice kills under their belt when they hit that 6, 7, 8 minute mark, they could definitely pop off. But if Area 77 can just dance around that, or maybe even put Wasians behind early on, it's going to be very troublesome for the Wasians.
And speaking of troublesome, I mean, already we're seeing Hobie put in a very tough spot. And this is what I like to see, right? There's a Diggy on Gauss Cutie. We know they like to hover on that gold lane already to go ahead and force that pressure, but in this case, it's even better because Hove is going to be able to be pressured and maybe miss out on that early lane harassment that lets him pair up against Mara Cutie, because once you lose that early laning phase, it's pretty much wraps as we transition to the mid to late game. Mara Cutie obviously going to win out as far as DPS in those late game team fights, engagements. Brody not going to be able to keep up. So if Gauss Cutie can do a great job of bunkering down this gold lane and pressuring Hove back in the lane, it's going to be a great opportunity for Area 77 to be able to take over this game after around that 9 minute mark.
And it's definitely a nice answer to Hove, right? Because Wasians kind of like to rotate a bit more, I feel like. Even now, we're seeing 3 of them move through the mid side, to whereas Area 77's like, I'm okay with that because we're going to bully Hove here. I'm going to try to keep Gal's Cutie up here. We can leave our Akai on his own because he's in Akai. He's probably not going to be getting picked off anytime soon. And unless they send Cade up to that top side, Mark Cutie's always going to have the advantage.
And you know what? Speaking of an advantage, I'm very interested with this XP matchup. We have Daroth up against Thamus here. We didn't really get to talk about it. It's a very interesting fight or matchup that you have in the lane there. I'm not really sure what Daroth was really locked in for. There's not really anyone to kind of shred unless they're going to look to focus in on Merciless here down on the bot side, as Turtle is going to be picked up by Pogi here on the Akai, pretty much uncontested. Easy pickup for Area 77, and like we said, if they're able to find the mark in this early game, they're going to have a sweet transition over to the mid side. It's like that's what's happening here, is they have taken away up in the gold lead.
I think the Daroth will help kind of ease the pressure of the early game a bit, right? Daroth's probably like got some of the most damage in the first like 5 minutes for an EXP laner. I'm not saying he's the best EXP laner, but he can at least maybe suppress things if they get a little scary. Like if Wasians hit that spike a little bit early, he can help deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that as well. Ooh, Big Dotting Light coming out there, forcing a flicker from Bao's Cutie. So there's a spell, some utility being wasted out from the side of Area 77. Will that spell to be a little bit of a disaster for him? We'll have to see if they'll be able to capitalize on that information and maybe force Gal's Cutie out on the divine, not a divine, but a time journey there that he still has in the back pocket.
Most definitely up in the top side. They're going to bully now into this gold lane. Wasians answering back. Mark Cutie and Gals tried to be the bullies up front, but now things are changing. K-Cutie going to get pushed back from Chacho, but down in the bot lane, Jashi does find first blood in this game. Chacho being heavily aggressive, so Area 77's like, whoa, whoa, hold on a second, K, you got to get out of there. It's a lot of damage. And we're seeing Ashley play a pretty decent early game right now.
Decent. I mean, that's aggressive, especially for an Xavier. This early on in the game, we're just crossing into that 4-minute mark, and we're already seeing flicker plays out of the bush from a solo mid laner, such as Xavier. That's a very aggressive way to play it, because now you lose that defensive capability. She's already immobile on the Xavier, but now that you lose that flicker, if you get caught out even a little bit, that's pretty much over for her. A little bit of a GG's there. But speaking of, down on the bot side, tower almost gone from the side of Wages after picking up that kill down there. And I think we're seeing maybe what the Daroth pick was here for, like you said, offering some of that early capability. And he is leading a lot of pressure down there on the bot side. Again, a 1v1. Yeah,
that could be bad. He didn't have flicker, so he's not going to try to go in for the ultimate. But if he had it, could have been death there from Merciless. And a Daroth up a kill this phase of the game is going to be packing a punch. Cade is going to have to double think about who he wants to use the ultimate on, but Hove taking a lot of damage. Dawning Light does come out. Hove still in the midst. K finds the kill. Merciless trying to run away from Jassy here. Wasians on the back foot right now. Pogi should be able to take this turtle uncontested.
Working on that turtle a little bit, drawing the aggro, but even on the top side as well, they're probably going to look to combo that, get some of that gold plating. They are actually going to back off away from that turtle, not going to force anything, but like we said, Marquity working on that gold, having a great game. Hope did just fall off up there in the top side as he did die. So like we said, that early pressure that you wanted with Brody, pretty much off the table now, as Area 77 has done a great job of setting up their gold lane, and not just that, but for these neutrals that have been spawning in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like Wasians are starting to miss their hit a little bit. Chacho also hasn't gotten a kill. Luckily, he hasn't got a death, and we're coming close to the 6-minute mark. It could still happen. Wasians still have some opportunity here to make a big play, but it looks like Pogi wants to make one for himself. Gonna hit the heavy spin. Nice pick. Cade goes down. Chacho trying to find some pieces, but can't lock on to Gals or K-Cutie. Pogi gonna run him out of this turtle pit.
Absolutely, and there you go, right? We're talking about the heavy spin being used to set up for those neutrals and then setting up for the kill as well. They're going to take the second turtle in this game right now, running away with that economy as they're able to find a tower in the bot side, leading from that Daroth pick that you were talking about for that early sweet spot in this game.
I mean, Area 77, we've traded towers, so at least Wasians are trying to make plays somewhere. Hove getting a little bit of an advantage in this gold lane, but the problem is Area 77 has a nice gold lead already at only 6 minutes in. Now, Chacho alone against Mark and Gal's Cutie, gonna get pulled back, able to use that to neg the CC, so he's able to stay away from the team, but still, it's looking scary for Wasians at 6.5 minutes.
Absolutely, but
Cade goes down, another big pick for Pogi. Nice decimation though. Jashi will also bite the bullet there. Nice terrifying and merciless. Wasians, don't go too heavy. You found a pick, now back off.
And that's exactly what they did. Find a pick, went ahead and backed off. Right now, they need to do anything they can to try to even up the economy. They are down 2K, so not an incredible amount, nothing that they can't fight back again. But like we pointed out, the scaling and those team fights definitely in the favor of Area 77. All the side of Wasians really has is that Xavier to kind of lead the way. So they need to try to even this up a little bit and try to find those pickoffs to get back in this game and maybe answer back on some of these towers.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Wasians are trying, right? And I think they're doing a good job. It's still a good game. It's only a 2K gold lead for Area 77. They've been able to take some towers here and there, but they're going to have to keep their eyes. And right now with them bulking up, we can already see Jashi like, all right, fine. You guys all want to go mid? I'm going to push into this top lane. I'm going to harass as much as possible and try to split you guys up because that's where Area 77 has the advantage.
Absolutely, and a lot of advantages on their side. They're up 2 turtles, haven't been answered back from the side of Wasians. They're up 2 towers, able to find 1 finally from the side of Wasians as well. But again, a lot of the pressure falling to the hands of Area 77. I mean, looking at top side's gone, and now they're working on the mid. A heavy spin's been utilized from Pogi, wasn't able to find the mark. And now Turtles still in the favor of them, though. They do have a little bit of control, but look at the bush. Grouping up, they could look for a pickoff here. Merciless.
Ooh, Merciless tries to come in, but the time journey saves them all. Chacho also trying to find a spot. Mark Cutie comes in with the blazing duet, a whole lot of damage. Merciless able to get away. Torn apart memories, does not lock on to anybody. Merciless still falls. Area 77 trying to take control. Pogi clicks the retry button with ease and finds that turtle. Chacho not able to get the decimation off and ends up going down. This is looking rough for Wasians. It's a 2-for-0 trade, and then the third turtle going to the side of Area 77.
You know, it's an uncomfortable spot to be in. They know the time isn't really on their side outside of Ashley here, and I feel like they're trying to force it right now. They're trying to force the objectives even without having the great positioning. I mean, we've seen Merciless go for a Hail Mary there with the penalty zone, even knowing that Diggy still had that time journey. And as soon as he popped it, the re-engage came into play, and he was taken out almost immediately there. And not only were they able to find the turtle, finding 2 kills and a tower, Area 77, when they find 1, they find a little bit more stacking on those trades for the +1s.
Listen, that's the first Divine Judgment I saw. I'm glad we finally saw one, but it did not pay off. 2 members of Wasians still go down. Mark Cutie with the blazing duet. Pogi gonna try to come in on Chacho here. Mark Cutie just firing away. Nice pin. Now it's looking bad for Chacho. Able to just get away. Merciless goes down on the offside of the map. Area 77 just oppressing them all over the place.
Absolutely, the aggression is everywhere, and keep your eye on the bot side. Another tower going to fall into the hands of Area 77. If you're looking at the items, you can tell from the way the economy is leading. I mean, they're up 7K gold, and right now just leading the path as far as itemization. And this is why I feel like Wasians can't really force these team fights of anything of that nature. They're just so down in the pit, down in the hole right now when it comes to the gold. They don't really have the items to match up against Area 77, who has played this game almost picture perfect for what they're looking to go for and what they need to do to go ahead and beat out Wasians here.
Yeah, very, very careful. Now, I mean, it's 9-1. We got a 6,000 gold lead. What can they actually do to win this? Hold on a second before we get into that. She does go down finally, but they still find Merciless. And Area 77 does, I mean, they want to take the fight here. Wasians need to back off. Blazing Duet comes in. Everyone brought down to about 20% health. And Pogi gonna look for Hove here. A lot of damage. Hove goes down. Is there an answer for Wasians right now, Deku?
I mean, the only answer, right, is going to lie in the hands of Ashley. She has to be able to get those items if they have any shot of winning this. And not just that, the Kaja, like you said, the first Divine Judgment that you kind of seen, at this point, he's more important now than ever. He has to find a pickoff because the team fights just aren't going to go their way. There's a Diggy right there, a Claude as well to answer to what they kind of want to go for, which is keep Ashley pumping out that damage on this Xavier. I mean, even right there, not confident to be able to come contest this Lord. It's just nothing they can really go for, nothing they can really do. It's going to be in the hands of Kaja. Can he set up those picks, and can Ashley find the damage, find the numbers to be able to get these kills? And speaking of kills, looking at the replay up here on the screen, you can see again what's been happening. Area 77 just putting on the damage, putting on the pressure, forcing the side of Wages to retreat, forcing the recall with no answers, and then Hove being left alone right after that. They split up the fight with the great entry and re-entry to go ahead and lead to some profitability in that top side clash.
I mean, Area 77 just divide and conquer, find picks across the map, get them split up, and finally a nice Divine Judgment does come on to Poggy, followed up by the penalty zone. They find him. That's a good kill. Gauss Cutie does go down as well across the map. They're able to defend this, lose no inhibitors, so Wasians finding an answer.
A little bit there. They were able to find a pick, just like we were talking about. They're going to need those Divine Judgments from KD if they want to find a chance to fight back. But Area 77 was able to pick up that tower in the tier 2. So even when it seems they lost, they still come out with a little bit of a plus, a positive as far as trades going. You lose a member, but you take another tower down. And if you're on the side of Wages, that's honestly just so much worse than that could be happening. Losing a member doesn't really matter. When you're losing more of the battlefield, it's extremely hard to come back. Speaking of coming back here.
Nice concealed play. Jashy's still not down though. Chacho does finally find the kill. Mark Cutie into the backside, picks up Cade. Merciless might just be next. Dotting Light comes in, but Mark Cutie's still up. Cade Cutie finds that kill. I mean, a good play from Wasians there, but in the end, they lose 2, and all they get is Jashy.
Absolutely, and that was a clutch of Wind of Nature coming out from Mark Cutie on that Claude as well. Going to keep that flawless KDA up. Sees 4-0 and 4 the gold laner for Area 77. It is. I mean, it's amazing, and that just speaks to the comfortability on Mark Cutie on this Claude, because with a late scaling marksman, what you want to do is be able to play safe, right? Like we were talking about in the last game when Wages had carry, taking those deaths really delay you, and Mark Cutie is taking none, and that's exactly why he's been as effective as he has been in this match. He's been diving in, right, on 3 members solo, forcing them back, forcing them to go ahead and split out from the fights. He has pretty much all his items, right? All the trinity for his items of DHS, the Corrosion, and Golden Staff. Now he's just working on survivability. Already had the Wind of Nature like we used, came into play in the last fight, and now looking to go ahead and complete that build, a little more sustainability or durability to deal with the side of Wasians, to look to further be not punished for those engages.
I mean, you thought he was hard to kill before. Just wait till he brings in that immortality. You're never going to catch him. Mark Cutie is just a slippery guy. And like you said, he's literally diving into the back of 4 or 5 members all alone. I mean, he's timing it some well. He knows, all right, Cade used that divine Judgment. I'm going to come in now. And he just does it so cleanly. Same thing with the Wind of Nature. Just when they think they got him, he's able to slip away. Now, Lord back on the map. Does Wasians even try to contest this?
I mean, that's a tough call to make here. If they're going to contest, it needs to be picture perfect. But hang on, there goes the heavy spin.
Yeah, Cade forced to use the flicker. Merciless wasting the penalty zone there. That's some utilities gone, and we talked about Wasians' problems with that in game 1. They use up those utilities a little bit too frivolously. Now Poggy gonna hold down this Lord. Chacho and Merciless holding the distance, waiting out these bushes, maybe trying to make a play happen.
Speaking of players, Mark Cutie making a great one as he did force that top side wave and force the response. Speaking of responses,
Chacho finds the Lord, though, able to come in and steal it, but at what cost? Merciless has gone down, so has Chacho. Dawning Light comes in, they thought they had Jashy, but Area 77 just too slippery. They're sliding across the map right now. Lord has gone to Wasians, though, so Area 77 may not be able to finish it just yet.
Hey, I mean, they lose 2, but now the side of Area 77 loses an opportunity to go ahead and close out this match. That Lord's going to go ahead and buy them some time, even if they can't make the push with it. It's just the fact that it spawned in not on the enemy side. It gives you some room to breathe, and it looks like they're actually going to try to make a play with it. You can see the 3 members moving up, maybe going to look to try to find an option to maybe go for a pick, maybe try to find a play. Nothing really opening up there, and hold up, Kaja in trouble.
Bro, Poggy just doesn't care. Divine Judgment, what's that? I'm coming in. I found you. Jashy picks up the kill. They got a Lord in their face, and they know the gold leads enough that they can still make plays happen. Wasians bought themselves some time. Will it be enough?
And, I mean, and that pickoff is going to be huge for them. And that's exactly what we were kind of wanting to see from the side of K-Day. Just finding some more of these pickoffs. But Hoagie, like you said, just doesn't care. As soon as he connects with the headbutt right onto your flank and leading you away with that heavy spin for that easy kill, for the easy assist to add into his column. Look at Gal's Cutie here, man. He is cheesy. Playing the bush in the jungle, stacking up the bombs. He's waiting for an unsuspecting victim.
Come on, Ashley.
Let's walk into it.
Come into this bush, please. I mean, he's definitely ready. Oh, Merciless gonna walk in. Not too much damage. It's Merciless. So he's a bulky boy. Penalty zone does come down, though. Jashi once again in the backside, looking for the pick off. This could be bad for Chacho. The killing spree comes in, and just when that happens, Blazing Duet to help seal the deal. Cade forced to use that conceal play just to get away. Down to the boss side, Merciless taking K-Cutie on a wild goose chase here. Terrify comes in. He's got enough sustainability, should be able to last this out, but he's not going home to help the team, because up in the top side, they've taken an inhibitor. Marcutie gonna take Cade as well. This is looking rough for the Wasians. All they got to do is clear this mid wave and try to end things soon.
And you can see Cade trying to keep Jerusalem up for recall. He's going to be able to make his way back. Will it be enough, though? Hove!
Yeah, Torn Apart Memories goes off, but it's still not enough. Merciless back in this fight. Time Journey comes in. Haven't had to see it in a little bit, but he knows when to use it in clutch. Donnie White, the snipe, the hit. Ashley coming in at just the right time. Starting to hurt a little bit from that Xavier.
Absolutely. I mean, we are crossing over that 17.5-minute mark. Will that be enough for Ashley to get online and win these fights?
I don't know. Pogi in a little bit of a 1v1. Donnie Light comes back. The cooldown is getting tight. Ashley's really able to pull this off a lot, and it's something they're going to have to watch out. Marcutie takes one of those shots to the face. It is not a good time.
Definitely not. But speaking of times, you know what time it is. Lord has spawned in. Crossing into the 18-minute mark, both teams going to be jockeying for position. And right now, Wasians actually has the control, but if you're looking at the wave state right now, a lot of pressure from the side of Area 77. They're going to have to clean these waves up, get them at least back into the neutral state. They want to have a safe contest. But look at the dawning light from Ashley, Trace. We were talking about it. The scaling is coming online right now.
I just feel like it just keeps happening. Every time you think she used the ultimate, but then the cooldown comes in, and it's right back in there. Marcutie finds Chacho in the bot side. Not able to catch that one, but Marcutie 6-0-7. This man is a myth. He's a legend. We didn't see him for a year. He's come out of the brushwork, and he is making plays happen.
This is like when Jordan went to step away and started playing golf, right? And then he came back as if nothing happened, right back into the playoffs, right back into the finals. And this is exactly what Marcutie's looking like. Took a nice little break off, a hiatus, if you will. 2 seasons of NACT missed out. He's right back out here performing in the top 8, making it look easy, baby.
Definitely making it look easy. They take the Lord. Area 77 want to close this out. We gave you a 20-minute first game. We're coming in 20 minutes on the second. Can they keep the record?
And that definitely is what we're seeing. A double 20 here coming out. Will they be able to end it, though, at that 20-minute mark again up against Wasians? They're going to look to bunker down. They have no option but to try to rely on the defensive capabilities. They have some immortalities out, 2 of them. That Dawn and Light, there it is, right? And if they can hold a pretty nice stance as long as Ashley can stay relatively safe, you can keep the Dawn and Lights flowing, those mystic fields, and especially once that passive is stacked up and the damage keeps racking, definitely can be able to hold a decent amount of some type of stance, some type of fortitude on the base. They are looking to work on the Lord, though. Looks like Area 77 is going to look to play for those other towers and let them be distracted by the Lord.
Yeah, we got to keep our eyes on Marcutie, right? You see him kind of dancing around the side. He's always trying to come out of flank. He's going to get caught up by that Mystic Field. Big penalty zone. Able to flicker, though. Dawning Light does not happen. They're able to stop it this time. Finally does come through. Merciless will go down. Pogi and him both pop the immortality. Pogi might be the one to get away. Decimation not able to get the finish. Nice Terrify. Chacho. Immortality pops as well, but Marcutie gets sniped. Hove finding the kill. It's 1-for-1. Lord goes down, and the Wasians are hanging on by a thread, swinging from the chandelier. They want to make this game go the long haul. Merciless back in with the penalty zone. That's 2 down for Area 77. Wasians picking up the pieces in this landfall.
And what more can you ask for? Anything short of a Nexus falling is a great defense in my books at this state of the game, the way it's been going for the side of Wasians, able to hold out. But look at Gal's Cutie. This man, yet again, behind enemy lines, going for the flicker, but now he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but he may be able to get away. Merciless doesn't want to let him, but he's able to harass. Gals Cutie being, 3-2-11. He's played a good game on this Diggy. He's not the aggressive Gals Cutie that we normally know, but he's doing his job. He knows the assignment. Uh-oh. Poggy's gonna be able to get away from this one.
But you know what? That's two pretty important ultimates there used. Maybe if Wages could look to maybe be able to find a fight in the next couple seconds or so, they could be able to capitalize on. Because Gal Cutie using the flicker and the time journey to avoid that gank. Heavy spin coming out from a Kai there. That is some pretty important ultimates. But Gal Cutie has picked it up back now, so that is going to be back into play for them. And with that lore spawning in, yet again we're seeing the wave pressure, a nice slow push coming in from the top side. And look at Mark Cutie looking to play that lane again. We saw him find a solo kill last time when it was the opposite side of the map. Will he be able to do the same? And it's looking like they're going to keep him up there to apply that pressure, because then Wages has to make the tough call. Do you respond or do you commit to the Lord? If they commit with anything less than 5, I can't see them picking it up unless Chacho with that suicide play again goes in for the Hail Mary retribution. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and call in the full forces from the side of Wages to go ahead and combat this. But we have to keep the eyes on Mark Cutie there, Trex.
Yeah, Mark Cutie and Ashley as well. She's channeling the inner Gojo. Long range beams coming from far angles, but she used that one a little bit early. Should be back up in about 20-30 seconds or so. Lord down to about 60%. Cade looking for a pick. Pogi leaves the Lord behind to try to engage in this. Up on the top side though, Mark Cutie in the top lane. Maybe looking for a possible steal here. Gotta keep her eyes on him. Jashi, if they can keep Wasians at bay here, Mark Cutie could have the opportunity here. Hove has gone up though, so they're not gonna be able to do it. But by sending Hove up, they lose Chacho. 60-second death counter, and the plan succeeds. Now Pogi gonna work on this Lord. There's still the ever-looming threat of Ashley, maybe trying to get a steal here. She does have that ultimate. We gotta keep our eyes on this, because this could be the Lord that finishes the game. She's not able to time it right, and Lord goes to Area 77.
I mean, a lot of that came from the pressure from Mark Cutie. Again, they were so indecisive on what to do. If you were keeping an eye on Hove there, sitting in that small bush behind the blue buff, he was sitting there, went for the recall about 3 or 4 times before he finally committed to going back to base. And that's far too much time when they're looking to take the Lord and looking to split those lanes. Now, not only are you losing members as the HP bars are dropping now that Area 77 is committing, you also lose the Lord, and you still had to go back and respond to those minions anyways. Might as well have went for the commit while Mark Cutie was missing, but now they're going to have to fight 6 members coming from Area 77 when you count in this enhanced Lord.
And Pogi already finds Cade. Cade forced to use the flicker. Merciless trying to get the penalty zone, but the time journey does come out. Merciless brought down to about 10%. Nice suppression. Does look on to Jashi, but he's able to flicker away as well. Utility's getting spent, but the first fall is Chacho. Lord goes down next. Jashi able to get taken out by the Dawning Light. This could be bad for Cade Cutie. Cade finds that kill. Pogi getting out of town. It's 2 for 1. Area 77 still unable to seal the deal.
And you know what? Ashley's back there laying down those Mystic Fields. Burnt, I think, about, what, 2, maybe 3 mortalities? A couple of those got popped in that last engagement, doing all she can to staunch the bleeding that is coming from their base. They have no inhibitors, but they still have the almighty, the Dawning Light playing in that backside to try to keep them in this game. And Area 77, like I said, we've seen them struggling. They're able to win these fights. They're setting up the lanes right for those neutrals, but at some point you have to be able to close out, because the longer this goes on, the longer or the higher the chances come for mistakes to be made, for those pickoffs to happen, for them to be able to lose the game. But Mark Cutie,
he gets a flicker. The BMI able to get away. That is bro, I thought he was deleted. I thought when that hammer came down, I thought he just disappeared. But no, the magician, Mark Cutie, able to pull some magic tricks and get out of that one safely. Not a perfect record, but still 6-1-9.
Absolutely, and now you're seeing a little bit of pressure, though, coming out from Wasians as far as Wave. They're able to push up that top side, right, to go ahead and cross over the neutral stage over to Area 77 side. So they are trying to take control of the map now, trying to look for any opportunity to close what is the distance from the tier 3 in the mid lane to that nexus on the side of A77, but they need to be careful here. The majority of the advantage is still inside of A77, but a pickoff coming out.
A lot of damage on a Pogi. Hove is starting to hurt. Torn apart memories goes off. Gets enough shield to maybe survive. Look at Mark Cutie, though. He's trying to sneak into the backside. He's a sneaky guy, man. His angles, I'm loving his angles right now, even in that fight. He comes into that side bush right there, and he's waiting, right? He wants to get that Blazing Duet off. Jashi trying to get the 1v1 against Merciless here. Lord, back up, back at a standstill.
And you know what? This is the moment right here. If they're able to clean up a little bit on these lanes for Merciless to make a play. Diggy still doesn't have that ultimate. Penalty zone can come up huge here. He's able to find it. There it goes.
He only finds Pogi, though, so still not quite enough. Chacho comes in. Everyone dodges the Dawning Light down to the boss side. Mark Cutie still trying to make plays happen. Clear up that bot lane. Cade forced to go to try to deal with it. Wasians' health bars looking a little bit low right now. They're pushed back, and this could give Pogi the advantage over this Lord, but they're not giving up just yet.
You know, it's so funny to see. They've had Mark Cutie on janitor duty for at least the last 10 minutes of this game. He's been keeping so much pressure. But speaking of pressure, hang on here.
Oh, he hits the wrong one. He gets Gals instead of Mar, and Kaid pays the price. Immortality pops. Pogi not going to let this up. Jesse into the backside, keeping Hope at bay, doing his job just great. Now Chacho down to about 75%. Pogi going to keep up this fight. Dawning Light does come down. Jashi finally falls. It's 2 for 1 currently. Wasians with the lead, but Mark Cutie, the Magician, comes in and makes them disappear. Looking for Hope. The Immortality pops. Okay, Cutie going to look for Merciless here. Pogi keeping him away. Once again, securing the Lord pit. This is a fight here. Will they be able to take this? No Dawning Light on the map.
And that's really all they needed. Finally able to find Ashley in that backside. Had been playing safe all game. 1 death up until this point. And I mean, kudos to Ashley, right? 3, 2, and 9. You're picking up only 2 deaths in almost a 30-minute game on one of the most immobile mages in the match, up against Mark Cutie on this Cloud, who's been playing out of his mind phenomenally, looking for those picks. But right now, Wasians doing a great job of still keeping this Lord in play. This could have easily went to the side of Area 77 if they wanted it, but Wasians doing all they can to go ahead and reset it, keep it still on the map to let some of their members spawn in. Knowing Area 77 didn't have their full team, neither team able to commit to this just yet. So again, it looks like we're going to be bunkering in for quite the match here. We're here, man. This is what we wanted, right? This is what it's all about. These late games, it can go either way now at this point. Gold off the table, items off the table. All that comes down now is the macro and the execution between these two teams. Who's going to have the better setup? Who's going to have the better team fights? And who knows what they need to do to go ahead and edge out this victory? Because at this point, it's a battle of mental fortitude at this point.
Here's the crazy thing, right? Let's say Wasians get this Lord. Area 77 could probably survive it. They have enough towers. As long as they don't get wiped out, they could probably survive it. Which means we could maybe go even longer than 30 here. We're looking at 29 minutes almost on this game. I've got my sleeping bag out right now. I'm ready to just chill and watch this. I'm still waiting for the Mark Cutie, Benny Cutie play, maybe trying to sneak something in the backside, but it's not going to be easy because Wasians have the read. They know what's trying to happen. No one making a play on this Lord just yet.
But you know, I do feel like if they get it, they have a much better chance of ending the game than Area 77 does. Something they have is that Xavier, right? A great ability to be able to siege. If you're trying to guard those towers, I mean, you have to think about it, right? They're trying to group up, trying to hold back against the fences, and I mean, that's where the Mystic Field comes into play, and it takes one Dawning Light to really turn that fight on its head. That's really what they have over the edge from Area 77. They have the Valentina in the backside. Really short to mixed range play style. Doesn't really have that artillery, if you will, to be able to push those towers. But if you pick up this Lord, especially this late in the game, with the comp they have, as long as you keep clawing off of Ashley again, which they pretty much did a great job of doing all game, considering she only has 2 deaths, nothing out of the imagination here is scope of reality for them to be able to find that Lord and be able to take this. But hang on.
Big pick. This could be the one. Time Journey does come in. Able to get away with a sliver of health. Immortality does pop. Chacho looking for it. Uses the decimation, not able to get the finish, but Ashley finds it. KQ goes down, but Mark Cutie into the backside. Still doesn't get the finish, but a big hit does come from Jashi. Try to use the ultimate, not able to, so he does still have it. Finally blows it. Immobilized and taken out. Hope finds that kill. Those are some long death counters. Area 77 on the back foot, but look at Mar Cutie here. making his way around the backside. He's hiding out in this bush. He's in a bit of a bad spot, but maybe he can find the kill. He's going to move on to Ashley here. Ashley in a lot of trouble. Will be able to find the kill. Mark Cutie makes him disappear. Going to help even the playing field. Nice suppression does come on to Pogi. Hope doing a bit of damage. Torn apart memories goes off, but still not enough. Mark Cutie up onto the top side, able to take out the minions. This is going to be a base race right here. But Hope is ready to go. It's a 1v1, and he's shattered down. Mark Cutie off the map. That's 4 members taken away. This could be the game for Wasians.
Do we see the mid lane push? I mean, Trex, those death timers are long. Like you said, they got to make it through a tier 2 and an inhibitor to get to that nexus. They could very well make the call to go for it. They have Hove. They have the marksman for that push. Pogi's going to be left all alone, at least for the next 7 seconds, until Valentina can spawn in. Looks like they're going to be smart about it. They got Chacho working on it and maybe push for it. No, looks like they're all just going to turn around. They're going to make the safe bet here, the safe play. They're just going to go straight for the Lord. I mean, it is 31 minutes. Put the chips all on the Lord at all costs. That's your best friend right now to go ahead and siege. And we talked about it with that Xavier. Ash is going to be back into the match on time if they can pick it up. They could potentially look for the end.
Pogi's going to look for it. Cade does have the ultimate ready to go. He's just waiting for Pogi to try to make the play. Pogi wants to try to get in here. Chacho going to hold him away. Hove also here. Jassy there as well. Cade. Cutie comes in. Lord goes to Chacho though, but Pogi has found one. Able to get the pin. Chacho does not go down just yet. He's bulky. It's an even trade. 2 immortalities pop, but Cutie ends up going down. Pogi all alone once again. Mark Cutie coming up in 3 seconds. Gals Cutie here as well. Lord coming soon.
You know what, Trex? I think that's almost about to do it. I mean, I can't see them be able to edge this out. You're losing 2 members, and there's no way that they're going to make it back. You got 5 members from the side of Wasian, plus a fat Lord coming up in the top side. You got Ashley on the Xavier. At this point, all you got to do is let Lord make contact to those towers, to that nexus, keep Ashley alive. And this could be a GG's for the side of Area 77, a hard-fought match between both of these teams. You can see the items coming out. Mar just picking up the Wind Talker. They are going to look to end this game. They're making the item swaps to commit for the push here, Trex.
We'll see if they can do it. Can Area 77 defend this? Lord trying to connect onto the base. It has made it. Blazing Duet does come in. A lot of damage, but not enough finishing material. Pogi trying to use a heavy spin. Taken out by the Dawning Light. Base goes down, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 3. After 33 minutes of prolonged inevitability, we have made it.
You know what? This is what we wanted to see. I mean, starting out the night already going to a Game 3, and what a match. That's over half an hour of action going on in between the side of Wasians and Area 77. This is feeling familiar. Top teams in this regular season. I hope this is what we're going to be in store for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I want all 30-minute games. You know, I'm one of the few casters out here that loves the pressure of 28 minutes. I enjoy it. The macro on a final Lord, waiting for someone to take it for 5-6 minutes, just the back and forth. That is what gets me going. You were talking about drafts earlier. Those moments are the ones that keep me on the edge of my seat.
I mean, definitely kept us on edge there. I mean, that game could have went either way. And for a while, it looked like Area 77 had it in the bag, but Wasians fighting back, what you expect from these high caliber teams out here in North America.
Most definitely, and look at that, 33 minutes, 6 seconds. I think right now, Deku, we're holding the record. Longest game, I'm pretty sure, so far. I don't know if anyone's beaten that one either. So, taking us through the items, what are you seeing that really stands out here, Deku?
I mean, when you're looking at it, Ashley committing full on to the damage, no boots, swapped out everything to go ahead and load in as much artillery as Ashley possibly could. And I mean, it did great, 4, 3, and 11, and definitely was a centerpiece for this team. Like we talked about in the late game, they really needed Ashley to be online and be in the right plays. We could see Mark Cutie obviously getting the calls to find Ashley at all costs. Did it once, did it twice, but wasn't able to find it one more time to go ahead and lead them to victory. But speaking of leading right into these replays here, I mean, talking about it, you could see the defenses that were coming out from Ashley, not only getting it done offensively, but with those Mystic Fields, able to hold off the Stampede. That was them. Dawning Light all over the map, right? Able to find kills, able to find HP bars, immortalities being popped. I mean, what wasn't Ashley doing out there on that Xavier? I couldn't give a better slot for a potential MVP there than Ashley. Absolutely coming alive. Hove with a great pick on Mark Cutie, who made a error completely on his own there, stepping into the range of Brody. A dangerous position for him. And that's all going to lead, right? A couple of those mistakes. Some great plays from the side of Wasians. Some forced errors from the side of Area 77, all leading up to them be able to come in that comeback. It was a long journey getting there, but eventually able to get it done.
Their thumbs are getting tired, and now they got to go into a game 3. And you were talking about mental fortitude in the end of that last game. Imagine going 33 minutes right before a 20-minute game. We're looking at about 30, 40, 50, almost an hour worth of play right there, plus 2 10-minute drafts. And now we're coming into game 3. This is where you are put to the test as a 5-man team. It's not always about the exact micros, macros, but how long can you last in the ring? How long can you take punches to the face and keep on getting up and swinging? And honestly, Ashley really was I think, you said it, MVP. She was the one that carried them through that low point and got them to where they could succeed in that game. Can she do it again? Can someone else help this out? Because Area 77, they took a loss like that. They're angry. They're coming.
I mean, after you see a performance like that from Ashley, now you kind of know who's that backbone of that team, especially as you cross into the late stages of the game. Now you know for a fact you need to key on this mid laner for the side of Wasians. You don't want to let her get too comfortable because obviously she knows exactly how to win a match. A fierce competitor in North America, no new face to competition. And right there you can see the experience, the leadership, and like we said, the mental fortitude to get it done in an over half-hour game. And that's what you need if you're going to compete at this level.
Get it done. You got to get her done. Definitely like it. Now, bans have come in, right? Nothing too different right here. Things looking almost exactly similar to the last one, except this time Wasians with first pick. Kaja still open. And Cade had a very rough Kaja in the beginning of that game, but towards the end, he was the one that made the super big plays. But once again, Valentina's prio as first pick. I saw you. Did you just roll your eyes at that pick, Deku?
I mean, this is going to be the third game, right? But it's this time it's from Wasians. Last time they went for this, right? Ashley did not have a stellar performance with it. I really feel like Ashley came alive playing that artillery, playing more into the backside. You just don't really get that from Valentina, right? You have to be in the midst of the action. It makes having that safe KDA that Ashley had last match a little harder to obtain because you're right there in the action. You're almost a melee mage if you want to be really honest about it, kind of short like a Lilia almost. Really in the face of the enemies, it's extremely tough to stay alive and kind of lead the way in those fights, especially late game. Valentina isn't really doing anything to secure those late game victories. Something like the Xavier could do, something like a Farsa could do. And speaking of artillery, Eve being locked in from the response on the red side and paired up with that Brody.
Yeah, looking very similar to game 1, actually, right? We had the Valentina picked up from Wasians, and then we have the Eve and the Brody for Area 77. Literally almost exactly the same, except no Fredorin this time for Area 77. So far, the Valentina has taken lost game 1, lost game 2 with Area 77, and if the story tells, it could be a rough pick for Wasians here. Ashley gonna have to step it up. I liked that you mentioned that she did well in the backlange artillery, and I think it has to do with Merciless and Chacho, when they go in, they're going in. They're not really defending you. So Ashley is like, if she's on a mage like this that has to get up close and personal, she needs to be able to hold her own in there because Chacho is not going to be peeling for you. Merciless, he's going to the back line. He's got a job to do. So she needs to be able to pull it off. She's got to be slippery, but Hayabusa? I like it.
There it goes. All right, so we're getting to see that assassin pick be locked in. It got banned out, I believe, in the last match, heading into that second phase. But now we're going to go ahead and see locked and loaded. And speaking of locked and loaded, a Cho spawn picks that single target CC to go ahead and deal with the Shadow Realm man himself.
The Shadow Realm man himself. He's going to be hard to pick. He's not going to be easy to catch for gals, but that doesn't have to be your target, right? Whatever Hove ends up picking for gold lane is a great target. Now, a lot of times we talk about Hayabusa and we say, he needs to pop off in the early game. But we saw the other day, I forget who it was. I think it was Anna on the Hayabusa coming in like late game and helping Gosu secure that win. So definitely a lot of possibilities for Hayabusa all over the map. And we know how Wasians can preserve themselves to the end game. So even if they have a bad start with this Hayabusa, there's still opportunity there.
Absolutely. And you were talking about maybe not being able to find this Hayabusa, but anyone else with this show. Again, this is Gal's Cutie we're talking about. Had it banned out previously, didn't want to let him get that in his hands, but now we're going to see him be able to unleash with the Cho, and I'm so excited. I love seeing Cho get slotted in. A great pick to be able to lock in if you have a player capable to really utilize him to his full potential. Cho's been one of those picks that have outlasted time. Even the Father Time can't keep up with him. Every meta Cho is there. You can't escape him.
He's been in the Land of Dawn forever, right? And it's honestly just an interesting hero, the fact that it's never gone out of meta, right? And it's even swapped around lanes, but Roam Cho has always been good. I feel like it always will be good, but there is still that threat of Cade right now with this Divine Judgment. A lot of times you see like the Ruby picked up to deal with the Cho. The Kaja can work as well, but it's a lot of pressure on Cade, right? Like, do I use it on Gals or do I save it to pick someone off? So there's some choices there, right? Whereas Gals, he has the same job every single time. Just find a kick.
And you know, this time I feel like, so while we may not have seen the Ruby potentially, is an eye on the Eve there, right? While Ruby can deal with the Cho a little bit, that's not going to be your biggest threat when it comes to those team fights. Yes, he can lead to the pickoff, but someone's got to be there to follow up. That's going to be the Eve. And the answer to that is that suppression. We do know all CC forms are pretty much useless against Eve unless you have the suppression. You're either getting that from the Franco, you're getting that from the Kaja. And if you're looking at them and you're weighing the options, Kaja's going to win out every time. And it's very interesting because they do have the Valentina. If Kaja can find the picks on the enemy Val on A77 here and kind of nullify that pick while enabling Valentina on their side to utilize that real world manipulation and go ahead and get the edge, that could be a great win condition for the side of Wasians. But like we said, it was picked out last game. It was picked out in game one. None of the Valentinas had lived up to the hype. And specifically, Ashley, last time she had the Valentina, was up against the Eve and was not able to surpass the original, the copy, not able to lead the hype there.
Hold on. So, Gal's Cutie is not on Cho. We got an Esmeralda pick, but the real spicy thing, Roger comes in as last pick here. I haven't seen this since M3. M3, I would say. It's been at least a year and a month or two. Definitely interesting, and if there's anyone that's going to get off brand, it's always Boggy. The question is, can he pull it off? I was wondering about Wasian's draft when I saw the Esmeralda, but now I've completely flipped the table because I'm like, Area 77, what are y'all doing now? Let's just get as crazy as possible, guys, and really mess these casters up.
I mean, hey, I'm all for it. I like to see that willpower to kind of go for something a little bit different, and it takes some steel, right? You're up. It's 1-1.
Steel. This
is make or break for either team here, right? Nerves of steel here. But you know, now we're heading in, like you said, to the third match. This is do or die for either team. 1-1 in the best of threes. One of these teams are going to walk away with the win for the first series of the night. And Trex, you got to see the draft. We talked a little bit about the picks. Who are you leaning in for this match now?
No. I'm leaving the analysis of this one up to you, Deku. You got this. Man. You're the pro. I love both teams equally. That's my statement. How about that?
Well, I'm gonna give it to you straight. I really do like the side of A77. I'm really rocking with this Roger pick. All the side of Wasians really has for CC is K-Day on this Kaja. Will he be able to find him with that Divine Judgment? But speaking of,
here comes Pokey, but K-Cutie steals the kill. Jashi gonna dive in as well. I mean, Area 77 loves to be aggressive. They got a Cho. They got Gal sitting on this Kufa right now. It can fit with the Roger, and if Roger stacks up some kills, some gold, it could be a problem.
100%. And right back to what I was saying, the lack of CC is going to be disastrous if he can get online quickly. And up against a Hayabusa, I really don't feel like Haya is detrimental to a Roger pick. I mean, once Roger gets maybe that 1-2 kills, not even that, just as long as Roger isn't really dying and able to keep up, it's going to be extremely hard to kill him. He does have some defense in that wolf form once he switches, and the snowball is a lot harder once he gets rolling. And it is Pogi. We know the capability is there. And like you said, they have the Cho. You got things like Kufa, so set up potential to ease some of the and facilitate those kills in the Roger's hands are going to be extremely easy.
Yeah, but Chacho also trying to make some plays himself, able to use that shadow kill. material. Damage not fully yet, though. It's going to be a little bit of time till he can really pop off, right? Probably around the mid-game, once he gets an item or two in. But as long as he can go deathless, he could definitely be a threat. He could even be a threat to Bogey here, right? So we'll see how this battle of two different junglers pair out.
Absolutely, and right now, right, we're going to end up seeing the setup for this turtle, and I'm going to have to give it over to the side of A77. I mean, they already have positioning in the river. You can see K and Gal's Cutie set up right behind him, looking for that knockup. But speaking of plays here,
yeah, Merciless does bring the Falling Star Moon down on top of K Cutie, trying to get the kill. Shadow kill comes in. K Cutie tries to save herself, but Merciless still finds it. Next is going to be Poggy. Looks like Wasians are popping off here. Ashley does go down. It's 2 for 1. Turtle still on the map, but no retribution to the side of Area 77.
Absolutely, but that's still a great play coming out from Merciless there. Able to find not only his Eve, but finding Roger as well.
Ooh, Chacho with a little bit of juke, a little bob, little weave, able to get away there. Able to slip through the cracks, but still Turtle on the map at 3 minutes.
It is on the map, so both of these teams are going to maybe get a second chance to set up and retry for that neutral. I'm wondering, though, are they both going to look to contest, or maybe one give it up and start heading up to that gold lane? You can see Kaja rotating up there to the side of Hove, so you could see maybe they give this up to the side of A77. Maybe not wanting to fight for this that hard. You do have a Hayabusa. It's a little limited window, a little limited opportunity to go for that turtle once the shadows are kind of out of the way, but looks like they're going to make the call to go ahead and start it up first. Merciless is going to go ahead and start pulling the aggro to their side, and maybe looking for another reset. It's going to be quite the start to the game here, Trix.
Yeah, they're trying to recreate what happened with the final Lord on first Turtle this game. We're actually never going to see this Turtle get taken. It's just going to stay up for the next 4 or 5 minutes, I guess. I'm not against it. It's interesting. Merciless, though, I'm not crazy about the Esmeralda,
Ooh.
but he is 2-0. Will now be 2-1. Jashi going to move in, get a nice way of the dragon onto Ashley there. Here comes Chacho, though, ready to respond. Jashi fighting off way more than he can do. Shadow kill comes in and killed. That is what will happen. Nice flicker away. Chacho going to try to re-engage here. Bogey is here trying to finish up Ashley. Not able to pick up the kill, though. Area 77 continues to get stopped in their tracks.
Absolutely, and I would have liked to see a little more discipline coming out from Jash on this show. Went for the way of the dragon, sending them to safety and not even towards the team to find the pick off there. Could have just went ahead and held that ultimate, but look at Merciless. Probably going to offer up another death, but he's trying to keep them away from picking up this turtle. He stopped him the first time, picking up that double kill. Second time, cost him his life on the blue buff, but he's not going to stop. He's going to keep going for it. He's an XP by nature at heart there. He's going to do all he can to zone off on these objectives, and that's what you love to see when you got a side laner on your team.
When's the last time you see a first turtle go to 5 minutes, Deku? When's the last time anyone's seen the first turtle go to 5 minutes? This is a game of fruition, really just kind of waiting things out. Cade and Hove hanging out in this gold lane right now. We're going to have to watch out for Hove when this gets to the 7-8 minute mark.
Speaking of gold, it's extremely close. Same with the kills, and you can tell both of these teams knows what's at stake here. If they lose, it's over, like we said, but the flicker.
Nice pick. Mark Cutie will go down. Chacho finding the kill. He's starting to pop off a bit, looking at 2-0-2 as Bogey is slowly falling behind. World Manipulation does come out. Cade goes down, so it's a 1 for 1. Area 77 hanging in there, but overall it does feel like Wasians are holding things down. Poggy finally finding some material, taking that turtle at 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Absolutely, and Merciless was down there the whole time doing exactly what we were talking about. Even knowing his jungler was not there, still going to sit on top of a Poggy here on the Roger, making them work for everything that they get. Speaking of, though, and making things work, the Hayabusa, Chacho having a great game so far, 2-0-2, and maybe looking to add one more on Poggy.
Oh, it's a lot of damage on Poggy. And that's a problem with the Roger right now. There's just too many answers. You have Kaja, you have so many things to slow him down, kind of stop his tracks, to terrify. Gauss Cutie in the bot side, though. Nice Tyrant's Rage. Does take the tower shot, but Mark Cutie finds a kill. Cade, suppression, pulls him under the tower, but luckily the minions are there. Going to be able to find that tower. So Mark Cutie hanging on here, 1-1-1.
Absolutely, and again, the match staying pretty even, though, but Area 77 was able to find a tower. Ooh, but a kill off cam there. Poggy able to turn it around on the Hayabusa. And that's not what you want to see. If it gets to the point where Pogi is able to take these 1v1s up against Chacho and win, you know that the tide has finally turned.
Listen, man, there's some hard feelings in this game right now. We got random pickoffs happening all over the place. Pogi, 1v1 in Chacho. Things are intense. The heat is up. The blood pressure is high. They're not even sticking to normal rules right now. They just want to get crazy, and crazy they get because the Tyrant's Rage comes in. Cade goes down. Ashley going to get hit by that Way of the Dragon, and Ashley gets found. Pogi under the tower. Shadow Kill comes onto him. Chacho now we get the finish. Pogi, one slip away. Cade with the triple. K-Cutie with the triple kill. Able to flicker in and find Chacho. Area 77 taking this game by the reins.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 3, knocking him down. Coming from the mid laner of A77. An aggressive flicker play leading to that kill to finally take out Chacho on the Hayabusa. And now, Area 77, like we said, coming alive right now, flipping this game on its head. And it's like they're going to actually ignore this turtle up in the top side. They're not going to use that advantage to fight for this. They're actually going to look for the tower in the bot side. They do have time to rotate, though, but a little bit of trouble for Cho.
That is rough. That is very, very rough. He's going to have to be careful, Deku.
He's going to have to be careful. Now, Wasians trying to capitalize on that, but here comes the reinforcements from A77. A wolf on the run, Pogi. He's going to start working on this turtle. He is online right now. He is alive. Look at the damage, the way he shreds this turtle with nothing but some auto attacks right here.
Is he going speed build right now? I feel like that's a fast Roger right now. I'd love to see the items because he was just bum, 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 bum.
Yeah.
Not wasting any time on that turtle right there. Cade still off the map. Cutie. Luckily, he doesn't have too much advantage in that gold lane with towers. Things are kind of at a standstill in material across the map. Area 77 only up 1.
Absolutely, and it looks like Area 77 is going to look for more, though. Look at Carry here, might be in a bad position.
Pogi tried to snatch that up, tried to get the slow on him, wasn't able to. Jashi as well will continue to be a threat with this Cho onto the mid side. Area 77 is in full group mode now. Shadow Kill does come out. Cutie trying to find it, but Chacho going to be able to get away.
And that's a good play from Chacho. He knew A77 gearing up to siege on that mid lane tower, getting the angle with the Shadow, going ahead and use the Ouija Shadow Kill to go ahead and clear out the wave and get right back to safety to go ahead and keep A77 at bay from closing up the map.
Ashley going to steal that world manipulation, but still, I think at this point, like you just said, Wasians just trying to kind of keep them at bay. Clear lanes, not lose any more towers, give themselves a little bit more time, and in the bot side, they're going to try to take a tower for themselves. They are going to lose the mid for that.
There it is. All they were able to do was delay the inevitable as Wasians looking for a trade, finding a tower in the bot side, but they are still in the backside of this match.
Yeah, conceal play from Gals, but he doesn't show his face. He's going to get back to that bush. He knows none of his damage-dealing teammates are with him. Cade hanging out. Wasians playing a very strict game here. I feel like after last game, they've really kind of stepped up to the plate.
Absolutely, and now looking potentially for that top tower. They are chunking away at it, but it looks like Wasians is going to try to hold the defense. Not going to give it up so easily. I know these towers mean a lot in these matches. They are the name of the game, essentially. More towers, possibly the winningest Marquis is going to find a kill on Merciless.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough. I mean, Wasians are playing it tight, but Area 77 are being as aggressive as ever. They've gone into just full, we're going to roll around the map in pairs of 3 or 4 and just keep on putting pressure on. They're not letting it up. They know last game they let it go on way too long, so this time they're not giving them any time to breathe. They've taken about a 4K gold lead already, and they're about to take first Lord.
And not even stopping there. They're up 2 towers. But look at Gal's Cutie. He could look for a dive in on this push. But no, it's like Jeff's.
Jassy gonna get the Way of the Dragon down. Hove able to just flicker away. Falling Star Moon does come in, and then in comes the Shadow Kill onto the backside. Everyone's grouped up, so there's just not enough damage. Pogi looking for Chacho, but Chacho hits him with the sidestep, able to get out of damage before it's too late. But still, Lord coming soon.
And that was insane tricks. That was 8 ultimates used in a span of about 5 to 6 seconds, and no one fell between both teams. It just goes to show you the high-level gameplay that we get to see. But speaking of high-level gameplay,
speaking of people falling, K-Cutie goes down. I mean, Cade has come online with this Kaja from the end of game 2 to now. He's finding those picks just when they need them. Just when the pressure is almost getting too much to bear, Cade is able to lighten it up a little bit, release some of that gas in the air, release some of that pressure.
Absolutely. He's lightening up a little bit of load in the fights, but pressure is still heavy from the side of A77 as they are looking to pressure into the top side. Keep an eye on Gals here.
Merciless taking a lot of damage, forced to run away. Ward finally does connect down onto the tower. Galscutie goes down, diving way too deep. Hove with the speedy light wheel, gonna be able to clean up that Lord quite quickly, and they keep the tower standing. Mark Cutie in a very bad spot. Chacho comes in. Merciless will go down though. Jashi gets the knock up. Mark Cutie bites the bullet as well. Chacho into the backside finds that one. Bogey doesn't want to let up though. He wants to keep the pressure on. He's looking for someone. Will form out, moves in, just clears the wave. Chacho on the run, not able to go down though. Bogey back to the jungle.
And I really am interested now just with you about this Roger. It feels like he's attacking at the speed of light here with those autos, almost shredding out Katie on that Kaja there just from standing in front of him. And speaking of shredding, right now, he's having just a phenomenal match. He farmed his way up to level 15 rather quick here, has the advantage over Chacho here, and they're going to look to go ahead and force out a little more. But I want to note the positioning right now. If you're looking at Katie and Hove, they know they need to pick off. Look at the call. Look at the rotation here from the River Treks.
Oh, Katie and Hove coming to the backside. Pokey goes down. In comes the kick. Still, maybe not enough, because next is going to be K-Cutie. A beautiful pincer maneuver from the side of Wasians. They pulled your card to Area 77, and you take a lot of damage. Merciless still low. Needs to be careful, though. 29 seconds for the next Lord. Mark Cutie finds a torn apart memories and finds one. Hove able to pick up a tower, though. It's a brawl across the map. Everyone going down. Towers falling across everywhere. Things are getting intense.
And what a beautiful play from Wasians. And you have to respect such a gutsy call, such gutsy positioning. You're down in this match, right? You're on the back end of this, and to go for such a play, like we said, really goes to show the mental strength that they have, because it takes a lot to bank it on a play like that, because that could have went extremely bad. And we were talking about it, we kind of sensed the danger, but it looks like A77 was a little too slow to pick up on it as they were able to catch them. I mean, right here, you can see a lot of the action unfolding going on from that top-mid clash. Speaking of action, down there on the Lord on the live feed here, it's looking like a little bit of a scuffle going on here.
Yeah, Chacho coming in. Bogey trying to resituate himself. Lord very low. Bogey finds it, though. Torn apart memories help clean things up. Ashley is the first to drop. Immortality's popping. Cade's still around, but then he goes down. Next is going to be Hope, finding one for himself, but not enough health. Bogey trying to find the growl, trying to find it all, but Chacho able to slip away. This could be the end, though. Poggy is a fast boy. He's coming in. The growl, the roar, and Chacho goes down. 4-member wipeout. Lord coming. This could be it. Area 77 trying to end this game.
And they definitely could get it done. 3 members down, 1 going to look to spawn in, but he is shredding the inhibitors. It is going to fall.
Oh, Merciless going to get shredded himself. Minions here. Poggy locked onto the base, and that is it. Area 77 taking down Wasians in a best of 3. 2-1, and a good finish, but a good start to the night.
And you know what, Trex? A well fought from the side of Wasians, but I have to say, we did talk about the series heading into it, and I think we can mark one off from our prediction books. We did feel like this could have been a 2-1 for Area 77, and that is going to be the case here. But we like to talk about it. Wasians still had a phenomenal match. They pretty much all the games were kind of on the back end. Game 2, able to find the resiliency to be able to fight back in a over 30-minute game and to come back in that victory. And even here showed a little bit of life, but Poggy on that Roger really showcased that you can still play a couple of those damaged junglers.
Definitely. I mean, I guess you can. Poggy's always going to prove us wrong. He's going to pull something out. But just the team as a whole, you know, Poggy couldn't have done that without the rest. K-Cutie comes in clutch. Gals comes in clutch. All 3 games. But honestly, for match 1, day 2, week 1, we are looking spicy tonight. I mean, I feel like that could be it. We could call it a day right now after the 30-minute game, 2 20s. Oh. But, well, yeah, we still got more. What's up next again?
Not sure who we got next, but I'm definitely, if it's going to be like this match, I'm eager to get to see it, man, because again, this was Series 1.
Yeah, just Series 1, and taking the final recap, that one actually did go a bit faster. 15 minutes, 2 seconds, 19-2. Area 77 ends up finishing this off with a 7,000 gold lead. Anything major in the items there?
Looking over here at some of these items, we're looking at Area 77 here. Nothing too crazy. I will say Pokey actually has the corrosion sight. That might have been what we've seen with all that attack speed going on, because he was sending off shots like nobody's business. So that is a little different to see. You don't normally see that on Roger, but then again, we don't see Roger at all. So maybe something to change behind the scenes that we didn't know about, because Pokey's showing us a couple different things, not only from the pick, but the itemization as well.
I mean, you match that up with the Wind Talker as well. You're definitely looking at a fast wolf boy, wolf man, whatever you want to call him. But Poggy was making plays. Another big star to point out, I think, was K Cutie that game. 5, 3, and 10, helping support the team like they're supposed to, and really kind of being the one who set the playing field with that real world manipulation. On the side of Wasians, though, you know, Ashley had a great game too, but we noticed you mentioned Ashley as like the caller, right? Maybe even the captain, the glue that holds together the team. And when Ashley has a bad game, like 1, 3, and 4, the rest of the team has a bad game.
Absolutely, and right here, getting to see one of those final sieges on in the game early on around that mid-state. You can see that A77 was trying to close this out early on, but little bit of a misplay from Gals Cutie. Didn't find the mark on that Tyrant Rage, and then gets pulled by the Divine Judgment in Judge, Jury, Executioner mode from Kaja. He's going to lead him to his death. They were able to find a successful defense. But as we already know, spoiler alert, if you weren't watching, they defended that one, but they couldn't hold him back the rest of the game. Good counter, able to win this fight, but not able to win the match overall.
I mean, Area 77 just really bringing in the aggression this game. Even with that Gals pick, he went off a little bit too much, but even when one of them messes up, the rest are able to help out. So, I mean, it's a wonderful series. Super excited to how it goes in the future.
Absolutely. And wait a minute here, Trex. I think I found out exactly who we're going against. We're going to be having Empire BTK for Game 2. How could we forget? Will Zane be able to claim some territory up against the Empire as the Bloodthirsty King? Or will the Empire overthrow the ruler of NA?
Definitely a great question. Going to be running the replay back one more time. Couple more things going on here. This time, Gals Cutie will be diving in deep once again. And honestly, yes, it was a bit of an issue, but every time the rest of the team picks up the pieces, as I was saying. So, I mean, Area 77, I think this is how we're going to see them play for the rest of the season, right? They're going to be hyper aggressive. They're going to always try to be in their face, and this is what Poggy loves to do overall. Taking a look at a couple more replays going on. This was game 1 right here. Things looked great. Wasians had all the setups, but were never able to seal the deal. Now, take us through the rest of these replays, Deku.
And I mean, you can see it there, coming up short in a couple instances, but hang on.
I didn't know this
here.
was a replay. I didn't know this was a. Is that really you, Liz? Is that really you?
This is definitely the best replay, right? So as you guys, very smooth, guys. As you guys have talked about, this game we've really seen A77, especially since the second game, to become so composed compared to their earlier performances. Even though they lost the second game, but Wasians, on the other hand, was the team known for their unorthodox picks. Got a little bit blown out with that X-Borg pit, especially towards the late game when the damage was just not there. And a lot of chats I've seen has mentioned, is it really an Uda Buda or Powerless Hanabi div, or is it actually the MVP Poggy div? Poggy is Pogs with that Roger, that unorthodox picks bring their team to victory. So what do you guys think?
Poggy went Poggers. Point blank period. Poggy went Poggers. I got nothing else to say on it. And how about you, Deku?
I couldn't agree anymore. Poggy showed up and he got the job done. Completed his mission, leading his team to victory up against Wasians.
Absolutely. And as our casters mentioned, the next game will be the Empire versus BTK. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you back in 5.
Let's 少し乱暴しようか。
杉崎野原喜ぶ男子
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, guys, to the second day of the NACT Spring. We've just seen an intense matchup between A77 and the Wasians, and now we're only looking for more. Next up is BTK versus the Empire. I am your host, Liz, and with me are the amazing, talented, tall Trex and our wonderful Deku. Guys, what are your predictions for this match?
All I know is you got that one right, and I'm very excited about that nice greeting to us. I appreciate it. Definitely tall, no matter what the viewers say. But I'm definitely excited for the match coming up. Definitely very, very excited. We had a great Series 1. And take us through this, Deku, because what I'm seeing is a whole lot of BTK below us.
I mean, hey, today it's looking like everyone's going to be a nice fan of the BloodThirstyKings. I mean, if you're looking at it as the hierarchy of things, it's normally the king of the Empire, right? So looking for Zayn to go ahead and reclaim a little bit of a pride here, as we did see them unfortunately take a loss yesterday. And like you said, this is the redemption match for both these teams. Both of them came up short in the first day of NACT, and one of them is going to have to come out victorious to close out this weekend.
Yeah, this is the battle of the two amazing empires. BTK is one of the empires in everyone's hearts that never falls. But yesterday they saw a little bit of shortcoming, but today they are sure to be here and prove us wrong.
Yeah, I think everyone has to argue the fact that, like, BTK didn't just lose to anybody. They lost to the TheOhioBrothers, which in a lot of people's eyes are the favorite of this whole event. Now, Empire, though, also surprised a lot of us yesterday. I mean, they played some great games. Reckless did a great job with his team. The rest of the team also did very, very well. So BTK has to come into this not thinking it's just going to be a wash. They got to come in humble, they got to come in smart, and they got to come in ready to play.
For sure, and maybe Reckless today will again make the other team restless. Now, guys, first game is ready. Let's take it to the casters to show us the first game's draft.
All right, Deku, what do we see? Do we see Zayn get the Fredrin off rip? It does look like they're going to be on the red side, Empire up front. I think one thing we definitely have to watch out for this game is if Zayn gets that, because we know how troublesome he can be with it.
I mean, if I'm the side of Empire, I'm not giving it up. He's fresh off a loss, not just any loss, a sweep, right to the side of TheOhioBrothers, and you know what the talk of the land is when Zayn loses. He's not coming to play. If anyone is all about redemption and revenge, it's Zayn. He's not going to take that lightly. And you give Fredrin to a man on a warpath, the face of North America, Mobile Zayn looking to reclaim his rightful throne here. At the helm, it's not a wise decision for me to give him Fredrin.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes the Empire rises up, the people take down the kings. You know, you gave us a great metaphor, and I'm going to fire back with one, because Empire definitely wants this. You don't want to lose 2 days in a row, and both of these teams sitting at a loss right now, right? So it's very important for one of them to try to get some points on the board, right? Try to move in and maybe get a win. BTK, as we saw in the predictions, definitely the favorite, but I got a feeling maybe we go 2-1 again, or full sweep.
That's a tough call, right? Now, initially for myself, I did pin for a sweep, but like you said, Empire last night gave us a fantastic showcasing and definitely show they belong here and they're here to play. I could definitely see a 2-1, and that could be the case, but it's not going to change my mind here. It's going to be a Zayn victory no matter what, whether it's a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. He's coming out on top. Long live the king, Trex.
We'll see exactly what happens here. More players to highlight than just MOBA Zayn, right? Yato and T have a lot to prove today. We've seen them play well, but we've also seen them play not so well, as some would say. To put it in light terms, I think the chat's had some other words for them personally. But I think we want to see them pop off. We know the potential those two players have. They have synergy with each other. They've played for a while. Another player to highlight on BTK is Joybaj. We've seen Theo play. We've seen Joybaj play. We still don't really know who the better roam is. I like Joybaj. I think he's a bit more of the aggressive player, so it's someone to keep our eyes on, especially if he picks up the Cho. He runs it well. On the side of Empire, we got Alex and Reckless, two players that have done very well, and today they got Mikasa on the roster as well, another player that I'm very familiar with, so I like it. I think this is going to go pretty crazy possibly. Maybe we see some really quick sweeps, or maybe we go the long haul. Either way, it's going to be interesting.
And I mean, you know what we talked about. We're here to lock in. We would love to see a game 3, especially in this match between these two teams. Like we said, they're both down in the win column. And gosh darn it, Trex, the Valentina first pick.
I don't know.
I just feel like it's not rocking. It's 0 for 3 already from the first series. 0 for 3 for tonight on the first pick blue side. It's
a cursed pick.
if
Empire loses this, I'm full on saying Valentina pick 1 is cursed. It's cursed. If you pick it,
don't do it.
You're going down. Until someone proves me wrong, because right now it's not looking good. And not only that, but the Fredrin is open for Mobazane. I caught it too. I saw your eyes blow up, but I was like, I'm thinking the same thing. My brain is like, oh, wait a second. This is bad. This is already looking like a rough start for the Empire, but maybe they have a plan.
You take up the 0-3 Valentina on one side for the first pick. You give Mobazane on the other. This seems like a recipe for disaster. I'm not liking it. I'm definitely you put yourself already at a disadvantage. You're giving Mobazane one of his comforts while he's in an uncomfortable position. And if anyone loves to fight adversity, deals with pressure the best, it's Mobazane right now. He's looking to climb out of the hole, and you gave him one of his key picks in that jungle position.
And I'm guessing the third ban that we're not able to see right now is most likely Lapu, because T did not pick that up, and Jordan has also just picked up the glue. So I know there's a slight visual bug there, but I would put my money on the fact that it's Lapu, right? Because T would have just scooped that up immediately, and then it would have been even worse. But he does pick up the Yuzong. Alex gonna lock in this Martis. So I like it. Both sides looking clean. But I'm still a little worried about Zane on this Fredrin. But the glue could definitely be something that harasses Yato and whoever Unicudi ends up picking up for marksman.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, that's what glue's all about, right? Causing that chaos with the split, the grab. He likes to go for piggyback rides. He likes to capitalize on them pretty often. But again, it just can't be overlooked. Just the glaring difficulty that you have to overcome up against Zane here. But again, they do have some great picks. It's a strong, nice trio they have there. Valentina, Martis, and Glue. Again, for the sake of argument here, we're going to ignore the fact that Valentina is 0 for 3. It's still a very strong pick. Maybe not utilized to the best potential. Maybe not up against the right drafts and compositions. Maybe looking to change the narrative as we head into the second series for match 1.
Most definitely. Yuna now going to pick up the Melissa as well. And they lock in this gold lane quickly, right? And now that we're going into the second phase of bans, BTK probably hones down into that gold lane. The Wan's already gone. Melissa's picked up. Maybe take out the carry. Maybe take out the Brody, Beatrix, something like that, and really limit Empire here. There is some possibilities. Now, hold on a second. It looked like maybe Selena ended up getting the ban here. So both teams deciding to maybe not go for the Lapu. Lolita will get banned out by BTK here in the second phase, though. So they're actually not listening to a word I'm saying. They're going to go into the roam.
And you know what? I'm not mad at that. It's definitely a very strong setup that they could have had. Valentina and Lolita go really well together. Lolita also does pretty good up against Fredrin. You're able to land that Numian Blast on those neutral takes. You're able to land that CC. Gives you a great opportunity to go ahead and fight him for that Retribution victory. And then you pair that up with Martis, two very strong, capable dealers in team fights with that CC. It can get a little overwhelming. So I definitely respect it, especially because Diggy's banned. There's no counterplay to that once the Lolita gets locked in, unless you're able to kind of get some CC onto Lolita. Outside of that, the Diggy gone, it definitely does open up the possibility for it. So I think it's a pretty good ban from the side of BTK here.
What's interesting is BTK doesn't have a roam yet either, right? So I think they already kind of have something in mind, maybe still the Cho. But even if that gets banned out by Empire or maybe picked up, they have an idea here, because they banned out the Lolita, they banned out the Kufra. So I think they already kind of have their game plan set in stone. Empire banning out the Farza. Wonder, like I think you said, ban out the Eve as well, possibly. You know, start taking out some of these mages, limit down BTK. There goes the Eve. So, I mean, at this point, BTK also not left with a whole lot of mage options. Valentina's gone, the Farza, the Eve. Maybe we see something a bit more classical, like the the Lilia, something like that. Xavier's still open as well. Some teams have fallen back to that, but a lot of things still up in the air.
And, it's a little interesting though about the Eve ban. Like, it's definitely a good ban, right? You don't want to just give it up to a team, especially if they're looking for the team fights. And when you have Fredrin, you have Melissa, definitely what you're kind of gearing up for. And Eve and Melissa are a very strong combination just because of that poke and the range they have. You put the muddles in with the spammable skills from Eve, it can get overwhelming. But that's also taking a pick away from Valentina to potentially have taken. Now that Val is gone, or not Val, Eve is gone, Valentina loses one more option to take in, and Xavier locked in, and that's not too much to work with if you're Valentina. There's still nothing really here to be utilized for Valentina, so not setting them up for the best game so far.
We're going to get to see two Black Dragons. We're going to get to see two Black Dragons flying through the air, doing their thing, their little Aurora Boreas, whatever you want to call it. So that's a possibility, maybe, but Empire going to pick up this Atlas, and I think that could be a decent answer to Zane and T. If he can catch them off guard, it could be the play to happen. Luckily, though, Yuna's already strapped with the go away, ready to stop that Atlas from diving in on her. So a little bit of reposition possibilities for Yuna. I'm liking it. The Atlas isn't a super game changer here, but the possibilities are maybe there.
And speaking from what I've seen from Atlas, I mean, he's very straightforward, right? In the way that he approaches team fights when you're looking for the Fatal Links. I have to say, it's quite a bit of obstacles to get through. You have Xavier to kind of stop you with the Mystic Fields with the perfect match. If you get caught out by it immediately, that you might as well just cancel out the perfect match, because by the time Mystic Field is done, you've already caught back up to your body. The skill 2 is out of play. Then you got Fredrin there to kind of meet you head on, the CC to spam you. It's going to be a little hard to pop the Fatal Links if Mozane is able to go ahead and catch them out. And then again, they'll go away from Melissa, having some self-pill there to be over to offer up against the Fatal Links. It's going to be a little hard to find options. You have Yuzhong, who's going to be spending most of his time flying in team fights, and now a Grok as well. It's not looking too optimal, I will say, for Atlas. And that's, again, adding on top of the Valentina, who now, could potentially get the wild charge here. But besides that, not too much to work with. I feel like that mid lane and that roam are going to suffer from the way the draft has been kind of brought up here.
I mean, a wild charge can definitely be dangerous in the hands of a Valentina. Like, you get that big knock up, you get the dash to get away, you're always safe whenever you use it. So there is a little bit of risk in that, JoyBaj taking that. Still a lot of set potential from both teams. Definitely both teams looking to scrap it out here. Side of Empire, I mean, it's pretty divey. It's pretty aggressive. And when you look at BTK, it is very, very similar. The only thing I would say with BTK, it's a bit more front to back. You have a nice amount of range with the Melissa, and you have an endless amount of range with the Xavier. So as long as they can keep, I think, Yato and Yuna kind of in a safe position, I think they can get the advantage in these fights. Because Empire, yes, they have the glue, but they don't have something to really get back there. But we are going to be jumping into game 1 of this best of 3. This is BTK going up against the Empire.
And while you're talking about, the range that's coming out from BTK, I feel like that's definitely going to be their bread and butter here for the win condition. Melissa and Xavier are going to have to do a great job of poking out with the Dawning Lights with Muddles up against the side of Empire here. Empire doesn't have too much durability, I would say, as far as damage. I mean, Atlas is fairly squishy. Brody can definitely be outranged here. He's not too squishy, but it's going to be extremely hard for him to get in range to deal damage back for effective trades in team fights. Can easily be zoned out even before getting into a fight. A Dawning Light from across the map was enough to go ahead and have the HP bar of a Brody, which is what BTK is going to need to look for. Look for the poke and then look for the force engages. If you can get those HP bars down, you can send NT on this Yuzhong, have JoyBaj go for the wild charges, and have Zane kind of lead the way with the walking petrify that is Fredrin. Poke the HP bars, commit to the fight after that. You got a surefire way.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade. T having a bit of trouble. Luckily, he does get the pick onto Empire as well. So fair trade, but we're already seeing a little bit of trouble. T needs to be careful going up against that glue. Another player to point out is JoyBaj. I love he's getting vision for his team. In the early phase, he was staying aggressive, keeping his eyes on Alex. Now Mobazane going to move in onto Reckless, pick up the kill. Nice kill from Mobazane there, going to help him scale fast on this Fredrin.
And this is exactly what I was talking about at the draft. Able to overload that Atlas, meeting head on with Zane on this Fredrin, even forcing out the flicker and still finding the kill. So that's, in my opinion, that's a 2-for-none trade there. You're able to burn the spell and find the kill onto this Atlas, which is a huge part of his kit, that flicker.
Definitely a huge part of the kit. It's going to be very important for him, and as long as he doesn't have it, they're always going to have an advantage. He's always going to be easy to read. Alice is very straightforward. You see him coming from a mile away. Even if he uses like flicker second skill, it's not easy to get it. He needs to try to play for the big ambush or wait until about halfway through the fight. Now, speaking of halfway through a fight, Jordan's Empire may just go down there. T gonna pop the Black Dragon, trying to get onto Jordan here. Mobazane comes around from the back of the wall, able to take the turtle. Mystic Field comes down, able to stun up Reckless. Dawning Light to help seal it. Reckless using that ultimate, but not able to get the finish. Yato finds that kill.
He does indeed, and it looks like BTK trying to run away with a little bit of an early snowball. It is 4-1 right here. They are up, got 1K in the gold already as we're crossing over to the 3-minute mark.
Oh, that is rough. Nice Petrify. BTK keeping it aggressive in this game. Once they find their flow, you know you're in a bad spot if you're behind going against them, because Zane, T, Yato, they're going to keep pushing in.
Absolutely, and I mean, while that kill was happening, you could see Zane there playing on the enemy side of the jungle, picking up that red buff, already using that vertical capability from the Fredrin, knowing with the team doing what they need to do with the lead that they currently have. The enemy jungle is kind of wide open for them. No one really there to punish as they're being punished out on the map in these lanes. But hold up top side, potentially a play to be made here.
I think Yuna smells it in the air right now. She knows something's coming. She's not falling for it. And now Joybaj and Zane are here to help out. Nice Fatal Links does lock on, but Zane gonna stop it. Big wild charge from Joybaj. 2 members go down. Zane gonna pick up the kill, putting him in at 2-0-3. Yato at 3-0-2. This is exactly where they want to be in this game.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's just a rough play there from Reckless. Made the call for the about the engage. Speaking of engage, Zane doing a great job of making them feel the pressure, but now a little bit of a collapse. Potentially could see a Riverside Scuffle.
The Riverside Scuffle. I like it, and it's here. T in the Black Dragon. Damon also in the Black Dragon. Double Black Dragon, but T falls first. Yato taking a bit of damage and mobilized onto Mobazane, but he's able to get out of it. Snap back quick. Pop the taunt, maybe take out Alex here. Appraisal's Wrath comes down, and Alex is still able to escape with just a sliver of health. Big stun comes on to Zane, but Zane don't care. He's bulky and tanky. Yato on the mid side trying to deal with Damon. Demon flickers in, takes out Yato. A beautiful play. Empire strikes back.
And hey, what a nice play from him. Looking like he was disengaging, but right back in for the kill. But speaking of going back in for the kill,
Reckless uses the Fatal Link, so trying to stop Zane. He still takes it. 1v3, 1v4, but now T's help to help out more. This is going to look rough. Alex trying to get away. I mean, Zane, when he has this kind of lead, it's a problem on the Fredrin. The thing is he's bulky, but he also does a decent amount of damage in the early game. That's what makes Fredrin so good, I feel. Not the taunt, not all that other stuff, which is a big plus, but it's the amount of damage he can output in this phase of the game.
and I mean, oh man, wasted skills there though from the side of BTK on this Grok here. Joybaj, a little bit of flicker, but that's okay. They still have a great lead right now. Like you said, Zane being a great part of that, definitely leading the way, but now they're looking to punish Joybaj maybe. No, he's able to slide out, but speaking of not sliding out, Yato finding a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, Yato's definitely hanging out on this backside. He did take that death, but he's still doing amazing. 4, 1, and 2. Reckless hasn't been able to get any big sets off. It's going to take a bit more time. I feel like the Atlas really pops off when you're into those big 5v5s. Right now, he's just not really able to do anything.
Absolutely, nothing really coming out from the way, and even the pickoffs that he's tried to go for haven't been the best. We saw him go for Joybaj up in that top side bush, got punished for it. Went for Zane over on that turtle when they had the 1v3 that Zane was still able to find the retribution on the turtle. Didn't work out for them. It doesn't like the pickoffs are working like you said at all for them, and not able to find the 5v5 engages. Really nerfing this pick, but we did say that at draft. Like he was going to have a hard time making it happen.
Yeah, Joybaj taking a bit of damage. This time Empire with the big 5-man. Joybaj goes down. Yato will be next. Zane in the midst of all four, able to take him on himself. Appraisal's Wrath comes down, but Reckless still gets away. T onto the backside, looking for Demon. Demon's not going to be able to escape this one. Jordan's Empire with the grab onto Zane, trying to now walk away. He grabbed onto the wrong one here because Zane wants to chase him down. Turtle up, though, a better objective than you, and he's going to move on to that.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, we talked about it. Given Zane this Fredrin might have been the shortcoming as soon as they came into this match. It looks like they're trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map, looking for the +1 after taking the turtle.
Joybaj able to get the wild charge. Big damage. Mikasa goes down. Yuna going to move on to this tower, and at this point, BTK is starting to get on a roll. They turned a 1K to a 2K to now a 3-4K gold lead here, and they've also taken almost 2 towers on the map.
I mean, it comes from plays like that. They get the turtle, find the +1 for the kill, and even a +2 by taking the tower. And that's all leading to them finding that spike in economy like you were pointing out, as the numbers just keep on increasing. And that's not where you want to be up against BTK. You never want to let Zayn get himself into an advantage, into a comfortable position here, as he's not the type of player to make the mistakes to let you back into the game, especially not on a comfort pick such as this. And when we're talking about the economy, you can see the items going into the favor of them. We already see the Corrosion DHS has been picked up by Yuna on the Melissa, starting to scale up for that mid-late game transition.
Yeah, speaking of mid though, in the mid side, a little bit of a battle going down. Yato with the Dawning Light, not able to get the finish. T gonna kind of hold down the zone. This is their tower to take right here. All they need is one cannon. Alex doesn't want to let it happen though, but he's gonna get pushed back, and the tower finally falls. BTK crushing forward.
Absolutely, and this is what we wanted to see from BTK. This is the type of dominance that we expect when the name BloodThirstyKings is associated with a roster. They took some stumbles earlier on through the quals from last night as well, but now they're looking like a little bit like what we are used to, right? Dominance, straight methodical plays, absolute macro and micro outplay going on. His Empire is just reeling, and at this point just grasping for any little bit of opportunity inside of BTK will give them, and it's not looking like they're going to give them an inch so that they can take a mod.
Oh, Joybaj with a nice wild charge. Appraiser's Wrath does come down. Alex is the first to bite. Joybaj finds that kill. Zayn doesn't even need it anymore. He's fed enough. Now, BTK, you said methodical, and it's exactly what they are right now. They've done so well at just finding... Whoa, speechless. Big play. T does go down, but Yato still able to put another kill into his pocket. Sitting at 4, 2, and 5 right now. Lord also goes to the side of BTK. They're picking them apart piece by piece right now. Tower and objective. It's looking rough for the side of Empire.
Absolutely, and it's looking like the Empire will fall in this match if they don't find a way to answer back up against what BTK has dished out. And right now, again, down 6K in gold. It is an uncomfortable position to be in. BTK not looking to give this up easy. They do have that Lord pushing up in the top side. The first Lord of the game. He'd look to go ahead and pick up some of these tier 2s to go ahead and shrink the map, at least into the inhibitors. They do find an inhibitor. That'll just be a little nice cherry on top, and they could be able to pull that off. They do have the picks to be able to siege with that Xavier, with that Melissa, and maybe a great well-timed wild charge coming out from Joybaj.
Oh, Joyce keeps coming in, finding those picks, finding those plays. Fatal Links comes down, but the go away is here. Yuna gonna put out some nice damage. Decimation locks down Yuna though. Alex hits the hills. He can't what he came for. Demon very, very low. Lord still coming though. T will fall down to the rest of the team. But BTK finding plays across the map still. Yato with the Dawning Light. Not enough to take down Reckless just yet. Mystic Fields to try to stun things up. Lord still chipping away at this inhibitor. Might be able to get the finish here. Jordan's Empire not going to be able to finish it. Moba Zayn in the mid side too to keep distracted. Now Yato forced to use the flicker along with Winter Truncheon. The rest of the team is here. Support ready to back up, and Zayn takes out Mikasa. They didn't take an inhibitor, but they still hold the lead.
Taking bodies, though. I know that much. The flicker coming out from Yato. A good outplay from him. They tried to collapse using that mobility from the spell to reposition, throwing out a good Mystic Field and then a nice Dawning Light to facilitate that kill into the members of BTK there. And that's just the type of stuff that you expect to see from a team of this caliber, that team carrying this name. There's a lot of weight on it, but Zayn and company making it look a little light and a little easy in the first match of Series 2.
Most definitely. And I mean, Joybaj is someone I think we could focus on a bit here because he's been coming in clutch. If my eyes aren't on the mini-map, I don't know where he's going to come whenever it happens, right? He just comes from the side, big wild charge. Out of nowhere, he's behind him, big wild charge. And every single time he uses one, the rest of the team is capitalizing on it. So hats off to him. He's definitely having a great game this time.
Speaking of which, trying to stack up the damage, but look at Melissa.
Oh, lots of damage. Yuna able to take out several members. Moba Zayn also gets a kill. Demon Force uses a wild charge just to get away. Jordan's Empire all alone with the split, able to dodge that with the flicker. Gonna have to go back to base. Oh, first, I was about to be speechless for a second if Yato got that dawning light, but BTK gonna move on into this mid-tower inhibitor. 5 against 2. Death counters are low, so the rest of the team will be there, but now Demon's already gone. Inhibitor falls. BTK might try to end this here at 12.5 minutes. Reckless looking for the possible play. They are a little grouped up, but he's gonna get stunned.
Oh,
Wild
no.
charge, no fatal links for you, and Empire goes down. Jordan's Empire will be the next to fall. All that's left is Alex, a double kill from Obazane. T with the Black Dragon, just to give the space, and the base goes down. BTK takes game 1.
What can I say? The man of the hour, the man with power on a roster behind them, ready and primed and conditioned for a victory, for a win. They came out with a strong performance. That's a convincing win if I've ever seen one, and they come out like that for game 2. Potentially see the brooms come out nice and early for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we went from 30 minutes to 12 minutes. So BTK, I think you said it perfectly. You don't want to be playing against Zane after a hard loss in the first round. I think the whole team is like, oh, I heard they're talking about us. I heard they think we're not BTK anymore just because of some roster changes. They came in swinging, and Empire was the brunt of that blow. Now, Empire, I don't think we can count them out just yet. BTK up 1. Are we going to see a game 3?
That's a rough one. It depends on Empire. Can you take a punch in the mouth like that and bounce back? Or does that kind of humble you, maybe defeat you a little bit mentally and spiritually, maybe even emotionally, and where they just don't show up for that second match? I mean, that's kind of what defines the top team. Can you knock off the dust after getting put on your back like that from the side of BTK, be able to bounce back and even it up 1-1? And they're going to have to live up to being a top team, to being in the top 8 for this NACT if they're going to look to go ahead and take us to a game 3.
Most definitely. Now, taking a look at some of these items, I want to focus on Yuna a little bit. Definitely just being a monster, far ahead. And the final thing is locking in those Haas claws just to help her survive a little bit longer, just in case Alex does get to the back line like we saw him do a couple times. You have a little bit of lifesteal there, enough to get that final shot off that you need. And towards the end there, Unicutie was definitely popping off, but MOBA Zane 9-0-7, Deku.
I mean, it's the Fredrin, right? Hey, you don't have to tell me and I don't have to tell you. We knew what this could have meant for the side of Empire, but hopefully they may have learned a lesson and may know to respect MOBA Zane now a little bit more in those comforts. You don't give the face of NA what he wants to play. That's just not a good strat, not a good idea, especially like we said after a loss. He's got something to prove here with this new roster for BTK.
Most definitely. Now, to take a look at the side of Empire, we were iffy about Reckless on this Atlas pick, and I think our questions proved right. 0, 5, and 7 was never able to get a big pick on. By the time he was able to get a 2, 3, 4-man Fatal Links in, the rest of the team was just too bulky, and there was no damage from the side of Empire, right? So, a little bit of an issue, and the final point to make, Valentina first pick still cursed.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes. 0-4. At this point, we have to acknowledge it for what it is. You got to call a spade a spader. In this case, maybe the Joker's card here, because it's really a laughing hand at this point. Just don't do it. Don't take the Valentina first pick. Maybe hold up and look to see if there's some utility to maybe use first before you just lock it in on the first on blue side.
I just feel like it's a good counter pick. You know, I feel like it's something that when the Farza gets picked, when something big gets picked, you use that as your counter. But up front, when there's a lot of things up for grabs, aka Fredrin or other things, that's normally the way you want to go. Now, Empire tried it. Hopefully they learn from their mistakes, because if they don't win this next game, they're going to give a nice fat 2-0 sweep to BTK, and that's exactly what BTK is looking this game, because last time they lost 0-2, so they got to make up some ground here, right?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, if they come back with a sweep, it's convincing. I feel like they shake off a little bit of the doubt. If they go for a 2-1, though, it leaves maybe still some suspicion. They do lose another match off here to Empire. Like you said, we could kind of just shake it off. They went down 0-2 to Ohio. Okay, respect. It's Ohio, right? Arguably the number one team.
A lot of people are going to go down
America.
0-2 to Ohio, probably.
Exactly. Probably all of them, if we're being real. But, you know, going up against Empire now, if they're not able to find the sweep back, with already with a bitter taste in most people's mouth after that series, you know, it leaves a little bit. So if I'm Zayn, like we said, in his head, I'm looking to make a resounding statement that no one can keep up with me right now after that first day of NACT.
It looks like they've learned from their lessons. Empire, and it took them a second to do it, right? They waited till like the last second for that ban. You know, they're all like, are we really going to ban Fredrin here? Is that what we're doing, guys? We're that scared of Zayn? Yes, we are that scared of Zayn. All right, if there's a team that can prove it wrong, Deku, if there's a team that can show us the Valentina's not cursed, hopefully it's Yato. If BTK loses this game, the Valentina first pick curse is officially, like, we already think it's real, but if they lose this game, it's the real deal. It's the real deal.
I don't know, man. Like the statistics are there. It's regular season. If your first pick Valentina, you have a 0% chance of winning. Right now, that's what we're seeing. That's the numbers. 0 for 4 tonight. I don't know, man. Even for BTK, like, numbers don't lie. The feelings are there, opinions, emotions, sure, but the numbers are there. Valentina is not getting it done. But speaking of things not getting done, we're getting to see Julian for the first time tonight, and that's an interesting pick alongside with the Kaja. We're already looking at some aggressive plays coming out from the side of Empire. They're looking to take the fight to BTK this time.
Most definitely. First time tonight, second time so far in the regular season. Pogi played it as the jungle last night for Area 77, won the game with it. I still think there's a lot of questions about it, but I do like it up front as this pick because it has a little bit of flexibility, right? Could be jungle, could be mid. If you really want to get crazy, it could be EXP lane. Kaja, we know just where that's going, but now Joybaj, I think, is BTK just going to draft what Empire drafted last game? Is that the plan here? Valentina, Atlas.
I don't know what we're doing here.
They heard us. They heard us.
This is getting crazy. Okay, this is just a little insane now. You just saw this lose on the other side. You know, some of these picks, but it did do something a little. Oh boy, hang on.
I like that.
Wait a minute. You know what this means. You know what this Valentina is going to be going potentially.
Gold? Jungle? Gold?
It's going to be something off. It's going to be a flex for sure. It's a flex. It's not going mid. It's not going. It can't go roamer or mid anymore, right? Not with Diggy.
I mean, it could definitely. It could definitely go into several places here. I mean, hey. we'll see. We'll see how things exactly end up falling out. On the side of Empire, they did pick up that Martis, though. Alex once again gonna rock that. So I mean, it's not a bad pick. I'm still kind of questioning because a lot of teams run it. It's like a very popular pick, but it's not. It doesn't have like the greatest win rate. Not here, not really anywhere. It's not always like, it's nothing that has really wowed people around the world, but for some reason, it keeps on coming in.
It definitely does not have a great win rate. I was actually watching some games over there at MPL PH, and I believe Martis has a 0% win rate right now, and he's actually one of the most picked out there on the professional scene over there. And again, like you said, for some reason he keeps getting picked and has literally had no profit. Martis over there is our Valentina right now. 0% win rate, keeps getting picked. For what reasons, we don't know, but they're rocking with it.
We are coming into we are about halfway through the second phase of bans, though. Glue going to get picked off from BTK, and Marksman's from the side of Empire. I like it. Yuna has been trouble, right? So they take out the Melissa, they take out the Brody, but now with all of these marksmen gone, I have no clue where anyone's going, because we have this Valentina, Diggy, we got this Julian over on the side of Empire. Empire's banning out marksmen. They haven't even picked a marksman yet. So I'm starting to think this could get really crazy, like Julian gold, maybe Valentina gold, something different. I don't know, but we do finally have another pick come in, and that is the Yuzong for Empire.
Okay, okay, I think I see where we're going here. Okay, now it looks like the side of Empire is looking a little bit more clear. You have to use Zhong, Martis, Kaja, Julian. I'm gonna expect, right, Julian would be going mid. Oh no. Oh no. Has Zayn done it? Okay, hold on. This just in. The draft is not what we think it is. Slight visual bug. Thank the Mobile Legends gods themselves. Yato did pick the Valentina up front,
but T does not lock in the Diggy. It is an Arlet in that slot for EXP lane, or Arlet, whatever you want to call him. So a little bit more well-rounded. Still a lot of magic damage from BTK though. And the final pick, the final pick is Phoveus.
And you know, before we went on to that tangent about talking about that visual display, I thought I had the good read now on Empire, but they have surprised me with the Phoveus last pick. I thought we were looking at a Julian mid, the Kaj on the roam, Martish jungle, and then we see the Yuzhong on the side, but the Phoveus pick is completely a curveball. And I guess it's for the Harith, but at the same time, it leads you questioning, where does the scaling come into play? Right? Harith is Harith. Where is it?
I mean, the Phoveus definitely comes to the Harith, but I'm sorry, I just noticed something. We went on a whole tangent here talking about the Diggy and all this. Diggy's on the ban list right now. We are failures as casters tonight, Deku.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
They're
Okay, look, that's
us.
a lot.
They're picking
cheesy,
on
yeah.
us right now.
It's on the ban and on the pick. I mean, it's a 50-50 call. We got to swing some way.
Anyways, let's jump in to game 2. This is BTK leading 1-0 in a best of 3, going up against Empire. Can Empire strike back here? We're gonna have to wait a second to find out, because we're jumping right into a pause. This gives us a little time to recuperate from the mayhem of what we were put through, the abuse of us casters, and now we'll see how this is going. Whose draft do you like?
I mean, let's go ahead and break it down, right? I feel like I have to give it over to the side of BTK here, just because they actually have some insurance here for the late game. I know you said Phoveus has the scaling, but Phoveus is still a fighter, and he's really only as strong as the dashes are ongoing from the side of BloodThirstyKings here. But is that a carry? You know what I mean? Is that bringing what a Harith can bring in the late game? You know, or even Zane on this Granger. So it's a lot that the side of the Empire is kind of going to be missing when you're locking in something like a Phoveus. Yes, it has the counterplay into it, but again, when the game transitions over into that late stage, you're still falling behind a little short. And even if the Granger doesn't really scale too hard, that's still range that they don't have.
I mean, I think a lot's going to come down to Joybaj here if he can make these big plays happen. The Granger, I'm not crazy about it, but if there's someone that can pull it off, it's Zane, right? Well, he did have a bit of a rough Granger game in M4, but maybe he's trying to pick something up here. But as long as Joybaj can actually get some of these Fatal Links off, maybe make some plays happen, there is some big play potential from BTK here. Desonata, T coming in, Yuna, Mobazane. I mean, it's definitely a lot of potential for their draft, but if they don't make all those pieces come together, it could be a problem.
Absolutely. And I do have to say, right, I'm right with you about the Atlas. Going to have to be proficient in finding the sets. I think Atlas is going to have another hard time in this match up against the picks they have. There's invulnerability, immunity, and such, and things of that nature. But they do have the Valentina to be able to take that Divine Judgment if they need it for some extra pick-off.
Speaking of pick-off, T almost getting picked off. Something else to point out, Demon is the mid, not the jungle. So we're going to see Xavier mid paired up with this Kaja. On the boss side, Joybaj getting taken down, giving first blood over to Alex. Possible second, 2 decimations. That's a good lead for the side of Empire. It's exactly what you want when you have this pick.
Going up nice and early up against BTK, and it's already a different story from last game, but can they ride the momentum? Can they keep this going? We know with a team led by Zane, something going down like 2 kills is not going to be enough to shake them off. It's going to take a lot more consistency, a lot more big plays to throw them off their game, and that's going to work to see from Empire if they can keep up that level of consistency that you need from a top team.
So BTK does have vision on everyone on the map, so at least Zane knows where they're all at right now, but he is still alone trying to get this turtle. He is going to dash in here in a second. Alex able to take it, though. A nice suppression coming from Reckless just in the nick of time. Jordan's Empire going to get pulled away. Mobazane doesn't go down there. It's a nice 2-man pick for the side of BTK. Turtle to the side of Empire. Alex going to back off here, but the gold lead is falling into the hands of Empire.
Absolutely, they're up about 1K gold, and I mean, up against a team like BTK, that's a great start in my books, as we are right underneath that 3-minute mark, able to secure the first objective in the game up against none other than Mobazane, the jungler that most would say is still remaining #1, even if he's not on the team heavily favored to take it all.
I mean, something else to point out is Empire is just like all dive, no marksman, a whole bunch of fighters. We're just going in. And I mean, literally, I think their only real chance here is for Alex to pop off, right? They need to get him on a steamroll, and maybe they just clear through the squishiness, and that's what Alex is going for, right? Another decimation, killing spree, able to take out Joybaj there. So find the answers. Mikasa comes in, able to dunk down on top of Yato, look for the finish. Mobazane does find Jordan's Empire up in the top side, but the rest of the team is crumbling in the bot side. Unicutie goes down, a double kill over to Alex, putting this Martis at 5-0.
And no question at all now, the jungler for Empire is online, looking to overthrow the king. Mobazane and company is right now looking for another play.
Ooh, pulls him under the tower, looking for the freeze. Mikasa goes down. Unicutie getting something there after taking 2 deaths. Definitely needed that one.
Absolutely, adding to the kill count for both sides here. But right now, right, BTK is still in a great position to duke it out with the side of Empire. They haven't escaped too far. They're still in the 1K range. Haven't made too much happen since then. A little dipping and dashing, a little bit of poke going on in that mid side, but Zane needing to be careful up ahead of this turtle. It looks like the side of Empire is going to look to go ahead and jockey and set up for position. They are going to start taking position. Reckless in the bush with that Kaja, a threat to anyone face checking into the river.
Yeah, no way to fight for that one. Zane knows he can't do it. Nice divine judgment. Yato goes down. Another one falling in the pocket of Alex. It's a bloodbath. Double kill for Alex. Black Dragon comes out. Zane on the run, but the demonic force locks on. This is looking rough. A maniac for Alex. Will we see the savage? No cooking tonight, but just enough to keep Alex in the lead. It's 9-0 on a Martis at 5 minutes.
And again, Alex completely online. He was just 5-0, and then we blink our eyes, and now he's almost at 10 kills for the side of Empire. He is every kill for the team of Empire. You could say he is the man right now with the plan to go ahead and take down Mobazane and the rest of BTK.
Yeah, T trying to do something up top, but he's going to get locked in quite quickly. Concealed play comes out to help Empire get away. At this point, BTK need to regroup. It's a 4K deficit, and their mid game is gone, right? When they're up against Alex at 9-0, you see no mid game right now. You see no opportunities. Their only chance is to try to surprise him with an ambush or just wait it out.
Bang going here, potentially a gank.
Nice pick. Mikasa used the demonic force. Gonna be able to keep going. There's no stopping this one. They thought they had the gank, but now Reckless with the suppression.
No.
Come gank and get ganked. Joybaj goes down 6 minutes in, and it's a bloodbath.
If you're BTK, what do you say right there? That is so demoralizing. You bring up, what was that, 4 members up to the top side, and then you end up losing it. Can't find the pick, and then lose the 2v4 with no trade value whatsoever up against Empire. Clearly having their way with BTK right now.
Yeah, there's just no answer. Everybody dashes. The Mikasa, the Phobius was like the final pick, and 5 fighters is looking really good right now because BTK is on the back foot. Luckily, I mean, BTK could wait this out, right? But we're only at 6.5 minutes. It feels like we're close to an end game already, and we're still in the very beginning. Nice hit. Demon does go down. A good pick, putting the kill into the correct pocket of Mobazane. They needed that. Turtle up. Will BTK try to fight it?
Hopefully not. I feel like that's the problem. They keep clashing with this overly aggressive composition that the side of Empire has. It's exactly what they want. I mean, Alex is 9-0. I would want the side of BTK to come fight me. Please come catch some of these hands and let this decimation ring out and tear apart the roster that is BTK as Alex goes ahead and pick up that turtle. And now, like you said, BTK is kind of feeling it right now. Empire is found their groove, and they went ahead and broke out of that 1K lead. We were talking about they had the lead, but hadn't really done too much to increase it. But now they're up 5K, clearly finding the right trades to go ahead and further the gap in the economy.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of num-nums for the side of Empire. Alex is fed right now. Looking like trouble for the side of BTK. I mean, I would say you have Yuna for endgame, right? You have Yato. You have Zane maybe for a possible mid-late game spike. But the problem is Mikasa is the answer to that problem. because Mikasa's only going to scale into the late game as well, and she's going to pick apart Yuna. She's going to pick apart these dashes. You can see them trying to do something to Mikasa, but they just can't right now.
Yeah, they had to let that one go. They've seen how it turned out last time. Not going to try to make the same mistake again, but a potential clash in this river here.
Joe Buzz is like, no, not this time. Let me chill. Let me chill. Hit the brakes for a second. I came skirting in there. I'm not going to use the Fatal Links and set my team up for failure. As you said, they just got to keep it slow right now. Get some gold. You see Zane moving around farming, and I think that's the pace they need to play right now.
Absolutely. With that Furious Dive, going to burn the Flicker out from T. Had to use the Petrify, but I'll take that trade. Petrify is on that lower cooldown. We'll be able to pick that back up before T can get his Flicker back. So that's a decent small trade in my books for them to be able to get. But speaking of trades and speaking of things in the books, let's look at some of these items up on the screen here. Interestingly enough, you can see some things being locked in. Yuna, like you said, on this hair, is going to try to lead the way for that late game. He has the Calamity, has the Feather of Heaven. He's going to need a little bit more, potentially that Holy Crystal for a little more of that magic damage if he's going to look to be the carry for the team. They don't really have a marksman outside of Zane, but like you said, the Granger, not really for that late game, more for that early snowball, but they had to say bye-bye to all that early mid, but hang on.
Bye-bye Joybaj, because another pick comes in. Reckless finds that one right before the Lord comes up. I don't think there was much opportunity for BTK to contest this anyways, but it's just a little more salt in the wound.
But you can see they are maybe looking to set up a play for that bot side. They're going to lose that. Yuna's making his way over to the bot, but so is the rest of the team from Empire. I think they're going to find a trade and all they're going to put empty-handed, but Zane might be in trouble.
Yeah, I can steal play. Paired up with Mikasa. Jordan's Empire coming right for Zane. Target locked. Yato locked in as well. This is looking a little rough. Petrify comes on to Joybaj. Not able to get off any ultimate. Fatal Links finally does come down, but Joybaj does end up falling. 3 members on the side of BTK, but they want to keep on going. Zane does find Jordan's Empire. Demon falls as well. Mikasa very, very low. Zane doesn't want to stop. Alex trying to come in. Doesn't have the decimation, so he doesn't want to push this. He can't be too aggressive. The problem is his Lord is still marching down the bot side.
Absolutely. And Empire took the 3-for-2 trade there, so still coming out on top as all the members are back on the board. Like I said, that Lord is pushing down on the bot side. Yuna using the Zombie Force to try to go ahead and get rid of that fast as possible, as Alex does nothing more than watch from the bush. A little bit of a lurker, a little bit of a creeper, but now with the Mortal Coils out.
Good play by Alex. And when we pulled up the items earlier, he's got the Hunter Strike, he's got the Blade of Despair, he's working on the penetration on the Malefic Roar. I mean, all he had to do, all he picked up was the Molten Core for a little bit of defense, a little bit of wave clear in the beginning, a little bit of creep clear. And at this point, he is just bursting people down. Joybaj is the roam, and he just melted him down in one combo.
Absolutely. And there's the Holy Crystal we were talking about picked up by this Herethus. There's a lot of action going on for this tower.
Yeah, nice petrified. Jordan's Empire gonna walk off though. I mean, they got a lot of damage onto it. It's good play. Empire just kind of guerrilla warfare right now. Hit here and there, walk away.
Absolutely, in and out, and that's been their whole style and their game plan here. They have been taking it over to the side of BTK, and we talked about the draft, right? With the first 2 picks they had, that Julian and Kaja, we knew they were looking to bring on the aggro level a little bit higher. And this is kind of what I was hoping for. We're talking about it could go one or two ways. They could either knock the punch off to the face that they took into the mouth from BTK and look to bounce back, or they can roll over. But hang on, both teams looking for an ambush.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful. Mikasa looking for that demonic force onto someone. Walking in. T in a bad spot. Arlot taking a lot of damage. Demonic force comes down, but the rest of BTK has come in as well. Nice Fatal Links, locks on Alex very, very low. Zane able to find him. Next could be Mikasa. Yato falls down on the backside. It's 1-for-1 currently, but the fight still pursues. Moba Zane picking up the double. BTK starting to fight back a little bit. That gold deficit that was 5K earlier is now only 1,000, and they're finding their stride.
Absolutely, and just like that, BTK back in this game. All they need to do now is try to match up as far as towers. They are still down 2. Haven't been able to pick up any objectives, down on all of them across the board, but now with those kills are looking to go ahead and step out and find their first neutral of the game.
You know, 16 kills for Empire, right? They've killed a member of BTK 16 times. You know who has 0 deaths though? Moba Zane. Hold on! We got a replay, but wait a second. Zane does find the Lord. I gotta call this from the live wrap right now because that's what's going on. JoyBosh very low. Zane able to find Reckless and Jordan's Empire. That's a double kill for Zane. JoyBosh is the only one to fall. Turtle and 2 members. Mikasa trying to salvage something. Big knockup does come in from Demon. Mikasa finds Yuna over the backside. T in the midst of it all. 2 members fighting for his life, but does not get away because Demon finds the kill. Zane still here to stay, fighting for the thrill. Mikasa able to defend, but Lord is marching down the bottom. That is what we call a game. Empire still holding the lead though with about 1,000 gold.
You know, Zane's been having a respectfully quiet game, 7-0-3, but it almost feels like he hasn't really been out there picking up those kills. He's been very methodical for his entries, even in that last one, being able to stay out of range of all that aggro. I mean, look at him there, utilizing the retro to go ahead and kite out and escape danger, sensing the collapse, sensing the gank, and to get out of the way, even with that enhanced forward pushing down to the bot side. And that, I mean, just speaks volumes to him knowing how to stay alive, even on this damaged jungler soft as a Granger. But looking at the engage.
JoyBosh, Destinata comes in. That's a lot of damage. Members falling, double kill for Zane. Mikasa trying to pick up something with the demonic force, trying to lock on to Zane, but T's here to help out. T's trying to focus on Mikasa. Mikasa very low. Yuna gonna look for a legendary kill for Zane. That might as well have been a triple. Reckless and Alex on the run, and that 5-fighter composition is starting to falter against the range that BTK has brought.
It is falling indeed, and that was something that we kind of noted and pointed out. They do have the aggression, but at what point does it fall off? They don't have the range, they don't really have the scaling, and BTK, known to punish for the mistakes no matter the roster, are looking to capitalize with that experience.
Yeah, I think this might just be it. Fatal links on a JoyBosh. Mikasa's already fallen. Jordan's Empire trying to find something, gets knocked up though. Petrify onto T, but Destinata wipes him off the map. Zane looking at 11-0-3. That's where you're supposed to be when you're playing Granger. Yato gonna back off. He took the Black Dragon form just to escape, but they got what they came for. Inhibitor down, check the boxes, and move forward because BTK have taken the lead.
And, you know, it's crazy now. You know, we kind of talked about it earlier about Zane's KDA 11-0-3. If you look down the rest of his team, you can see everyone else is kind of struggling to stay alive. But Moba Zane, so efficient at what he does. And this is why he's regarded as a top jungler, not just in the region, but in the world as well. Just so proficient at what he does, whether it's on the utility or if he relies back onto those damage comforts like this Granger here. Tearing apart the side of Empire. They had their fun in the early game, but now Moba Zane said it's my turn.
You know what's really crazy? Zane, if they win this soon, Zane could go 2 full games without taking a single death. KDA through the roof right now. Man's KDA is top tier. Normally you see like 4.3s. Man is at like a 20 right now. But I mean, it's just insane. And I think once they started falling on the back foot, BTK knew what the job was. They knew, all right, Zane, we just got to keep you alive. Feed Zane as much as possible, rotate around the map, just dodge Empire as much as possible because they're going to stay grouped up, and they were able to complete that. JoyBosh still looking for picks though. Empire knows this Lord is very important. Nice pick on JoyBosh, a lot of damage. Mikasa able to get the finish. Alex actually with the decimation, going to try to move in onto Zane here. Zamon's Force does fall. Mikasa also in the midst of things. 2 Black Dragons on the map. Zane finally going to get found, but he still finds Alex instead. A double. The man is a monster. Finally does get shut down, but not before he secures the 13th kill. Jordan's Empire will be next. Yato now, he knows his captain's fallen, but he wants to keep fighting. T still here to play along with Yato, the dynamic duo. Can they take on Reckless and Mikasa? Yes, they can, but Demonic Force is back in. This could be bad for T. T can't dash. He can't run away. He's caught up against Mikasa. Able to dash. Not this one, though. Finally going down. This is what we watch Mobile Legends for.
I mean, this is the bloodbath at this point. At first, it looked strategical from both sides, but now I can see they're just throwing sluggers at each other. Whoever falls the fastest is going to lose out in this match.
Yeah, I mean, that last one was definitely a little messy, but Empire had one goal on their mind: kill Moba Zane, and they were able to complete that, and I think that was the only thing that salvaged them in that team fight. Now Alex has an advantage on this Lord. They don't have vision on Zane, but they got a feeling he's far away. Winter Truncheon does come out for Demon. Zane finally showing up to the fight. The Lord is very, very low. He's going to have to try to dash in to get this. It's not going to be easy. Conceal play comes in. Retry was popped. Lord finally goes down. Mikasa actually finds it, and Zane, Joybaj, and Yato all wiped off the map. They fall right into the clutches of Empire, and Empire could be taking this game here.
I just don't know what the call was there from the side of BTK. I mean, Yuna was down on the bot side clearing out minions, and that's where most of the damage is, especially for this late game. I feel like they maybe should have just waited or held that back, or if you really wanted to contest it that bad, maybe make the call for Yuna to come ahead and ignore that wave. There's just not enough damage being pumped out. Speaking of damage here.
Yeah, T trying to delay them as much as possible. It's going to be about 7 seconds till Joybaj is back up. 10 for Yato and 6 for Zane. They have bought the time, though. Mikasa goes down. Wave of minions coming. Zane and the rest of the team back on the field. They could still defend this. Joybaj, slow down. Hit the brakes. You've already defended, and I think at this point they have a chance. Empire not going to try to force the fight. We're back to waiting for another Lord, Declan.
Hey, you know, you said Joybaj's name real quick, and now that I'm thinking about it, we have to kind of harp on him a little bit. Joybaj has been picked off a couple times. Well, I'll have to say more than a couple times. He's sitting at 11 deaths. He has passed the 10 death power spike. Will he finally lock in, hone in, and start playing a little bit more patiently? He's been trying to force things, going for some over-ambitious face checks. And we saw it in that last Lord pit, was being picked from Reckless with the Divine Judgment. He's able to be a little more careful. He is the main initiator for the side of BTK, and if he falls, it can definitely spell disasters. There will be no more front line. So they also have a pretty squishy lineup, but as we are passing in up to the 19.5-minute mark, teams and these players, items, the final ones are starting to be locked in left and right. So again, we're reaching that point where the gold doesn't really matter. The items don't really matter. It's all about the execution. It's the IQ. The experience will sing out ring true for one of these two teams. Who can set up a little bit better? Who has the better late game macro to go ahead and find a way out for the win? And if you're looking at the side of Empire, you can see exactly what they want to go for. They're stacked up on Kaja. You can definitely expect a concealed play, a Divine Judgment. They have the vision now for the minions. They could potentially try to make a call for something. You can see they're split up. But hang on, looks like BTK is going to look to try to strike first.
Yeah, Joybaj wants it. We just can't find it. Alex able to get away. That's a waste of conceal there. They do have some time to buy, though. Maybe get another one up. This could end up being a problem. It's all going to be about who can find that pick, right? You said it. We're past the 60K gold mark. Everyone's just about maxed out. Reckless. Can he find Zane? Can he find T? Can he find Yato or Yuna? Can he make that big moment right before the Lord is getting low? And he's trying to do it. Now Empire wastes the concealed play. Not able to find anything. Nice suppression. Mikasa goes down. BTK strikes back. Empire coming in. Black Dragon is out. Alex maybe trying to force this. Destinata. A lot of damage. Joybaj with the fatal links of his lifetime. Jordan's Empire goes down. Trying to save himself from the winner Truncheon, but not today. That's 4 members down for the side of Empire. BTK going to try to wrap things up here. Nothing but Reckless on the field, and I don't think that's enough wave clear.
And that's exactly what they needed. Joybaj finally coming alive to make a play, starting out from Yato. They're going to look to end this.
A great finish by BTK. Just when everyone was doubting them for a couple minutes there, they come back and make it a 2-0 sweep.
And that's a dominating performance that we were expecting, right? BTK going down to a sweep yesterday, and they're going to come back today and hand out a sweep. They had to feel it. Someone else had to feel it. And Zane, a competitor by all nature and respect and in regards, is going to go ahead and bring that pain to the side of Empire, still keep himself as the king of NA.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go deathless, but he got really close to it. I think the final scoreboard was around 3, maybe 2-3 deaths. So 2 games, 2-3 deaths, over 20-something kills between both games. Definitely a monster appearance from Zane tonight. And I mean, Empire is feeling it. They thought they had that game in the bag. Taking a look at the final score, 21 minutes, 14 seconds. BloodThirstyKings were behind in kills, but they take the game in the end, and very well played by them.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at these items here, you can see that they were opting in for a good bit of damage. I mean, Yuna Cutie even getting rid of the boots at one point to start, even add in some sustainability with that Oracle, right? To add into some of that shield, some of that lifesteal as well. But again, Zane can't be overlooked. 15, 2, and 5, almost a flawless execution out there with the Granger, showing he can still get it done if he chooses to off the tank. It's like maybe he's been holding back some of his power as we are advancing through the series for tonight.
You know, sometimes we talk about teams, how they have trouble coming back after they're like a few K behind or something like that. And it's what separates the boys from the men, the good teams from the great teams. And Bloodthirsty Kings executed that perfectly. They were falling behind. They were in a very tight situation, but they were able to buy time, get one of their members up to date, get enough gold in, and they end up winning the game because of it.
And I mean, right there, you're seeing some of what was offering Empire the opportunity to try to win those games, leading off from those divine judgments. Alex was having his way out there, picking up a maniac here in the mid lane early on in the match. This is underneath the 4-minute mark, and he was already popping off right underneath 10 kills. He was cooking, but it wasn't good looking later on.
Most definitely an amazing game by everybody. Alex almost getting the first Savage of the regular season. Not quite able to pull it off, though. Zane gets the win. And I think we're going to be jumping back into the desk with Liz. How are you doing today?
Just trying to catch my breath. Just trying to catch my breath as BTK came back so hard towards the end. Zane really proving that his empire has never fallen. Even though with their new roster, with the new players, they've proven their dominance in the arena. And with the Empire going very well, they've proven themselves as a worthy opponent, especially with Alex, with that 5-minute maniac on that Martis, just showing so much skills. But in the world of esports, you really need to learn and develop your skills to hold off all kinds of levels of opponents. And obviously, looking at from the games that we've seen so far, Zane proving his power on that Granger, his nonstop, his astonishing KDA, as our casters member mentioned. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's definitely well-deserved. If I had to think of an MVP in that series, I couldn't give it to anyone else. Even with some of the other members doing well, even with Alex almost getting a Savage, MOBA Zane. I mean, deathless first game, almost deathless second game, carried his team to victory on his back tonight.
I mean, what more can I say? You just can't see him. MOBA Zane feels no pressure, man. Easy sweep for him tonight.
For sure, and I'm very curious actually to what the comms could have been during that last game with BTK. But after the break, the short break that we're gonna have, we're gonna see Gosu versus LaimiTop. I know Gosu is one of our crowd favorites as well. Let's see if they can redeem their path today. So let's cut to the break.
MLBB players, the 20 MLBB players, the 2023 North American Challenger Tournament spring season officially begins. Captains, time to register your team. Climb to the top can be tough, but when you have friends by your side, anything is possible.
2023 NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
NACT Spring Season.
The NACT Spring Season. I'll see you there.
looking for blood. And the white map bionic, the valley crumble and inform.
Welcome back, guys, to the halftime show of Day 2 NACT. What we've just saw there on the screen was a little video showing our favorite team, the Valley, through their journey at M4. But a lot of you guys have been wondering, where has all the players gone to? We've seen some team restructuring, but we also don't know where Chicken has been. So, casters, take us in on the deets.
Well, I think a lot of us wanted to see the Valley stay together after M4, but sadly there has been some division, not only in the team, but in viewers, fans, and everyone around NA right now. Mobazane has moved back to Bloodthirsty King, and Hoonshark and Basic move on. Now, they are actually faced off on day 1. Hoonshark and Basic take the win, but now Zane coming back with a vengeance in that past game that we saw. Excited to see how things move forward.
100%. I mean, the trio force from that last Valley roster able to come back underneath EhioBrothers and able to take down Zane. But it's a little unfair. It's kind of a 3v1 when you look at it from the team dynamics from Valley, especially since he's got left all alone. With Chicken, who knows where, looking to lay a new coop over the horizon. But
looking for a new nest.
Where we kind of got everyone. Exactly, lay his egg somewhere else, I guess.
I mean, word is that Chicken's trying to go over to MPL Indonesia. I hope the best for him. But at this point, Zane is back to square one of building a team, right? I think the EhioBrothers definitely have the head start. As you said, they have 3/5 of the team on their roster. So they have now kind of taken that placeholder at the top. Mobazane, I think, still has the crown, but this season could decide some major factors for who we see at the top of NA this year.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree any further. The stakes couldn't be higher, especially if you're talking about from Zane's point of view, who has pretty much always been at the top and never really has had too much of a challenge. But this season, with, like you said, facing a roster that he was a part of with the experience and with the roster he currently has lacking experience in that synergy and chemistry, he has an uphill battle for the first time really in his history as a professional player out here in North America.
Most definitely. I mean, he's definitely had uphill battles to secure all of his spots overseas, but this time I think is probably going to be one of the hardest runs in his history, right? He's got a brand new team. He's got not brand new players, but essentially synergy-wise, it is brand new. Now, EhioBrothers will be going up against Ackerman later tonight, so we get to touch base with them, right? We get to see how they play up against another strong team. BloodThirstyKings did redeem themselves earlier. They take a sweep yesterday. They serve out a sweep today. What do you think? Will EhioBrothers continue their domination against Ackerman?
I do have it pinned down that Ohio will be able to take the win up against Ackerman, but depending on how Ackerman does, that's going to kind of put in my head who's in that 1, 2, and 3 spot, because that's the 3 teams I'm looking at for the top 3 is Ackerman, Ohio, and BTK. Only thing left to see after that is to seeing Ackerman face up against BTK to really see how those teams all interact with each other.
Most definitely. And I think the fans, the viewers, everyone around the world is wondering exactly how things are going to pan out. We are just at week 1 of the season. We got a lot more to go, a lot more games, a lot more drama. I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. But before we go any farther, let's send it back to our beautiful host.
You guys, well said, guys. We are only at the beginning of the season. There's so much more coming up. There's so many more games, and the final will be taking place in Las Vegas on May 14th. So remember, guys, remember to follow us on the channel. Remember to watch all the streams, and most importantly, remember to join the community. So now we will be going into the socials. First of all, don't forget to show your support for your favorite teams by leaving a message on our official Discord #FanMessage channel. Your message will be displayed during our live stream and it's an excellent way to show your love for the streams. Secondly, we have a weekly prediction event on our Facebook and YouTube channels every weekend. Join us and predict the winners of all the matches. We have prepared lots of giveaways for you, so don't miss out on this opportunity. Now, finally, we would like to invite you guys to participate in voting for your preferred casters and caster groups in our Discord server. The group's votes will have the opportunity to cast your NACT Spring semifinals and other exciting events. While we enjoy the incredible gameplay from our top professional players, let's also acknowledge the fantastic work of all our casters. Without them, we will miss out on all the excitement, emotions, and passion for the game. So join in our community and vote for your favorite casters.
Deca, you voted for us, right? You voted for us?
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
Liz?
Yeah, I think.
Did you vote for us, Liz?
Well, I don't know if I will vote for you, but
Oh!
I'm kidding.
Okay, Liz.
All right, Liz, take us to the next segment.
All right, guys. So that was it for our. Okay, Ashley, there's giveaways, like we mentioned earlier, a lot of giveaways in this tournament. We will be giving away 40 codes to the Hero Skin Lone Hero Alucard. So make sure you type that code in the link in the description, type that code in and get your Hero Skin. Now, before we go anywhere, we are gonna take a short little break before we jump into the second half of today's matches. We will be seeing LaimiTop versus Gosu first, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5. All right, welcome back, guys. Coming up will be Team Gosu versus LaimiTop. I've already seen some of your predictions in the chat box. So, casters, what are your predictions of this match?
You know, I got a feeling it's going to be a little one-sided. Personally, I have to admit, I put my odds into Gosu, and it looks like the rest of the casters did as well. I think LaimiTop just has a lot to prove here, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they are the newest team, so obviously expectations not too high for them, but this is the perfect opportunity when you're in this position where you're kind of the underdog. You get to step out and really get to stretch your stuff. I mean, if you take down Gosu, you earn a lot of respect because no one really thought you were going to win anyway. So you have nothing to lose here, but everything to prove in this series. And if they can take down Gosu, that's a confidence boost in my book as a new team, and especially already making it to top 8 is a compliment in itself.
Most definitely,
For sure, and yeah.
Sorry, go Liz.
Go first, or some caster.
I
Still
think
my
definitely.
So, was she talking about you or me?
I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, what I was saying was, I think, yeah, if they beat Gosu here, it's definitely a big stepping stone, right? It's a step in the right direction. Gosu's definitely considered, you know, a good team. Maybe not top tier in this 8, but LaimiTop needs to work from somewhere. They get this win, and it kind of secures them a little bit in the future here.
You're absolutely right. And with Gosu, Team Gosu, like BTK today, their roster is also new. They're going into a lot of new teams and working around a lot of things. So without further ado, let our casters take you guys into game 1.
Here we go. Game 1. Gosu up against LaimiTop. Definitely excited to see how it goes. Gosu will be first pick, first ban. Fanny Wanwan already off. Joy coming off from the side of LaimiTop. I feel like things a little bit different than what we've been seeing. The Wanwan has stayed steadily, but the Fanny coming in this time very early.
I only have one question, and there's only one right answer. Are we going to see the Valentina on the blue side first pick again? Will Gosu fall for the trap? But actually,
I mean, no, the curse has been broken. The curse is broken.
It is.
You're good. Anyone can pick her now. You can pick her now.
It's 1 for 5. I'm not. The odds are still horrible. But yeah, it's not a complete loss at this point. There's apparently a little opportunity for a win.
Yeah, there's a little bit. There's a ray of sunshine in there somewhere, but it looks like not, because Valentina will be banned away for Gosu. So for the first time in 5 games, we're gonna see a different first pick, Deku, and I'm excited for it. Any guesses?
I mean, that's exactly what we want to see. For the first pick, from Gosu, what could they go ahead and lock in? I mean, Frederick is still on the board if they don't ban that out. Arlott potentially make it through. Who else do they look?
Kaja.
I mean, Kaja is obviously an option. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that could be picked up from the side of Gosu right here. There's only so much you can ban out. It's one more ban left, so something's definitely slipping through the crack to get rid of the Frederick. So, I mean, I would assume a Kaja gets locked in here. Is my best bet. If we're talking about the popularity and the win rates, Kaja's definitely got to be up there for consideration.
Kaja's definitely solid, and it would be a nice answer in case LaimiTop tries to pick up like the Lapu after that to respond. There's the Kaja. So now LaimiTop, Lapu Farza still open, still plenty of options, but whoever you pick as your diver, you do now need to be careful of this Kaja, and it kind of makes you reevaluate what you want to pick up. They're going to pick up the Glue instead, and then Farza. So similar, not as divey as the Lapu, but I think it's a solid start for LaimiTop.
I mean, again, when we're talking about the win rates and things and popularity, I mean, I'm pretty sure Glue is one of the top ones, at least overseas for sure on the PH. He's one of the highest win rates, him and Joy in that XP lane. And with Joy being gone and Glue available, I mean, it's kind of your next best option. So a great pickup for them, and it definitely pairs very nicely with the Farsa. So I feel like the picks are going exactly how we expected, but this is what I wanted to see, the Kadita tracks.
I like the Kadita, and I feel like it has really taken NA by storm since M3. We never really saw that pick over here that much, even though it's been a pretty popular pick overseas for a while. But after M4, I mean, she has just she's made a lot of appearances. We haven't seen her much tonight. We didn't see her too much last night, but I think she is a very valid pick. Not only that, she is the perfect answer for this Farza.
Absolutely, 100%. I couldn't agree more. And Gosu has been using the Kadita quite a bit. I'm not sure if they've been pulling it out so far in the tournament, but I know outside of that from scrims and even in their, some of their 5-man matches, Kadita has been a very huge comfort pick. So I'm excited to see it. This is exactly what I was looking for to see get slotted for that mid lane here. And it's going to be an exciting match as Melissa's going to get picked up. Very strong combination with that Farsa again, kind of how we've seen with that Xavier, some good range, some good poke. Coming in from the side of LaimiTop. They're having a pretty nice draft, which is kind of surprising for one of those newer teams. That's normally kind of what they struggle with the most when they come in is those having a decent draft, but they're looking pretty solid right now.
Well, I think LaimiTop, I mean, after watching their game last night, it's almost the opposite of your average newer team. Like, they have good draft skills. They understand the meta. They understand the game. I think it's just their execution in-game that seems to be a bit of an issue. Because even last night, they had great drafts. When I was watching both games, I'm like, LaimiTop, I felt had the better draft than Wasians most of those games. but their execution, they continued to get picked off. A lot of pressure was onto Assault 1 to just be able to deal out the damage, and if he didn't pop off, the rest of the team faltered. So I think they're going to need to approach this game a little bit differently when it comes to in-game, but in draft, I think they're looking pretty strong.
And I mean, that's the great thing too about the regular season. I mean, after you go through this brutal gauntlet facing some of the best teams in North America, you're going to come out on the opposite end a lot stronger than you came in. So even if it takes them a little while to kind of find that mark, when you're talking about the development and progression of a team, as long as they stick together and they keep playing through, this NACT and future events, they're going to be a very strong team. I mean, just like we talked about, looking at the draft, you can tell they have an idea of what it takes to be able to compete at this level. Like I said, it's just the execution at this point. If you can get it done off paper and not just kind of here at draft. So I'm excited to see them if they can maybe find a little bit of spark here up against Gosu.
And Gosu going to ban out this Diggy now, help secure any possible defenses that LaimiTop would want to bring against the Kaja, against Kadita, and against the Yuzong. Because right there, that's a lot of CC. That's a lot of pick pressure. It's a lot of team fight pressure, a lot of dive. Right now, Gosu kind of has all the answers in that department. They just need to lock in some actual damage now. And with the Claude banned out, the Hayabusa, LaimiTop is trying to fire back at some of that and try to slow them down a little bit as Gosu continues to go into that roam position, now taking out the Ruby. Now, LaimiTop going to have next pick here. They still need a jungler. They still need an EXP lane.
They definitely do. And I'm going to end up taking for the jungle right now. I feel like if they're banning out assassins, at least the Hayabusa there, I don't feel like they're looking for one either themselves. I feel like they're going to be looking for a utility. Now, I would like to see... Oh, no, I stand corrected. The Ling. Okay.
That's dangerous, but maybe you can pull it off. It's dangerous.
I was expecting something like the Akai coming out from them. I feel like it pairs really well. You have Akai and Glue. They're very strong at the same thing for the pickoffs. Do very well with Farsa, and then you add in that extra pill on top of Melissa's Go Away. You got a nice composition for the pickoff and the pill, as far as the protect, but I'm not mad at it. I'd like to see, these junglers kind of strut their stuff. If you got the micro for it, bring it out, please.
Yeah, I think one of the most refreshing things about the season so far has been all of the assassin picks. For ages, we never really saw a whole lot of assassin plays coming in NA, and recently people have just been pulling it out. And speaking of assassins, there goes another one for Anna. They're going to bring out the Lancelot. Now, I like Ling a bit more than Lancelot, but overall with Gosu's composition, I think it pairs very well against that Ling. You have the divine judgment from this Kaja to pull him down. If he tries to dive in, you pick him off, and you have everyone else to kind of escape and dash away from this Ling. So it's not going to be an easy game for Lee here. Definitely going to be tough, but like you said, if he can pull it off, he can pull it off. Worst case scenario, maybe they use him as a split pusher, try to get objectives, because that could be a place that LaimiTop wins this game.
And I mean, we can't forget to mention here, for Ling, there is a bit of trouble as far as CC goes, that he can be picked off. But for Lance right now, it's pretty wide open and free for him. I mean, there is a Grok now being locked, but is that going to be enough to kind of deal with Lance? There's a lot of iframes, and vulnerability for him to kind of dance around this composition. And he plays well into the Melissa as well. The Go Away really has no effect on him. Can obviously definitely get to the back line and punish a Farsa as well. So I'm liking that they're going to take that matchup. And it's interesting to see because not too long ago, Lance versus Ling was a pretty common assassin battle, especially overseas. You got to see it if a Lance got picked up or a Ling got picked up, vice versa would be slotted as well. So this is that old battle of micro and assassin power here. So I'm all for it, excited for this match. It's going to be flashy. It has no choice but to be flashy.
Definitely going to be flashy. I just feel like Gosu has a few more answers up their pocket right now than LaimiTop, and a lot of LaimiTop could have trouble here. Farsa as well is going to really need to think about positioning. Now, as we jump into this game, just to let everybody know if you're just tuning in, this is Team Gosu going up against LaimiTop, game one in a best of 3. Now, as we were saying, I do feel like if LaimiTop could get some early pop-off here, maybe assault on this Farsa, kind of rotate quickly, maybe get some early game kills, there could be some possibility, and that's exactly what might just happen. First blood coming in for Assault 1, a nice pick on Mello.
Absolutely. I mean, you go ahead and knock out the flicker, go ahead and pick up the kill. Not mad at it at all, because that's a first blood coming in for the side of LaimiTop. And like you said, that aggression coming in right on time, right when they need it. Obviously, not afraid to bring it to Gosu.
Not afraid at all. And at this point, they just need to keep that up. Assault needs to rotate as much as possible. He's going to have a nice and early level 4 comparative to everybody else. Maybe get a feathered airstrike. Maybe take out Guapsi in the gold lane and give Mar even more of an advantage.
Absolutely. Right now, you can see a little bit of a hovering and gathering going on from both teams down over into the gold side. They are looking to try to zone off. Lance already picking up his level 4. Ling a little behind him, still level 3. So he is starting to look for the vertical play, looking to invade up on the jungle here. So all Golem can do is sit and stare at him as he goes ahead and picks up some of the creeps from Ling's side.
I mean, right now, Gosu's definitely looking for Assault here, just not able to find it. Golem's going to be able to walk away safely here. And as you said, both junglers roaming around, taking creeps from the enemies, but Turtle now up, 7 seconds to go. I do feel like LaimiTop has the advantage.
Definitely, right? I definitely do feel like they have that as well. Right now, you can see, though, a little bit of positioning. It's a little strange from both sides, but I think LaimiTop has a pretty decent one. We are seeing that Ling is still pretty hidden, still pretty undiscovered, but he has shown himself now a card revealed from the side of them, but they have members bringing in. They are going ahead and start pulling that aggro. It's being danced on and now being reset. Both these teams playing the long game when it comes to the first neutral.
Most definitely. LaimiTop going back for the orange buff here as Anna is going to start out on this Turtle. Golem and One Punch kind of working their way around the walls. Nice feathered airstrike comes down. Anna still able to find the Turtle, but maybe LaimiTop can find the play to happen. Yuzi tries to get the Petrify, lock onto Flea, but he's able to get away. One Punch also taking some passive damage there. Down on the bottom side, Mar and Guapsi face off. No deaths on the map just yet, though.
No deaths just yet, or so far since that first one. So both teams are obviously playing it cautious, playing it safe, not trying to give any kills to either team. I mean, you have assassin junglers on both sides, so snowball is a possibility if that starts to happen. You definitely want to try to avoid that. But speaking of avoid, double rotation coming in onto the gold side. You are going to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a clash, a bit of an engagement between both of these teams, because at any moment, you just never know. It can all go from peaceful to complete chaos off of one call, one set. As you are saying, looks like Golem's trying to create some space for the team. But speaking of creating space, Strike already taking up some space in the inventory for this jungler here for the side of LaimiTop. I believe that's the only completed item so far in the game. So obviously doing a great job on the farm so far.
And Guapsi about to not be doing a great job. Will go down, but Mar bites the bullet as well. Anna finds the kill. Something else to point out there, Anna building the tanks a lot right now. Already got the Molten Core in, going to be working on the next item, but not going full damage. One Punch in the top side, taking a hit by those rough waves, but has the sustainability to survive the day. Will be moving back. Overall, still at a standstill. Gold lead is not there at all.
Not there at all, as we are seeing a clock being picked up by Far, so already going to start locking in those stacks after we just crossed over the 4-minute mark. But keep an eye on the bot side, numbers growing, Muddle's poking, and now HP falling just a little bit as he's going to be forced to use that regen. But at a moment's notice, there could be a call to make a play. Farsa with the feather airstrikes, Grok with the wall charge and flicker available. Brody needs to be, or not Brody, but Harif needs to be careful here down underneath the tower.
Yeah, look at Golem and Assault here. Assault trying to get the stun. Will end up landing it. Big wild charge. Golem going to help secure the finish as Assault picks up the kill. Mellow and Midnight's trying to salvage something from that loss they just took. And this is exactly what Laimi wants. Get Mar a little bit fed along with the rest of the team. And it's looking not bad. Even though they lost the Turtle, they're still keeping a ever so slight gold lead.
Absolutely, gold not really going to the favor of anyone too heavily. We did see a great play from the bot. Kind of called out exactly how that might have happened, and it went exactly that way with the wild charge and feather airstrike combination. Go ahead and burst out Guap easy on this Harris. But then Anna able to come find the trade and pick up the Turtle. Just showing that these two teams are both knowing exactly how to trade and stay close in this match, because this is still a pretty relatively slow game in between these two teams as we are crossing over the 5.5-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm really feeling like Mar could end up being the deciding factor in this game, right? A lot of range, a lot of way to pick them all off, and able to maybe stay safe away from the dive composition that is Gosu right now. So as long as Mar can kind of do her thing, get farmed up, could definitely be that mid to late game pressure. And Assault also just doing a wonderful job, 2-0 and 0. We were worried about it going up against the Kadita, but it's doing just fine. Down on the boss side, a little bit of damage. Golem getting very, very low. Mar will go down. Mello and Guapsi now looking for the next target. Assault has been locked on, but uses the wings by wings to escape. Luckily, they don't lose too much in that fight.
Absolutely, but Mar is now 0 and 2. Not exactly what you want to see from your gold laner, but same can be said from the other side. Guapisi also suffering at 0 and 2, so neither one having the greatest start to the game. But since they're both kind of in the same position, not going to lean to either which one side on this gold lane matchup.
Most definitely one punch though, in the midst of two members, able to split away, and is kind of winning that lane right now. So another important player to highlight here, because if he can get down that tower and start rotating and be a part of these team fights, it could end up being the game changer. But right now we're at 7 minutes almost, and a game that we thought could end up being a sweep is sitting at a perfect standstill.
Absolutely, and I mean that speaks a lot more to LaimiTop than anything, able to keep up with Gosu here. Speaking of keep up, gonna force out the Black Dragon from Uzi ahead of this turtle as a Feather Airstrike comes out in the mid side from Assault 1, looking to go ahead and zone out and protect the tower. But now looks like Anna and the rest of Gosu are gonna start up on the second neutral of the game on the turtle.
Most definitely, and I'm wondering if LaimiTop is going to give up this one as well as the first, but a nice suppression does land on Mar. Big burst damage with the rough waves. Wapsi now looking for Assault. No wings by wings this time. Wapsi going to try to find you, and he does. That's a nice two-man pickoff plus a turtle for the side of Gosu. Things are getting on a roll here.
Absolutely. As High is going to be forced to use that Tempest of Blade out on the river up in the top side of the map. Now looking for a little bit of opportunity. He's going to go for the dive in the tower here.
Yeah, Lee in a bad spot between three members. Tried to get Guapsi, but just couldn't get the finish. There's no... Oh! Nice dash through. Looking for the outplay. Ends up getting taken out by Midnights, but it's still a nice win, 1 versus 3. Finding Guapsi in the midst of that chaos. Golem and Mar now going to try to defend this bot lane. They still haven't taken a tower, though. LaimiTop on the back foot.
Absolutely, but speaking of Mar, starting to pick up just a little bit, has found that golden staff locked up. Is Midnight's going to pick up a genius one on the Kadita, who is sitting 2-0 and 2. So having a respectable game, expecting nothing less from Gosu, who has been sharpening on this weapon in their kit with the Kadita. I'm looking to see Midnight kind of lead the way all throughout the majority of the game, leading those engages and those kickoffs, even the sets as well, to land the Petrify combo.
Most definitely Anna doing a little bit of dancing here. Able to dash through the wall and send Lee on his way. Anna playing a great game right now, 1-0-0. The tanks a lot is looking good. Packs just enough of a punch in the early phases, and now it's bulky enough to take some damage. Recall's coming out. He's not worried one bit. Lord going to be up on the map in about 17 seconds, and Gosu seem to have the pressure over it.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, you can still see, though, LaimiTop trying to respond on the map any way that they can. I feel like Ling wasn't able to get that tower, had to use a couple of those auto attacks and be able to get out. He is a Ling after all, but Lord spawning in for the first time on the map as we cross the 9.5-minute mark. Looks like Gosu's going to be prime and ready for key positioning, marquee positioning, you can call it, in the river. They do have 4 currently ready to go. It is going to be reset, though. Not going to be any overcommitment from either team. Golem and One Punch going to go ahead and clear out the bush, moving the members of Gosu kind of out of the way. Anna's actually looking to invade on the blue buff, and that's going to be a great play, because right now, Uzi is keeping Ling distracted. Anna might be able to pick this up for free.
Yeah, but in comes the Petrify. Assault deleted. Mar with the go away, trying to find one, but can't find Guapsi with the outplay. Mar goes down. Uzi comes in, looking for some more snacks here. Golem on the run, and they're going to move on to the Lord now. Golem holding down in the bush. One punch here as well. Flea just split pushing away, trying to find something in all of this. One punch, taking a little bit of damage, gets some life back because the passive. Goes into split pit with the grab on top of Yuzi, but Yuzi's able to take him for a ride. Lord still up. We have not caught sight of Flea just yet. He's very low health. Forced to go back to base. This should be a Lord in the hands of Anna, but Assault comes in, tries to drop the Feathered Airstrike, just not enough. Anna wants to move on to Assault now, will get stunned up. Mar here as well. Anna taking a bit too much damage, able to phase out, looking for Assault, but just can't find it. Flea enters the battle and finds Anna. Now they are responding back. Midnight does go down as well. Lee's able to find it. It's a double kill into his pocket. Wapsi during all of this does find the tower though. So good responses from Gosu. LaimiTop just trying to survive.
Absolutely trying to survive here, but they are still having a pretty decent game. They're only down 2K. This is very playable for them if they can go ahead and concentrate, get back in form, get back in shape to go ahead and battle back out up against Gosu. But an invade coming in from Lee. He's going to be able to take that blue buff.
Yeah, he does take that purple buff. Does a good job at it. So Lee's, you know, he's dancing around. He knows he's not super effective right now exactly in the ultimate damage department. He can still come in and clean things up, but he's using his mobility as a utility here. And look at One Punch dragging the Lord back, trying to buy as much time as possible right now.
I mean, that's not bad from him. Doesn't get picked off, and he burns his almond force from Guapizi on this hair, so that's going to be a pretty important ult missing from the side of Gosu, but it's not going to stop them looking for the engage.
Mar tries to use the go away, but they just won't go away. Nice knockup from Golem. Yuzi almost gets a play. Able to not get anyone, still goes down. It's bad for Assault, picked off by Guapsi. Lord still marching in. Looking like a triple kill for Guapsi here. One might be next on the menu. Anna's diving in, hits the roses. Not able to get the kill, but they find the inhibitor. This could be bad for LaimiTop. They've got a Lord and minions. Only 2 members stand. They're going to lock onto this base. Guapsi going to try to get the finish. 50%, bring it down to 20, and Gosu takes game 1 in a very quick fashion.
Quick fashion, the convincing victory there from Gosu, but not something that we weren't really expecting to see. They are up against LaimiTop, who we did say is one of those newer teams on the rise, struggling a little bit in execution, had a decent draft, gameplay, not so much, but hey, what can you say? It is the first week of NACT. They have a lot of time to grow. They still have another match to prove themselves, maybe take us to game 3 up against Gosu if they can right the wrong on this ship.
You know, definitely a good game. Anna, man. Anna's from last night to tonight, it feels like Anna's just getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, and is really starting to shine on some of those assassin picks. I'm really liking it, even with the tanks a lot build here. I know Anna only went 1-1-1 here, but still, just played a good game, harassing, creating space, and being a problem for LaimiTop.
And, you know, I find it a little interesting there. Looking at the builds, of course, Tanks a lot is there, but Midnight's on this Kadita. I didn't even pick up the Lightning Trunch here. Went for the clock, for the double pin. Genius one in Divine Glaive. Actually triple with the Arcane Boots going into that Divine Glaive. No Lightning Truncheon at all, but no problems either. Midnight's does go 4-1-5 on the KDA, one of the key components as far as kills for the team there.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful answer to the fact that One Punch and Golem both pick up the Athena's shield, right? So, fine. We're just going to burst through that anyways. Midnight's not worried about it one bit, able to shred down anyone with the rough waves. And Midnight's, every time Assault went up with that Feathered Airstrike in the mid-game, Midnight's was there to cancel it immediately and just burst down anyone in her path or in his path. So, definitely well played to Midnight's. Overall, very well played to Gosu.
I mean, right here, you're seeing a lot of the action unfold that we got to witness up here on the replay. Tanks a lot out there, putting in a lot of damage as he was looking to find the backside on Assault here. Wasn't able to find just the mark, but was able to pick up that Lord instead for the team, pretty much uncontested from the other side. And that's kind of how it just felt for Ana. Kind of had their way with the tanks a lot, making its way over here to North America. We've been seeing it overseas. It's like it's starting to join us over here now on this region.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see all the new picks that have been coming in the beginning of this regular season, from the Kaditas to the Tank Lancelots to all the Assassin picks. They just keep the surprises coming, and I am definitely loving it, Deku. So now, you know, I think you predicted this 2-0. A lot of people predicted Gosu. is there a sliver of hope for LaimiTop? We mentioned that they have a decent draft. They have some of those things down. But when it comes down to the gameplay, they're just lacking a little bit right now. Can they maybe pull something off and at least get a win here?
Maybe if it's just completely unconventional, right? Something that Gosu's just not ready for. But even then, I still feel like it's just one of those things. Like, it's a great draft, but against a team like Gosu and at the current level that LaimiTop is at, I just feel like Gosu can just overwhelm them either way, just off the experience. I mean, Gosu is just one of the OG teams in North America and has always had a pretty solid roster, whether you want to call them a top team in North America or just kind of middle of the pack when it comes to the top teams in America. It's still good enough to get it done up against a new coming team like LaimiTop. I feel like they need a couple more rounds in the ringer before they can just, you know, take down Gosu.
Yeah, but Gosu also in the same place, right? They did take a loss yesterday. They were able to get one win out of the best of 3, but and as you said, they're kind of in the middle of the pack of those top teams. And I think this season is a great place for them to kind of try to evolve. Maybe go from being a number 5 or a number 6 to a number 1, a number 2, a number 3. And they're proving themselves here. This is a good match for them to maybe get some confidence up. But LaimiTop doesn't want to give it over that easy, because you don't want to be the only other team with 0 losses after the first week. And that right now is 0 wins after the first week, and that's what it's starting to look like a bit. So with their decent drafts, I think they can pull something together. They just need to tighten it up. And Gosu was the one who surprised us all with the Kadita pick. They just found those answers to Laimi that I don't think they were expecting.
Absolutely. But speaking of answers, Fredrin has been let through for the side of LaimiTop. They are going to immediately pick that up. Definitely like to see it more than the Valentina, I can tell you that much. So it'll be interesting to see what Gosu will maybe look for in response. Knowing them, though, I'm sure they'll have a great 2-man comeback over here. We've seen the Farsa being walked in this time, and
Anna's not playing. You know, we missed the Fanny being dropped off, and now Anna's gonna pick it right up. No time. Fine, you want the Fredrin? We're gonna pick something else up, OP. And that is a great answer, but I like the Claude answer back. Good escapability if this Fanny tries to gank early on.
Not just the escapability from Fanny, but also able to get to that backline for that Farsa, give Midnight a little bit of a hard time, can get in with the VMI, and then pop out that Blazing Duet. I mean, no stopping them there. We've seen that kind of coming alive with that matchup with Claude against those artillery mages when it was done up against Wasian, right?
Yeah, Marquis.
Getting to the backside. Exactly, getting on top of Ashley on that Xavier. Ultimately ended up losing that game, but you could see the problem that it could cause for the back line. If you can get a little bit of action like that going on, you got a strong opportunity here to go ahead and nullify both of those picks as far as the avoiding and the countering there.
And you pair that up with the Lapu Lapu, who's also just made to dive on top of a Farza and try to get the stun, try to get the kill. It's very similar to what the Kadita was for Gosu last game. So LaimiTop, once again, putting together a good draft. This is a slight worry, though. The Kaja now coming in, which is another answer back to the Claude, or even the Lapu who dives in, plus just pick pressure maybe on Dehli, on this Fredder. And so both teams really just chessing it up here. Play for play, counter for counter. Very interesting in this draft. Second bands are coming in. Kufra is going to be the first taken out from Gosu.
I mean, absolutely, like you said, definitely chessing it up. This is some good draft games going on, and like you said, LaimiTop able to play it well, even with, you know, one of the higher caliber teams in NA. But like we already said, that's not their problem at all. It's the execution. So while this all looks peaches and creams, and I'm sure they'll go ahead and nail it for the last picks and the last couple bands, you got to be able to make a transition into the Land of Dawn. You can have a great draft, like you said. You felt like they had some great drafts last night. I feel like they've had some great drafts so far tonight as well. But you have to be able to meet the win conditions. You have to be able to pull it off against these, you know, these other teams, because they're not just going to let you meet them easily, right? So that's kind of where they're at right now. Their draft is great, but the gameplay has kind of got to match it as well, or you're always going to be an on-paper team, not really resulting in any wins.
Yeah, I mean, and Gosu, you know, cutting any of their dead ends here, cutting any possibilities. They take out the Ruby, they take out the Kufra, 2 heroes that could possibly be a nuisance for Ana on this Fanny. At this point, I'm wondering, maybe LaimiTop picks up the Cho here as a roam? Something of that nature to try to secure this Fanny down, lock it down. Could be still a positive roam pick here. Not only that, but you could get some picks elsewhere. Another good counter to Midnight on the Farza. So I think it could definitely be a solid pick for the side of LaimiTop. Gosu gonna pick up the R-Lot though.
Hey, you know, R-Lot is kind of in a weird spot for me. It definitely has some viability as being somewhere up there as a strong pick, but I haven't seen anything that made me go like, wow, this guy, can't let him through. This is impossible to deal with. I mean, we've seen some champs be let through in the past, or even buffed to where it was like, all right, this is a for sure, got to keep it off the board. But R-Lot's kind of in that weird spot where it feels like maybe not everything's been figured out. Maybe the players haven't got too comfortable with him. Where it's like you can let that go and not, you know, feel like it's detrimental to a draft, as long as you play it right. Obviously, he has some upside, but he has a downside as well, just like any other pick right now in the draft.
Now LaimiTop bringing in their last 2 picks, the Atlas and the Xavier. Xavier's been a hot pick tonight, huh? A lot of people have been picking up. When the Farza's not there, when the Eve, well, the Eve is there, but they decided not to go for it. I think it's a little too immobile, especially with a Fanny and a Kaja around. So we go for the Xavier, still not super fast, but at least can hold a distance, maybe get a little bit more CC. The Atlas, though, I don't think it's the greatest answer to the Fanny. I think it can help with some of the rest of the team, but again, the rest of the team isn't going to be the death sentence in this early game. It's definitely going to be in on the Fanny. If they don't deal with that at its core, it's going to spell trouble.
You know, something I really want to see come back, and I feel like would have been a decent pickup here is maybe something like the Akai, man. I feel like Akai Rome it's been on a slow rise. Out in the other region. I feel like it's a great answer. I mean, it used to get picked up all the time when Akai Rome was the go-to and it was the meta. I mean, you see something like Fanny and boop, locking the Akai, locking the heavy spin, and I feel like it would have been really great. There's Fredrin in the jungle, which does really good up against the Fanny. You lock in something like the Akai, add in a little more pressure, make the Fanny work harder. Don't make it too easy with the steel cables. I feel like you have a little bit better of a composition, but considering that's kind of my only gripe about LaimiTop's draft, you know, I think it's going to be pretty strong for them, Trent.
Yeah, now we are going to jump into game 2 of LaimiTop up against Team Gosu in a best of 3. Gosu is holding the lead right now, 1-0. LaimiTop trying to secure something out of this match. The question on all of our minds is, can they do it? Are you a little bit of action in the mid side? Assault getting pushed back as Mellow in Midnights keep the pressure on.
Absolutely, and like you said, looking to avoid getting swept here. If they can get at least this first win, just one up against Gosu, definitely going to be something to build upon and solidify themselves as a very serious and legitimate team out here in the top 8. But one way or the other, one of these teams are going to be content and satisfied with the results, and the other shaking their head. But right now, a little pressure coming in from both sides. Not too much action going on. Mellow trying to provide a little bit of pressure over there. To lay on this Lapu Lapu, but perfect match from Gollum there. He's all alone though in the Ripper.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage early on, forced to go back to base. And I think Midnights and Mellow, this is all they have to do. They just need to keep vision on Lee, keep vision on Gollum and Assault, and just kind of track them around the map, be harassing. And Ana is just going to focus in onto these off lanes, try to get picks here and there. I don't think Ana really wants to mess with Lee that much. Not a whole lot of invading, but just trying to help secure the off lanes. And whenever Lee leaves the nest, that's when Ana will come in and deal with Assault and Gollum. But otherwise, I don't think Ana really wants to see Lee right now.
Definitely not. I would definitely just look for those side lanes, like you said, get those kills. I mean, it is high and dry Fanny. Obviously, going for the solo laners would be optimal instead of maybe going for those 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes, or even for this early turtle. Just play for the side lane, right? Play to what, you know, the strength of the emblem, and to the strength of Fanny in general as a pick off assassin jungle.
Most definitely. Now with Lord up, we're still waiting to see if Ana wants to come in and try to fight this. Gollum does get the Fatal Links onto Yuzi. Nice Dawning Light comes in. One Punch secures the kill onto Yuzi there. Mellow now on the run. Ana still working on her purple buff, so does not get involved in that. LaimiTop taking a nice win in the first 3 minutes.
Absolutely, and again, having a pretty decent start, but they had this last game as well.
Oh, Oh, Midnight in a lot of trouble, brought down low. Here comes Anna, looking for the possible pick onto Golem. Hasn't used a cutthroat just yet. Finally pops it and doesn't get the kill. It's a rough start for Anna there.
And that was a risky engage as well, putting it all on the line for an Atlas kill, almost dying to the true damage coming out from the tower there. Might need to be a little more disciplined. You definitely don't want to end up accidentally handing over a kill for no reason over to the side of LaimiTop, because that just helps the team, right, be able to scale, which is what they kind of have with Mar on this quad and Assault on this Xavier.
Most definitely. Now, at this point in the game, we're 3.5 minutes in. Gosu falling behind just a little bit, ever so slightly, but we can't count Anna out just yet. Hasn't taken to death, still has the damage, but I like the way that LaimiTop is playing. Mar just kind of hiding out under the tower, not sticking his neck out too much. They know the threat that's there, but now they are going to try to make a play on the top side. Midnight's going to try to rotate up with these here to stop them in their tracks. Nobody goes down just yet. Anna in a bad spot trying to get the cables off, but the taunt is a little bit too much. Not able to fully commit.
That's right, and Anna being able to escape with that mobility, not going to fall in any way. But LaimiTop does have a nice about 1.4k gold lead, so they're definitely doing things right as they were able to pick up that first turtle as well. Golem with the perfect match, trying to apply some pressure to Anna here.
Anna's having a little trouble, man. We thought the Fanny was going to be a really solid pick, and right now Anna's kind of getting bullied. And with Lee having a slight lead, with LaimiTop having a slight lead, this is the game plan. You come into their jungle, you steal as much as you can from Anna, and you just slow Anna down as much as physically possible. Wand Punch going to now dive onto Anna once again. No bust for you right now, and this is what's going to keep LaimiTop in the lead right now.
Absolutely doing a great job of applying that pressure, keeping Anna honest, having some real good peel, real good pathing to the jungle. But speaking of pathing, in the river here.
You know, I mean, another turtle goes to LaimiTop. Right now, they're playing textbook. Who is this team? Because before, it seems like they had a couple mess-ups. This time, they're making every play that they're supposed to. When they have the advantage, they push into enemy jungle. When they know they have the turtle, they go for it. When they want to rotate up, they do that. And they're just doing all those things that you see a really good team do. So hats off to them right now.
That's right. Definitely coming alive in this match. Even if not able to secure the win, you could definitely say you can see a flash of life come out from this roster. LaimiTop definitely in good hands with the current trajectory of this team's progression. But hopefully that can lead to a win for the second game, because we are looking for a Game 3, Trex. We love seeing those drawn-out series. Love seeing these teams go back and forth at it. Maybe even see a long game again. It's been a while since we've seen quite the match. Even ended kind of early, a little prematurely. It's been a while since we got to see something about over a half hour long.
Most definitely. Now, taking a look at the items, Assault has locked in that Clock of Destiny. You're going to start seeing a little bit more damage from him, and we're going to see that damage scale more and more as the game goes on. Overall, though, only one death on the whole match so far. Lee taking a little bit of damage, but it's nothing to a Fredrin to have to deal with a Fanny, and he's just going to keep on coming in and harassing, taking the orange buff away from Anna. We're now looking at a 2-level deficit between both junglers.
And that's not good if you're Fanny. But speaking of looking at levels here.
Yeah, that's not good if you're Guapsi, I would say. Gonna get dived on. LaimiTop playing the front foot. They've got a 3k goal lead, and this is when they can actually play well. We know they have trouble playing from behind, but when they're ahead, it's like they're a whole different team.
And I couldn't agree with you anymore, because right now they do look like a different team. They have come alive in this match, and right now Gosu on the back end and on the back pedals of this match is LaimiTop is kind of having their way as we are crossing almost the 7-minute mark. And Trex, it's interesting to note, only 2 kills in between both of these teams. A very low kill game, but still a lot of activity going on.
Yeah, speaking of activity, Blazing Duet comes in, followed up after the Fatal Links. Yuzi taking a bit of damage. Lee does not get the turtle. Anna actually able to steal it, but Yuzi still on the run. Oh, Midnight's finds Mar. Midnight's maybe wants more. Lee forced to back off. A small loss for LaimiTop there. Gosu putting themselves back on the map.
Absolutely, trying to turn this game around, and that's kind of what you expect from a team of this caliber, being able to have some answers and being able to play from behind. But LaimiTop still having a decent grip on the match, a little bit over 1k gold here. They are going to be able to be a little more consistent and increase the gap as far as the economy. They need to be careful on the top side because Ghost is looking to take the tower.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what they need to do. Take some objectives. Don't let the goal get too far ahead. Try to get Guapsi online here. The carry could still be a saving grace, along with Midnights, who hasn't taken any deaths. I know that LaimiTop had a slight gold lead there, but nobody was really behind on the side of Gosu. You know, nobody's taken a bunch of deaths. Like you mentioned, the kill count is still low, so there's still a lot of opportunity for both teams.
Absolutely. You can see the discipline from both teams. Not looking to give up any kills. Don't want to help add on to the goal for either one. They're going to look to trade this out and look to battle it out in a style of macro. Speaking of battling, a little back and forth in the jungle, but here comes the Fanny.
Yeah, Anna wants to come in onto Assault, finds the kill. Very well played. And Golem all alone, maybe looking for a possible setup. Flea also just showing up at the right time. Perfect timing at that, because Mars here at well. Gonna get stopped doing that Blazing Duet, but there's still a lot of damage coming on to Midnights. Midnights the first to fall. Yuzi might just be the second he is. Mar finding that kill for himself, putting LaimiTop at 4-2 over the board.
That's right, LaimiTop trying to stay alive. They're increasing it a little bit. One from the 1K up to 2K now, but here comes the Fanny again in trouble.
Yeah, Anna should be able to get out of this one. Trying to actually maybe find a kill for himself. Anna gonna get knocked up, able to get away. Guapsi bringing out the speedy light wheel, putting on some nice chip damage onto Flea. Flea knows he can't be as aggressive as he was at the beginning. He can't just walk into enemy jungle. So this is a good time, I think, for Gosu to kind of strike back.
Absolutely. They could definitely look to turn the tide here. First Lord is spawned in. Any team can take a position right now over the jungle. You can see Anna on standby with that purple buff. There goes the cables. Not going to be able to find one in the bush, but now knows there's an angle over to the long side of the pit, but it's going to go ahead and clean up that wave first. So the rest of the team is going to wait. Looks like they're looking for the call. There's going to be any at all to contest for this first Lord.
Maybe going to try to make a play here, but no. Flea's able to get the Lord uncontested. Gosu forced to back off. Golem now looking for Yuzi, gets the freeze, plus the Fatal Links, and the rest of the team is there to clean it up. Yuzi will go down, trying to dash. Ends up going down, though. Wand Punch over by the purple buff. Midnight's getting targeted by Flea here. Flea was able to take that purple buff once again, so Anna continues to be in a slightly bad position. Luckily, still does have a buff up, though.
Indeed, if Anna finds a kill onto Assault there outside of the jungle, that's going to be a great pickoff for the side of Gosu here.
Most definitely. Now, up in the top side, Anna's going to try to defend against this Lord. One punch in a bad spot between three members. Anna able to get the kill. Anna now sitting at 3-0. We were worried about how well she would scale into the late game, but so far he's doing just fine. Midnight's going to hold down the mid side, and though they got the Lord, LaimiTop not able to get a whole lot out of it.
But right now, I mean, we're still going to see the fighter spirit coming out from LaimiTop. They're not going to roll over and just let Gosu win. They still have the lead, even if they weren't able to capitalize on that Lord. Some decent dawning light coming out from Xavier. 11 minutes over. You can definitely start to feel a little bit of the scaling that he's adding in, but it can still play from Golem heading up to the top side.
Trying to maybe find Anna here. Nice VMI from Mar there, able to get away. Anna going to go back to base, and look at all of Gosu. They're like, listen, we're going to wait here for 90 seconds. We're going to wait here for 90 seconds, Deku. Wait for this Lord. We know what we need to do. We need to get a good position on this map. One Punch walks right by. He's like, yeah, I know you're there. It's cool. It's whatever.
Definitely are looking for that pickoff, and right now, try to stack it up on One Punch. They're going to change targets to Lie.
Big push onto Flea. Flea does go down, but One Punch gets a nice stun, followed up by the Fatal Links. Guapsi's the first to fall. Rest of the team is in shambles. This is bad. Big play coming in from the side of Mar, but he ends up going down anyways. Every time LaimiTop tries to make something happen, Gosu is answering back pretty well. But the thing is Laimi finds a tower after. They find another piece after.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what you want. You either want to go even on the trades or be able to get that +1. And right now they're doing a great job at it, as we are taking a moment at the replay. A huge Fatal Links coming out from Golem here to go to set Guapcheesy to set the stage for that fight, as the ADC was able to fall extremely quick. And then they were looking for a little bit of push, but a nice feather airstrike coming out. Still going to end up losing that tier 2, but now on the top side, it's going to force Anna away on the Fanny. Keep an eye on that left mid river bush. They could look for a play Mellow in Midnight's Eminem, but nothing sweet about him.
Definitely not. Guapsi, Midnights, and Mellow just kind of hanging out, possibly waiting for this play right here. Flea smells something fishy in the air, backs off, but 5 seconds till Lord, and Gosu does seem to have a decent position over it.
Ooh, almost taking out Mar. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of grouping and gathering coming in from Gosu. Uzi is going to go ahead and go for the recall, or it'll just be Anna actually instead to answer to the wave push coming in from Wand Punch here on the Lapu. But now they can't go ahead and start maybe to pull the aggro. Blue buff is still also spawning in for Anna here. They should be able to start to look to make a play. Golem looking for the set potentially.
Yeah, nice Fatal Links does come from Yuzi. Yuzi though, able to take out Golem. Guapsi finding the kill. Guapsi now trying to work in on this Lord. Flea does have a nice position, but in comes Anna, swinging in from the rope. Mar goes down. Anna now trying to find Assault. Assault trying to get the outplay and does. A beautiful shutdown. Lord does still fall to Gosu though. Guapsi finds Flea. And now Gosu takes advantage of that fight. Just when it looked like LaimiTop was about to come out on top, they drop below. Gosu gonna capitalize and take a lot of material in this push.
Looks like they're gonna look to aim for the tier 2, but Brave Fighter stands from One Punch.
One Punch goes down. Midnights have secured position. Milo dashes in, finds a kill onto Assault. Will get pulled under the tower. Golem finding something in the mess that it is. Guapsi, though, going to keep working in on these towers, taking 2 before the Lord even marches.
Absolutely right, and that's going to set the stage for them pretty nicely. Now they got a tier 2 in that bot, tier 2 in the top side. They're looking to work that in to go ahead and close it onto the bases. The inhibitor for the mid on the side of LaimiTop has already been taken out and forcing them into an uncomfortable position when it comes to shelling up at base.
Most definitely. Golem in a bad spot. Guapsi with the speedy light wheel. Anna here as well. Uses the cutthroat, finds the kill. Tower goes down as well. Lord still sitting up at the tier 2 in the top side. Still plenty of push to come in from Gosu.
That's right, and it is kind of being stalled out right now. They could look to go ahead and group up on it. Maybe they'll look to quickly burst it, but now members are starting to move in. They have to be careful. Kaja could pop up with that conceal. Farsa with a feather airstrikes. A good opportunity for Gosu to dwindle out the numbers of LaimiTop.
Yeah, they should be able to melt down this Lord pretty quickly, right? Mello, though, with conceal play, tried to find something, couldn't quite connect. Anna also dancing around, looking for the cutthroat, but able to get away. Midnight finally committing onto it. Lee getting stunned up by the feathered airstrike. Brought very low, but will be able to get his health back under the base. It's a disengage, nobody falls, but the map is looking very red right now.
Indeed it is, as they're looking to end this game, looking to complete the sweep. Anna showing a little bit of mastery on the cables, but can they show how to get the game over with? Can they show how to go ahead and end it? That is going to be the question. Right now, LaimiTop is fighting to stay in this game.
So with the position that LaimiTop's in, they had a great beginning game. They're not completely out of it just yet. It's only a 3K gold deficit. What do they got to do to maybe take this next Lord, to maybe defend this push and turn this game back into their hands?
That would be huge to be able to defend up against the next Lord and maybe turn it back to their own hands, but that's going to take a little bit of skill set, a little bit of know-how to get that done. And it's a lot easier said than done to be able to just replicate that in this match and actually be able to execute, right, to be able to find the victory as the turnaround, as you say, up against the opponents.
Most definitely not going to be easy. I mean, in my eyes, I'm thinking like, all right, so Golem maybe gets set. At this point, Anna, yes, the damage is there, but it's not too bad as long as you keep Mar and Assault safe. We already know that's the target, but a lot is coming down to Golem to try to secure somebody, and along with Wand Punch, they need to make sure Midnights doesn't get these free feathered airstrikes down. They need to watch out for Mello. There's definitely a lot of boxes to check, but look at Guapsi and Mello hanging out. A beautiful position. They're going to try to come in for the pincer maneuver here. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and it could be very bad for LaimiTop.
Absolutely, as long as they're getting the information, a little bit of vision coming in from someone like Uzi or the rest of the company here, they will be able to keep an eye on them and what they're kind of trying to do. Like you see a lot of fighting off against Anna here on the fanny down in the bot side, but now Anna making her way up to the Lord. Could spell disaster for him looking for the pinch.
Oh, and there goes Assault. Mello comes in from the backside, able to get the Divine Judgment down. Mar will fall along with the Soul and Golem. Lord gonna go into the hands of Gosu here as LaimiTop scatter to the wind. Slee and One Punch on the run. Guapsi and Mello looking for more. At this point, they just move back to this Lord, take it, maybe even try to clean things up before that. Guapsi gonna get taunted, but Mello's here to help out, and the Speedy Light Wheel helps destroy them. A lot of suppression, a lot of damage. One Punch fighting for his life, gets the shield, trying to counter back with the stun, still up and standing. Immortality drops, and now he finally goes down. It was a valiant effort, and some time was bought, but LaimiTop still on the ropes.
The Death still on the ropes as the Lord is going to fall into the hands of Gosu. And they're going to look to go ahead and take advantage potentially of this Lord here. It's going to be pushed down to the mid side. They have everything cracked open except that bot side inhibitor. So this is definitely a good spot for them. They could look to go ahead and siege, especially with this far sub. Maybe let Anna maybe have them force out and burn out some skills. And after that, it's pretty much over with as long as they can walk down and sink at least some of the waves.
Most definitely. Gosu going to try to end things here. The pressure is on for LaimiTop to at least secure one game. They do have Mar to try to melt down this Lord, but they do great at pushing him away. Milo is there with the ever-looming presence. Anna takes out the bottom inhibitor. Lord down about 20%. Nice Dawning Light to shred down Guapsi, but he brought out the Speeding Light Wheel. This is bad. Guapsi now focusing on to Mar. Mar able to flicker back, but the base goes down finally, and Gosu takes it 2-0 in a best of 3. LaimiTop unable to secure a win.
And I mean, we kind of figured this could be the case, that they would be overpowered and overwhelmed. But again, the draft strong for LaimiTop. It's just the execution. They're about halfway there. I'd have to say I'd much rather be in the position they're in, being pretty good at draft, and just need to work on the execution, because there's a lot of teams that can execute but just don't have good drafts and just lose it out from the start. So I feel like where they're at is a lot better than most teams.
Most definitely. I mean, LaimiTop still has a long way to go. Gosu, though, taking that 2-0 sweep is very good for them, right? Looking at the game, though, Gosu 16-9, and LaimiTop had a good start in that game, right? For a second, it looked like they could have possibly taken it, but Team Gosu, they never took any huge deaths. Anna needed a little bit of time to kind of hold on there, and once she got 2 or 3 items in, she was just able to make the plays happen.
Absolutely. I mean, not just ended with the items, but Midnight's as well. Again, another one of these skipping out some usual things. So like Holy Crystal being skipped, I went straight for that Divine Glaive, like we pointed out before. There was 3 Athena shields locked in from the side of LaimiTop on in this game. Even an Oracle as well coming out from One Punch. So a decent amount of magic defense, skipping out some of that burst like the Holy to go straight in for that pin. And look at the burst here while we're talking about a Divine Judgment. Links some easy quills by the hand of Guap Easy with the Speedy Light Wheels on a carry. And then a huge Fatal Links coming out from Golem to go ahead and solidify that jungle fight as Anna dipping and dashing back and forth in the jungle, but not going to cause any harm to them, as Midnight was also able to take out Claude as well. So a lot of back and forth in the mist earlier on, but of course Gosu able to overpower and use that experience in these tournaments to go ahead and edge out against LaimiTop.
I think that was a moment when the tides really seemed to shift, right? Mar was a little late to that engage, tries to use the Blazing Duet to come around and take out Midnight's, gets stunned up and taken out, and Midnight's kind of had his number. Now, taking a look at some more of these replays, we're more in the mid, creeping into the late game here around the 11-minute mark, and the game was still at a bit of a standstill, still kind of in the hands of Gosu. This is actually game 1 here with the tanks a lot, and Gosu honestly just carried through this game.
Absolutely. Like I said, just being a little dominant there, and just showing why they're still a reputable name out in North America. Like I said, whether you want to call them a top or in the middle of the pack, they're there one way or the other with the rest of these teams, especially in the top 8, everyone earning their spot. And Gosu, no one any different from being able to earn and showcase that they are a top team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, something to point out here, something that I kind of saw last night and I saw again tonight. LaimiTop has a little bit of issues grouping together. They're always a little bit split up. One Punch is getting picked out. Mar's a little late to the fight, things of that nature. And when the enemy team is all grouped up in a 5-ball, it seems like their members are all across the map and the enemy team is consistently dealing with that. So GG's well played by Gosu. Definitely a wonderful match. LaimiTop sitting on the backhand. They still have plenty of weeks to defend themselves. I hope you guys enjoy the show, because after this we have a big interview before our next series. I'm pretty sure Liz is going to be joined up with a special guest. Excited to see how that goes.
Sorry guys, right there, a little bit confusion, but as I was saying, hashtag G4, hashtag Gosu time, hashtag UA, because today we have ex-Gosu member UA joining us for a special interview. How are you doing, UA?
Liz, I'm doing so great. You know, honestly, super excited that we get to see NACT come in. And, you know, I've been waiting for this for such a long time. So, you know, and this time I get to watch from the stands too. So I'm just super excited to be here.
And you watching from the stands, what do you think about the tournament so far? I know Gosu has some roster changes, even players like Guapo playing the side lane, and you being an ex-member, what do you think of their performance so far and moving forward in this tournament?
Well, they have a strong standing so far. They kind of swept through the whole qualifiers really, really well. Unfortunately, they did not get the win against Ackerman. But, you know, LaimiTop, they were able to sweep them 2-0 with no problem. It does seem like, you know, Guapo is really adjusting to some of the picks onto the marksman. I love that we got to see the Harith. And again, another strong showing on the carry. So, you know, I think, and of course, Anna, the wild card too, at the same time, able to pull out a lot of different picks. The tank Lancelot, it was so fast, it was so beautiful, and also the fan. So I'm just super excited there.
For sure. And despite Gosu not being the overlord in the tournament scene for a while, they still hold a special place in the fans' hearts. And part of that is the mutual respect coming from Gosu members as well as the community, right? So what do you think? What do you think is so special about the Gosu culture?
You know, I think Gosu is just kind of like a really warm family. And, you know, even through, you know, everyone kind of has the same goals of trying to win the tournament. So we're all kind of on the same page. But on top of that, I think there's a really, really close bond between the players, between General, between the organizations themselves. And, you know, even if they don't do so well, I think they're going to stick together. And it's just super, super fun, super, super happy to be with each other.
For sure. And we're looking forward to see a new generation of Gosu. And is there anything you want to say to the community and to the fans and to everyone who supports you and Gosu?
Okay. Well, I know Gosu General is probably streaming right now. I also know Zero streams, so shout out to them. I'm taking me underneath their wing. Shout outs to the NACT, honestly, the producers, the casters, the hostess. Shout outs to Dave, you know, putting me on the show too. You know, I'm super thankful to be here. Shout outs to my Discord server, MLSA, North American MLBB. You know, all of them have kind of pushed me along the way to be where I'm at right now. So, and most importantly, shout outs to the fans that have been rooting for Gosu, for rooting for every single team out here. You know, we appreciate you guys. And follow me on YouTube. I'm always there. Follow me on Discord. I have a really great community there. And thank you, Liz.
All right, thank you, Yue, and we're so lucky to have you. Now, for the previous matches, who do you think is going to be the MVP of the last match?
The MVP of the last match? Maybe, I think it's going to be Fleur. It's going to be Midnight. It's going to be Midnight. Yes, yes.
You think it's gonna be Midnight? Well, we will find that out right after. Thank you, Yue, so much for joining us today, and we will cut you guys back to the host, to the casters.
I'm the host now, Liz. You said it.
No, I'm the host.
I'm the host now.
I'm definitely the man.
Always a pleasure to hear from Yue, man. He's definitely a great guy. Definitely a great interview, Liz. But next game, what do we got? EsTBrothers going up against Ackerman. Honestly, in my book, I think this is the match a lot of us have been waiting for tonight.
For sure. Absolutely. And just a checkup. For the last game between Gosu and LaimiTop, the MVP from Gosu is actually GuapTZ, not Fleur, not anyone else, but Guapo. So that's a little bit of a surprise. Well, but it's a great jump from yesterday's game. Guapo improved a lot on the silings.
Yeah, I mean, Guapsi definitely played a great game. I think any of them, honestly, could have been MVP there. Guapsi, well-deserved, a little bit of light to shine on him, and I'm definitely excited to see how he continues to play throughout the rest of the season.
Definitely looking to see how he plays for the rest of the season, but Trex, enough of that. The rest of the night here, like we said, we got Ackerman, right, playing up next in this match, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
And I'm sure that's what everyone and the community is looking forward to see as well. So we will have a short break and we'll see you back in 5. Welcome back, guys, to the NACT Spring Week 1 Day 2. We are looking at probably one of the most anticipated match of today, Ohio Brothers versus Ackerman. I am your host, Liz, and joining me are the amazing, charming casters, Trex and Deku. How are you guys doing, and what do you think of the next match?
Well, I'm doing phenomenal. I feel great. I'm hyped for the next match. We're all wondering how long it's actually going to go. I think we're going to be in store for some long ones. We're not going to sleep tonight, guys. Ackerman up against Ohio Brothers. I'm feeling it. How about you, Deku?
Hey, man, I'm feeling great. You know, amazing even. Like you said, most anticipated match, Ackerman versus Ohio Brothers. And, you know, hey, I feel like the predictions speak for themselves here. Ohio for the win.
And yeah, these are the predictions that our talent team has made. What do you guys think? What were your predictions?
I mean, my prediction is right there. Ohio
I'm not
Brothers.
sure where mine is. Where am I?
It's right next to mine. It's right next to mine. So all Ohio Brothers. But we can't count Ackerman out. You got Nicolette. You got Zia. You got a group full of monsters as well. Team players that have always scored in top 4, top 8, top 3, top 2. So they're also coming for this. Both teams secure wins yesterday. And as we come into today, someone's got to take a loss. And that's really what makes this match so spicy.
Does make it spicy, and it's hot and ready, and I'm ready to get it served up. Trex, I don't know about you, but like I said, we've been looking forward to this all day, and it's finally here. We finally arrived to the finish line to see Ackerman and Ohio Brothers duke it out for who's going to be the ultimate winner after this weekend.
You know, we never get to ask you, Liz, what's your prediction?
I actually, before the match, Dave asked me to send in some predictions. I actually thought Ackerman would win 2-1 against Ohio Brothers because I heard there were some roster changes with Ohio Brothers, but that was all before yesterday when I saw Ohio Brothers clean sweep over BTK, which really took me by surprise. So, I mean, I could be wrong, but it's always good to have someone who, yes, is a little bit different, and we always have a few people in the chat that believes differently. So let's find out whose predictions will take us away. Now, casters, to the draft.
Now we are going to jump into this draft, and it's going to be an exciting one at that. Ackerman will be on the blue side with first ban, first pick. Couple things already fired off. Kajal Lolita taken away from the side of Ackerman, and Ohio Brothers going to ban out that Joy, Deku.
All right, Trex. Again, what do we see? Blue side, first pick. Will it happen again? It was used quite a bit. We didn't see it last series, which I am so thankful. I was getting a little tired of seeing it. I actually think it got banned out in one of the matches, maybe the first one or the second one.
Second game.
Yeah, so that helped us
out.
limit it. Right, so maybe, I mean, I'm hoping we get to avoid it again. I hope we don't see another Valentino the first pick, because in my eyes, at this current moment, if I see Valentino first pick on the blue side, I'm already feeling like it's a loss. It's just been proven to not be that effective in the first pick right now.
I mean, I feel like Nicolette has a pretty wide pool, right? And is good on a lot of different mages, So it's not something. I don't think there's as much pressure to be like, we have to get Nicolette on a very solid pick. Nicolette could play the Lu Yi and Slaughter if she wanted to. I think that's actually something I'm really excited to see here. Just the mid lane matchup between Hoon and Nicolette, because a lot of people have debated Nicolette for the past year or two, wondering how good she really stands up against some of the top players. And I've always been one to say she sits there somewhere in the top 5 or so. So tonight will be a great test to that. Ohio Brothers going to take out this Fermies, but both teams taking it nice and slow right now.
And definitely are taking it nice and slow. It's how you want to see both teams thinking about these bans. They do matter. You definitely want to take your time to the draft. You don't want to make any hiccups and lose out on paper already from the start. You want to give yourself a nice time during the draft, at least a 50-50, where it can go either way based off the win conditions and who's really meeting them. I don't want to put yourself at fault here for a loss just because you couldn't draft, right? I feel like that should just be the basics of a team at this level. So right now, like you said, moving kind of slow, seeing what they're going to get rid of. Probably one of those games where some things are going to slip through. kind of what we've been seeing on a pattern here, and it's going to come down to who can kind of counteract a little bit more, like we said, once you get into the actual match.
I mean, with the Kajagan, Fredrin is still open. OhioBrothers decide to ban out the Eve this time. So I got to guess, maybe Kush picks up the Fredrin here. OhioBrothers, we know we want Hoon on the Farza, most likely, something of that nature. Lapu's still open. Lots of picks still in place here, but it looks like Ackerman is going to favor their EXP lane and put him on that glue. No Lapu. I know he plays it well, and maybe they're just trying to respond more back to what OhioBrothers pick.
Absolutely, yeah, they could. But I mean, Glue's also just a very strong standalone pick. No matter what side you put him on, extremely popular, a high win rate across all the regions. So it's not, it's not bad to go ahead and lock in.
Yeah.
It's not like he has bad matchups you really have to worry about anything. Glue's going to do what Glue does best, and that's just profit on those pickoffs as long as you're utilizing it right. And there goes the Valentina pick, but this time on the red side. It's on the second half,
so it's different
of this. But the thing is that there was nothing really there yet for it. So it's not first pick on the blue side, but it still is where there's no too much utility to be able to steal yet. So it's kind of like in the same spot, I guess. It's just on the red side, like on those two response picks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, Nicolette's going to pick up the Farza, and Nicolette does pick up the Farza. So it's kind of like a futuristic counter, right? Maybe that's what the Valentina is. They're seeing in the future, they know it's going to happen, and we pick it up anyways. So it's going to kind of be a lot of timing here. Who pops the Feather Airstrike first? Who ends up getting the better position on it? Hoon will have a little bit of mobility with some of those dashes, be able to dive with this team, but I will say that Nicolette will be able to play a bit more aggressively in the laning phase because of the wings by wings, rotating around and helping out her off lanes.
Absolutely. You do have some of that early rotation speed coming out from the Farsa. I still found it interesting, though, just taking that Valentina. And then Martis, who we kind of pointed out earlier, very popular, but such a low win rate. It's almost kind of like shooting yourself in the foot, almost a little bit picking the Martis. And even the Valentina from tonight, low win rate sitting at 1 for 5 right now. So not something that's really too great if you're talking about looking to win. If you're looking at the numbers overall, they're just, those two picks combined are really disastrous. Honestly, they're popular, but they're not getting the job done.
And now OhioBrothers going to pick up the Kufra. There's so many matchups in this matchup that the more we get into this draft, the more I'm like getting hyped, because now we also have Zia versus Basic, right? Who's going to win out in the gold lane? Just Kush versus best player. People were really highlighting Kush the past night. A lot of people were seeing some of the skill that comes from Kush, and that is actually a really decent jungler that has kind of flown under the radar for a while. So I think overall, however this goes, I think we're going to have some close games here. Now, with the Kufra, we start to see some pick potential. We start to see some possible ambushes coming from the side of OhioBrothers, and just well-rounded. And then to seal themselves, to save themselves from any possible counters, they ban out the Diggy up front.
They do go ahead and ban it out, so that is going to allow Kufra to have some good sets potentially. Unless maybe they can draft some high mobility champs, maybe make it a little harder for Kufra to be able to catch you on the pickoff. But as it stands right now, with that Diggy off the board, it does create great opportunity for Kufra to open up those fights with the sets that we kind of came to know and love from Kufra users.
And now Ackerman going to ban out the Hilda, possibly trying to, I feel like maybe showing some cards. Maybe they want to pick something a little bit squishier in the jungle, maybe put Kush onto an assassin like Ling or something like that. So they just want to try to read into the future again a little bit. Now OhioBrothers going to ban out the Karina next, getting rid of some jungle options for Kush, and OhioBrothers will be the first ones to pick here. So if they want to pick up a jungle, they do kind of get first dibs on that. Still waiting on Ackerman's final ban, though.
They are waiting for that, and it's definitely a good read, banning out the Hilda. You would assume, right, that would mean they're looking for something a little squishier in that jungle, because that's typically all Hilda gets picked for, is on that roam slot to kind of counteract it. But I do find it interesting, though, because Kufra has been locked in. I guess Hilda can still go on the XP, but do you still get the same amount of pressure from Hilda in the XP as you would on the roam when you're talking about being a damaged jungler? Maybe later on for that first neutral, but as far as your farming path early on, I don't think Hilda creates too much of a problem if you're on the side lane. Maybe for the side laner, not really the win condition at that point.
Yeah, and at this point, really kind of hammering into Ureshi here. We saw him pick up the Hilda day 1 against BTK. Did pretty good with it against the Lapu Lapu. So, I mean, we know that Ureshi's got some experience, right? He's been around the block. He's been around for a while. He knows some of those clutch picks to pull out that can really kind of tear team apart. Something that you don't normally see, like the Hilda yesterday, which in me, I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that in a while, especially in an EXP lane, but plays it very well, very proactively. So now he's going to pick up something else very proactive, the Benedetta. And it's something I like because Ureshi, he wants to be on the map. He wants to be involved in team fights, even in the early phases. And this is something that's going to give him those possibilities.
Absolutely. I mean, Benedetta is immediate pressure right from the lane. You already know what to expect. You're getting some cuts and then straight from the rotation over to the mid lane, maybe joining in, cross a little bit over the river, and test for the turtles as well. Finding some picks off of some of those mages with that Electo final blow and Petrify combination, which Benedetta is kind of known for, the signature, the bread and butter, if you will, to go ahead and get them done in those team fights. But
Valier. Listen, I'm not completely against the Valier pick. Echo won a game off of Blacklist in Season 10 with that. I've seen it pop up here and there. It is definitely not a meta pick, but against a dive composition, against something like a Benedetta, against a Martis, against a Kufra, even against a Valentina that wants to dive in, it can provide some options and create space for your Farza, for everyone else on the team. So if it's played correctly, it could be the game-changing pick here.
It could. It definitely could. And that's the thing about pocket picks. I mean, they can go either one or two ways. It can go extremely well or it can go extremely bad. But it's the innovation that really shines the way for them. Because, you know, no one's thinking about a Valier pick at this level just to pop out. Even with this composition, like you said, with the dive, I still don't think I would expect someone to pull out Valier out against me because there are still some options there that can maybe throw it off a little bit. Benedetta being one of them with that eye for an eye. And even with the Electric Final Blow, you have immunity and a vulnerability as well in those two that might be able to counter out Valier. Because once you're on top of them with Benedetta, I feel like you're kind of just there, right? You can bring out the Petrify, and it's a whole thing. Plot as well. I feel like if that knockback has already been used, I feel like that's a GG's in the chat for him. But enough of that. We are heading into the first match for the final series between none other than Ackerman and the Ohio Brothers, Trex.
Now, you know, it's been a long day, but we have not waited in vain. Ohio Brothers up against Ackerman, and I'm definitely excited for it. Now, once again, we have this Martis on the field. We saw Alex completely pop off with it the other day, but in my eyes, that seems to be the only option for it. If you don't get some early game decimations on, stack up some of those kills, it can fall off pretty quickly. Kush with the Fredorin, I think both of us have agreed it is the better jungler pretty much over everybody right now.
Absolutely, by a land shot. Definitely just happens to be the most consistent jungler. And we're not even really talking about the flexibility that comes from it as well. Obviously, I think everyone feels it's a little more ideal in the jungle, but still not limiting into where it can go. So a nice pickup for the side of Ackerman there. We're seeing a little bit of engage from Shark.
Most definitely. Toink's taking a lot of damage. Hoon finding the first blood. And there's one of the weaknesses of the Valier, right? It's very immobile, especially in the first few minutes. So you have to be careful. And with that, Toink's is starting off at a very bad start.
Bad start and losing that flicker as well. Already low mobility and now quite literally having none for some time, which means that some pretty free engages as well from the members of Ohio Brothers if they're able to catch him out alone or maybe mid-rotation and such.
Yeah, I mean, Toink's having a little bit of trouble rotating. He knows the fear of Shark is there. Ureshi actually losing out in the lane just a little bit. Nicolette and Kush coming down to help. Turtle is up, as you can see, the cam coming in. This is going to be a little bit of a duke over this one. 3 members, almost 4 members of Ackerman involved in this, along with 3 members of Ohio Brothers. His best player and Kush start the jock. Shark also waiting to possibly make a play. He is about to get that level 4. Nicolette dropping the feathered airstrike to try to do something. Best player bobbing and weaving in, is losing the distance. Kush trying to keep them away so he can secure this turtle. Hoon and Ureshi now wanting to get involved into this fight. Ureshi dives in, Electo find a blow, and best player finds the turtle. Not able to take it for Kush. Hoon finds Toinks once again. That is looking rough. Hoon now sitting at 2-0. Turtle also going to the side of the Ohio brothers.
Absolutely right. A quick little lead for them. They are up under 1K gold, but we know how quickly it can go ahead and stockpile and add up for something a little bit bigger, especially after they picked up that first objective. I would not be afraid if they do kind of hit their mark, maybe into the or later on in the stages of the game, or maybe even further than that. They're trying to go ahead and battle up against Ohio Brothers, but this is going to be an extremely uphill battle. We talked about it earlier. Anyone going up against Ohio Brothers has their work cut out for them. We saw them completely sweep and tear apart the members of BTK, and now they're looking to maybe emulate that again up against Ackerman.
Yeah, I mean, Hoon already has the Clock of Destiny, and right, he's a full 700 gold ahead of Toinks, and that clutch pick that you pick up is starting to be a bit of an insurance problem here. Ackerman, I mean, not really falling behind like you said, but 1,000 gold in a game like this could be important. Best player's already shown he's doing great at finding objectives. He's taking the first turtle. Ackerman seems a bit more split up here. Not as much having a go plan when it comes to this early game. Nicolette taking a bit of damage. Nice taunt comes in, but the Feathered Airstrike does secure the kill. Hoon able to steal that with the IMU and take him out. Show who the real Farza is here today. Best player going to back off, but they're finding picks where they need them.
Absolutely, right now, and that's what's kind of bringing up that lead. Like we said, it was that 1K, and now up 2. Zia, he's going to be collapsed by the Ohio brothers. Literally, Shark, Hoon, and a Basic there. Collapsing on him in that gold lane ahead of the turtle as well, but another engage.
Oh, that is bad. Nicolette not going to be able to get out of this one. Shark finds the pick. Taunts are coming out. The Ohio brothers online. This should be a free turtle for them. And we went from 1K to 2K to now to almost 3K. Money is doubling up on the side of the Ohio brothers.
Absolutely, and now up 5-0, up 3K gold, and working on that turtle. This is going to be the second neutral, but no Kush. I want to slide in and steal that.
Yeah, beautiful play by Kush. I love it when a Fredrin does that. You walk up with the hand in pocket, and now you're finding Shark. Best player trying to disengage. Ackerman has not given up just yet. Yeah, you got a gold lead, but we're still ready to fight.
Absolutely, that's what you want to see. Got to see that dog in them. Can't let them just walk away with the match any way they want. So you got to make them work for it at this level of the game. If you give it up easy, they're just going to take it easy on you. You got to go ahead and give up some of that pressure. And then we're talking about right now, Ackerman, top side tower, underneath the 5.5 minute mark. That's going to be huge for them to open up some space and give Z an opportunity to go ahead and start moving around this map.
I mean, Zia's almost got the Blade of Despair, and you're actually having a bit of trouble in the bot side. We're starting to hit a power spike for the side of Ackerman here. Just waiting for Zia to get the Blade of Despair, and he can be even more involved in this. Nice Feathered Airstrike. Hoon does get stunned, though, by Toinks. So Toinks finally finding some value as we get into the 6-minute mark. It's going to be another 60 seconds till the next neutral objective comes up, but Ackerman is hanging on.
Absolutely hanging on, and maybe by a thread so far right now earlier on. They have to be careful. Again, this is a team full of world-class talent. If anyone can be able to capitalize on mistakes and be able to turn it nothing into something, it's the Ohio brothers. And you don't want to give them anything to work with as far as that gold lead or capitalizing on those pickoffs. So that is going to be kind of what Ackerman needs to be wary of. And maybe try to create some space to be able to make some plays. Maybe not look for the head-on collisions. I feel like they will get outworked. They're going to have to work a little bit smarter and not harder.
Yeah, I think a major problem that's going to be for Ackerman right now is the fact that Nicolette is at 0-2-0 and Hoon is at 4-0-1. So we can all pretty easily guess whose Feathered Airstrike is going to hit harder. So they're going to have to be careful for Hoon. They need to know when that IMU is activated and when Nicolette has given over that ultimate. Because when that happens, Hoon is a huge threat in these team fights. Kush hanging out in the bush. Turtle has given him away. Best player ready to jump into this fray. Got to watch for Shark, and we got to watch for Basic hiding out in this tri-bush, ready to make the play. Toinks also has Kush's back, but both teams taking this slow. No big tank set up from the side of Ackerman because they just don't have one. Toinks taking the roaming position. Kush, though, able to find the turtle. Out-retching Best player, doing a good job at that. Galaxy with the split, forced to back away. The Ohio brothers losing out on another objectives, and the gold has now come back to a standstill.
That is right, but they are making that rotation down to the bot side. Zia needs to be careful here.
Yeah, I mean, they want him. Zia's done a good job so far. He won up in the top lane. He's only taken one death. Toinks goes down. Urashi comes in with the Electo final blow, and Zia's the next to fall. A nice play from the Ohio brothers. They are working in a unison right now, finding these plays across the map.
I mean, that is dirty business, man. They tore those two apart. Like, they didn't even exist down there in the bot side. Just a couple more obstacles in the way of them securing that tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7-1 right now. I'm surprised Ackerman has been able to keep up with the gold. Where Ackerman has done okay in is at least securing the objectives, taking the towers, right? It's the only thing that's keeping them in this game. The problem is they're a little too split up, and Ohio brothers are running as a unit. It's almost always 3 or 4 of them on the map looking for the next target.
That's right. And I mean, right now, you're talking about plays on the map. Shark.
Toinks able to get the stun on. The best player. Decimation does come in, though. Feathered airstrike from Nicolette. Basic comes in with the blazing duet. Looking for something. Does find it. Nicolette falls. Next is going to be best player. So overall, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Ackerman still staying in the game.
They are staying in the game for now. Again, like we said, they could be pulled off on by the Ohio brothers at any point. They are still creating a lot of pressure on that mid, helping over with the sides as well. And now it looks like Ackerman might have to end up choosing later on. They're not going to be able to deal with the complete split push coming in from this team, especially when Urashi on this Benedetta gets a little bit stronger. There's just no way they're going to be able to take them down solo. So they need to try to minimize the damage being done on the map right now instead of working behind because of it later on.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay, Nicolette almost gets taken out by Zia, ends up taking some final shots and does go down, but best player, I don't think he's understanding. Zia does still pack a punch. You've got the Blade of Sparin. Pretty sure he's working on the Hunter Strike next. So there's a little bit of damage. Even though he's taken 2 deaths, he's found 3 kills, and he's still a major competitor in this game. Kush going to start working on this Lord as the rest of the team tries to help out best player. Hoon does use the IMU Feathered Airstrike to try to zone them away, but it is still the jock for the Lord. Galaxy in the bot side trying to macro up, maybe get some towers just in case they lose something, but Kush is going to move on. Best Basic able to use the Blazing Duet, clear up some waves, and they take the mid tower. So right now, the Ohio brothers playing very well. Urashi finds Nicolette. Toinks goes down to Hoon. This is looking rough for the side of Ackerman. Galaxy and Kush all up against the rest. Urashi now involved in this, trying to get something onto Kush. Will get taunted. Galaxy with the split, taking a lot of damage from Basic. Will go down. The 3-for-0 trade. Ohio brothers taking control.
Absolutely, they're going to make their way over to the Lord, and they know they have the number advantage, setting up nice and early for it, as best player is going to go ahead and work diligently over at the HP bar.
Most definitely. I don't think there's a whole lot of answers for this one. I will say Ackerman is not out just yet. I don't think they get knocked out from this Lord as long as they don't just completely whiff here, right? As long as they just don't completely mess up and make a huge mistake, they should be able to survive at least till the next one.
That's right, and right now, looks like they're doing what they need to, are having the waves push up in that top side, and maybe going for that mid legit thing that I kind of pointed out before. So that's going to be what we're kind of looking for, see if they can maybe tighten it up. Tonix is 0-5 on the pocket pick, right, on the Valir, and we talked about it could go right or it could go wrong, and it's not living up probably to the expectations that they may have had at the draft, so it's more or less kind of just a dead weight out there. For the side of Ackerman, and that's definitely not what they need. They need everyone on board, on fire, if they're going to look to bring this comeback up against the Ohio brothers.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, and Sharks cocking up, ready to go, will get stopped. No show to play right there. Galaxy also trying to defend something, but that tower is a goner. Lord still marching down the bot side. Looking a little rough. Kush trying to get the taunt on the best player. The Lord is finally connected. Urashi coming into the back line. Not able to find Toinks. He's a hard target to find right now with the tower in front of him. Lord does go down, but the inhibitor falls along with him. Ackerman is able to defend, but they lose a lot of material, and the Ohio brothers are going to start eating up at the jungle now.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's what you want to do when you have this much control on the map. You want to start abusing it, right? Start taking stakes in the territory that what once was Ackerman's and now has become yours as the Ohio brothers. Now you can increase the pressure that you put on the Ackerman as far as finding ways to get back in the game when you deplete their gold resources and those creeps.
I mean, let's take a look at Hoon real quick. 6-0-4. I mean, the man is a monster right now, doing an insane amount of damage. Galaxy trying to lock onto him, but he outmaneuvers them every single time. Nobody can get their hands on Hoon right now. He is definitely just dominating here. Looks like Kush is going to try to come in, but the damage from Basic is just a little bit too much. Got to be careful of that DHS build. He's going to melt down all the tanky heroes that Ackerman have.
Absolutely, with that Divine Glaive. He's already sitting 6-0-4. He's going to look to add to that kill count now. Like you said, after picking up that pin item, you can see he actually went for the double pin. Had the Genius one, now going into Divine, looking to counteract any defense that Ackerman is going to go ahead and look to pull up right now.
I mean, he's literally sitting at 8,371 gold. He's toppling everyone on the side of Ackerman. And then we also have Basic, who's sitting at 10K, almost maxed out. He's got penetration with the Malefic Roar. He's got the DHS. He's got Golden Staff. He's got the whole kit. And I just don't know how Ackerman's going to deal with that. They don't have any big set play potential since they took the Valir Roam. They don't have anything to, like, really turn the tides of a huge battle. They just kind of have to outlast them and outplay them, and it's not going to be easy. Now, that's going to be a big whiff for Galaxy, walking right in the midst of all four members, and this is going to help the Lord go over to the side of the Ohio Brothers.
Actually, and that's kind of what I'm on the same page as you. This is going to make it pretty easy for them to go ahead and pick up this Lord. Ohio Brothers doing a great job of zoning. You've seen Yureshi playing that lane, but now here he comes for the backside.
Yeah, Yureshi going to move on to Toinks here. Will get stunned up. Yureshi goes down. Bad play by him, but he does buy time to make sure there's no steals on that Lord. Best player able to secure it.
Yeah, absolutely. A great sacrificial play if you're talking about what they gain out of it. Yureshi giving up his life for that Lord to go ahead and spawn in. And a lot of pressure onto that top inhibitor, almost falling to the waves that he's been making so far in this game.
Most definitely. At this point, the Ohio Brothers just got to play it safe, right? They don't need to overbite anything. They don't need to do anything crazy. They've got a nice 6.5K gold lead. Lord marching down. Just eat up the jungle and wait for Ackerman to come to you. Now, taking a look, the Ohio Brothers are going to kind of take this slow, right? Lord coming down the bot side. I think the only opportunity here for the side of Ackerman is use Zia to try to melt down this Lord. And you might have to lose a couple inhibitors here. You can't get too crazy because Basic, best player of the rest of the team, they're ready to dive in. Hoon does not have an IMU yet. He has not stolen any ultimates, so they are at least safe from that siege maneuver. Best player, though, Hoon finally diving in. Lord getting pushed against the wall, trying to keep it away from the base as long as possible. Galaxy does jump onto Shark here. Maybe not the best target, but it does buy a little bit more time. Yureshi dives in. Electro final blow, trying to lock on to Zia. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike, trying to keep them at bay. The Ohio Brothers in a little bit of trouble, but they do find Zia. Basic with a beautiful Blazing Duet. All inhibitors are down. Galaxy just getting back to base to try to defend, but the Ohio Brothers want to try to end this here. No fear, ready to move near onto this win. Can they do it here? Galaxy does go down. Kush may be the next. Basic picking up that kill, and the base goes down. Ackerman lose game one. The Ohio Brothers move on to victory.
What an incredible game from them, able to go ahead and deal right with the side of Ackerman there, kind of had their way with them. Ackerman, no weak team by any means, but Ohio, so strong, man. Just looking at the numbers, looking at the players, it's an incredible task anytime you try to face them.
Yeah, the Ohio Brothers, I mean, they just did that textbook, right? And Ackerman tried something there with the Valir pick, tried to do something, but it just didn't work. I mean, Benedetta able to dash through, Electo final blow to get into the back line, and then also the CC just doesn't work that great on the Martis. So it was possibly an answer, but in the end, I think they sacrificed a lot of opportunities. If it doesn't pop off, you're essentially losing a whole member of your team, and that's exactly what happened there.
I couldn't agree more. It's a pocket pick, like we said. It could go right, it could go wrong. And unfortunately, in this case, for the side of Ackerman, it went horrendously wrong and didn't really amount to much or lead to much for them, I should say. But speaking of things leading to interesting build coming out from best player here, you actually, not best player, but Yureshi here, not going for any anti that you typically would see from your XP. Kind of just going for the 100 strike and the bloodlust for his own sustain and damage, and just straight into the tank items as well. Kind of ignoring anything else there. Just get it done. I mean, he did play the side lane a lot as far as a split push. I guess maybe optimizing outside of anti. I don't really need that for that task. Is kind of maybe what he was gearing up for. So just a little interesting to note there that Dom that's typically slided was not present.
Yeah, now taking a look at this replay, these are some of the final moments. And I mean, there was just no answer. Basic even coming in with beautiful blaze and duets every time, and Shark to help seal it. Both of them, all of them honestly in sync in all of these attacks from the beginning of the game to the end. They knew the assignment, they knew the plan, and they executed it perfectly. Getting some of those early game kills on Nicolette, solving that issue, getting some early game kills onto Zia, solving that issue, and then also dealing with Toinks as well. So I mean, from the beginning to the end, it seemed like they had all the answers, and there was no way for Ackerman to keep up.
And they didn't. They definitely got left behind in that match. But that's just the first match of the last series. We still got another game to go, and potentially a third one if Ackerman can rise to the occasion up against the TheOhioBrothers and be the first team throughout this season to go ahead and etch out a win.
Yeah, I mean, if TheOhioBrothers sweep this, they're looking at a lossless record right now so far. Not against measly teams. First they take out BTK, and now they're coming for Ackerman. They're really trying to start a dynasty here. They're really trying to do something big, and I mean, they're doing it so far. Up 1-0. Can they make this 2 sweeps in a row on the first week of NACT?
I mean, if they go ahead and sweep out BTK, like you said, sweep out Ackerman, they're going to have an impressive resume as we look forward to week 2. If they go ahead and get that done 4-0 off of last night's performance and tonight's performance, would be absolutely insane up against these two teams. Because like you said, not nobodies. This is BTK and Ackerman, consistently top teams in North America. BTK, the name itself, carrying some M3 talent and even a mix of the M4 talent.
Yeah, definitely some monsters on all sides of the board, but right now the TheOhioBrothers are rising to the top. Now, Ackerman needing to make something play. I think they don't try to do any pocket picks here. I think they don't try to get crazy. I think they just stick to what works, stick to the meta. I think they had a good draft until the Valier pick. They had the Fredoran, they had some answers. And then in the laning phase, they need to know how aggressive Shark is, right? Shark is going to try to make setups, and the rest of the team is always going to be there. Nicolette got cut off 2-3 times in the first 5 minutes. Toinks got caught off 2-3 times. They can't be split up. They need to be ready. And that's why you need a solid roam to go up against Shark, because if not, Shark's going to be in your face the whole laning phase. He's going to have vision on you. He's going to be keeping tabs. And if you don't keep tabs on Shark or keep him at bay, they're going to take something from you.
And that's right. I mean, you're facing up against a roamer like Shark. If you give him an inch, he's going to take the extra mile. You know what I mean? He's just that type of player. The caliber that he is at, if you're not playing properly against him, he's going to know this and fully utilize it to his advantage to go ahead and pop off just the way he did in that last game. So maybe a little more awareness and knowledge and insight on what Shark's doing and where Shark is at all times, kind of like you just stated, to go ahead and make this second game a little more even in between Ackerman and the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, so Ackerman do pay some respects due over to best player. They ban out the Fanny here. Now, the TheOhioBrothers open. They pick up the Wan for Basic here. He had a great game on it last night. Basic has honestly really kind of been showing up the past 2 nights, playing pretty well. And this is our first time seeing this tonight. We only got to see it once last night. It's been a hot ban for a lot of teams.
I was gonna say it's my first time seeing it in a while because it is typically banned, and giving that up to Basic right now just seems a little crazy. Maybe this is where we can see them maybe build around this. Now that you already have that first pick, you have that 1-1, you know where one of your backline damages and where probably the bulk of your carry is coming from for the late game. Now what do you do to put pieces around it that boost it up while also dealing with what the enemies want to do, which is going to be Ackerman here?
Most definitely. Lolita, I mean, it's always a solid pick, right? And it does counter the 1-1 well. So Kush also going to keep it same as last time, picking up this Fredoran. So this is what I like to see. Keep it simple. Some people I know, we like to say, keep it simple, stupid. Don't do anything crazy. Just work through it. And this is what Ackerman's doing. If they can stick to this, they definitely stand a chance. The 1-1 is always, though, a crippling factor, right? Sometimes you could be losing and the Wanwan can just turn a game around in a matter of seconds. All it takes is one good crossbow of Tang and everything can change. So OhioBrothers now need to pick 2 more picks. Let's see what they go for.
And I think that's the part that plays into Wanwan's strength, is that it does more often than not only take that one good crossbow thing to flip the game on its head, and only a martial like Wanwan can really do that. So definitely something to look out for. Speaking of looking out, though, we did see the response come in. Alita and Fredra. It's going to be a very tough counter part matchup, and ooh, the Lunux, that's a tough one. You know, getting hit by that Ruby DD could really tear apart a 1-1. Right now, it's looking like that first pick, looking like something to dread. It seems everyone else is going to gear up to play into it.
I will say that this is something that I think Nicolette and the rest of the players like to run a bit better. Nicolette plays a pretty aggressive Lunox in the early phases, and paired up with a Lolita, you have that first skill stun, one of the only heroes that can really do that at level 1. So you have some nice aggression coming in. You can kind of answer back to Shark finally, especially with the Kaja. Kaja's good, but its laning phase, its first 3 or 4 levels, isn't really all that. He doesn't have that much pressure. He can get vision, he can escape, but he's not going to pick you off until level 4.
Nah, absolutely not. You know, the 4 is going to bring out the Divine Judgment, but brings out Kaja's viability here. So I'm definitely in line with you on that statement. Definitely doesn't offer too much pre-level 4. You need that online to really be a part in anything, really, to really get anything going on with him. So absolutely need to try to maybe wait around for the 4, maybe try to avoid forcing anything too early. I mean, there's a Fredra in there, little leader. You don't want to get caught out in any CC there. Kind of want to play it fast and play it kind of safe, and don't try to force maybe that early skirmish for like those early neutrals like the turtle.
Most definitely. Now Ackerman coming into these next bands. Same thing with the OhioBrothers. Glue and Ling taken out from the side of Ackerman. OhioBrothers taking out the Melissa. They're going to try to give Basic the best game possible. And I like taking out the Melissa because there's a little bit of range with that, right? Possibly giving Basic a slightly rough early phase. And as long as they can keep someone that is in the same range of Wanwan or has to get close to Wanwan, I think you have a huge advantage in that lane.
Absolutely. A nice little lane to be able to play off with when you have 1-1. I mean, it's going to be a nice one either way. Even if laning doesn't go too great, regardless, that's a 1-1, right? And we talked about the ability to kind of turn the game around. You can have a pretty treacherous early to mid, and still the one opportunity, one window, that's all it takes. If you get those marks, you get up in that air with a crossbow tank, you can fix every mistake that your team made earlier on and maybe walk away with a W.
And now the final ban going to be the Brody. So this puts Ackerman in a bit of a situation, right? What do we pick in our gold lane? I don't think the Lunox is going to swap over. I think that's staying with Nicolette. I mean, there are possibilities for it. It wouldn't do horrible in the gold lane, but ooh, Karina going to get picked up here. Looks like that Frederin's actually going to go to the EXP side to deal with Yureshi here. Now the OhioBrothers, I think maybe they lock in the EXP lane. Maybe we see a possible Hilda again? Something for Yureshi like what we saw yesterday?
I mean, that would be interesting to be able to see that. Yeah, Lapu could be a thing. That is definitely an option. It'd be interesting to see what they're going to go ahead and lock in.
They're making you wait, man. They're making you wait. It's not going to pick
They are.
quick.
They're making me think.
You got to like that, right? You got to like that. I think it's definitely Lapu. I mean, Glue's not open anymore. Possible Benedetta once again. They played well on it last time, but no, they catch us all off guard. Yureshi brings in the Terizla, which actually is a pretty good answer to the Lolita, right? Possible, a good way to maybe stop that Newman on blast in its tracks with the penalty zone, and instead of having to use Shark to do that with your with the Divine Judgment. So finding some answers back. I don't know how it's going to play against the Fredrin. Zia going to be the final pick here, locking in the Beatrix.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be some pretty decent matchups overall here. Definitely very even going on. But, Trex, we are seeing them. Both of them have been finalized. You know, what's at stake here? Do you have an opinion on which team you feel like kind of has the upper hand right now with the draft?
I honestly feel like it's pretty evenly divided. I think the side of Ackerman here, if they can have a nice early laning phase, they could do really well here, right? The side of the OhioBrothers, Best player is their main early game hero here. If he can pop off and get some kills, I mean, we know how well that can go. Horse comes out, you're just stomping on everything, right? Leo Mord can definitely be a very scalable, snowbally hero, but then they also have some late game insurance with basic on this Wan. So it's really going to come down to how they execute this, because I think if either of them kind of pops off early on, it's just going to be a snowball.
All troops deployed.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're heading into this match. It's going to be game 2 for the final series of tonight. Can Ackerman bounce back? They're down 0-1. Ohio Brothers looking to complete another sweep and add Ackerman to the list of just destroyed teams for this weekend.
I mean, we can't call it just yet. It's not a sweep until it actually happens. Ackerman want to hang out here. They want to play. They're not out just yet. But the Ohio Brothers are going to be aggressive as ever. Shark already coming in with Hoon to steal away camps. That's not even the jungler, guys. Hoon taking a bit of damage, though. Going to probably have to go back to base here. Kush going to try to come in and fight for this Lethal Wander. Not quite able to get it, though. Maybe you want to lock in onto Shark here. Does get stunned up by Toinks. Shark being as elusive as ever, just keeping tabs on the enemies.
It's just, what an interesting conversation that they really are making work. Is Shark trying to go ahead and give up some vision, a little bit of poke up on the top side, having his way with the recall spams. But your drafts are just really so interesting. There's a mix of the pick-offs and then some of the team fight capability as well. I feel like they have the flexibility to kind of take this either way they want to. As the best player going for the engage.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see from the Leo Mord, being heavily aggressive with Shark and Hoon behind him, ready to back him up, sending Toinks home already. Haven't seen too much action from Kush just yet. He's going to steal some camps, and down in the EXP lane, things are also at a bit of a standstill.
Definitely at a standstill, but that's what you expect. We are looking for a little bit of action. Not too long from here, as Kush is going to be forced out by Hoon. Galaxy being worked out by Ureshi as well. A little bit of a cold world down on the bot side ahead of the turtle that has just spawned in. Both teams are going to look to jockey for position to look for the first secure.
Yeah, Galaxy, speaking of looking for something, trying to move on to Hoon here. Appraisal's Wrath comes out. He blows it, though, not able to land it. Ulti gone. Gonna get the taunt on Ureshi. In comes Toinks. He does have the Numen on blast. Gonna try to land something, but all it does is give Galaxy space to run away here. Kush now entering the fray, and the Numen on blast comes down to land on him himself. I am you, and Tonks goes down. Best player should have free roam over this turtle now. Ackerman forced to back off.
That's right, and best player in company starting this out just right. He does have a kill. He has found a turtle, and they definitely are bringing out some of that energy up against Kush here, making him feel it that he is behind and that maybe the retribution isn't on par with him.
I mean, it's already down to a good start for the side of the Ohio Brothers. Hoon showing dominance with this Valentina. It might have been a curse pick for some other teams tonight, but so far, he is making the plays happen. And I think that's just something that comes with being such a flexible player. Hoon has played several roles throughout his career, and when he has this Valentina, he knows how to use that. He knows how to use that Numen on blast. He knows how to use any skill you give to him, and he's going to make it count. But they know that, so they find Hoon taking the first death here in this game.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a nice momentum shift. Speaking of shift,
that is definitely rough for Kush. Best player going to start snowballing here, sitting at 2-0-0. Galaxy could be the next target as Ureshi holds him away.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to do what they can to go ahead and keep them back. The forces that be here, they're looking to try to even this up a little bit. Ureshi trying to go ahead and get them up out of here nice and early. But they're going to go ahead and fight back here, which is what you want to see. It's potentially ambush in the mid lane is being set up.
Most definitely, Shark and Hoon just hanging out. They're chilling in the bushes right now. There's not too many worries on the side of Team First Blood. They've taken about a 1,000 gold lead. Turtle's not going to be up for another 30 seconds. Zia needs to play it safe here, right? He's kind of one of the players that can possibly scale into the late game. Same thing with Nicolette. So the fact that neither of them have any deaths on them is very good at this point of the game. But look at the bait here. Basic hanging out. The rest of the team in the bush. They know they're not going to fall for it, so they decide to back off. Turtle up in 10 seconds. Galaxy and Nicolette already ready for it.
Absolutely, and they're trying to run away with this one, trying to play the game just right. You can see Ohio grouping up, looking to set up for this turtle nice and early, looking to deny the vision that the side of Ackerman is going to look to try to capitalize and play with.
Most definitely, and Hoon with the Newman on blast, going to find Toinks here, and he's going to come in, do a lot of damage. Penalty zone locks on, down to the boss side next to the turtle. Big suppression, Kush pulled away. Galaxy is able to take the turtle though, so nice play by him. Best player goes down, finally making something happen here. Dureshi's going to get picked off, stunned, locked down, double kill for Nicolette, and that's into the right hands right there, because she needs to scale. So a nice play from Ackerman fighting back.
That's right. This is what we were kind of needing right now to kind of finalize a bit of what they want to do here. So now we are seeing a little bit of a gank happen down to the bot side. Might see a little pick off here.
A little something on the boss side, but I think at this point they're just taking the tower. You're actually still at base. Shark and Basic up on the top side though, looking for Zia, but he is just hanging out. He knows he can't go out there. He knows he can't play aggressive, and he's not biting the bait, so playing it very, very safe at this point. It's 3-2, Ackerman now taking the gold lead.
Absolutely, and right now, if you're the side of Ackerman, you have to find a way to maybe force the tempo and keep it up against ElHioBrothers. They're not too crazy strong in the early game, but the side of Ackerman has a little bit of playability. They need to try to stack it up, and here we are seeing a little bit of stack in going on so far with them moving around on the map together. But Galaxy here, a bit of a positioning, looking for the backside flank. Not going to be successful though here. He has been spotted out.
I think a really important thing for Ackerman here is they need to try to get a kill onto Basic at some point, because if he's able to go through this early phase, mid phase deathless, like we mentioned in the draft, he's going to be a problem. All it takes is one big ultimate, one crossbow of Tang, and everything can change. So that needs to be on Ackerman's little checkbox list here, and they got to get a checks, because if they don't, the ElHioBrothers could fight back at any moment. Yes, they've taken a bit of a gold lead, but it is nothing too major in the current state of this game.
Absolutely, and speaking of current state, fleeting time and picked up a hang on here. An engage.
Blast. Tries to use the flicker, but ElHioBrothers so good at flickering away. Now Turtle getting melted down to about half health. Best player going to try to come in and maybe make a play happen. Force comes out. Zia does secure the turtle for the team. Newman on blast, lands on several members with the crossbow. Tang, Toinks, along with Kush and Galaxy all down. Nicolette next on the chopping block. That's a triple kill for Basic. And just like we said, the Wan pops off when the time is right.
Absolutely, the mid side is going to be falling in under the 8-minute mark, and now they're going to be looking for the ones trying to kind of like lead the way here, maybe to kind of counter out what they got going on to go ahead and get them off the map, get them off play, and open up some more space for them to kill a little bit more objectives on these lanes.
Now let's be real here. Without Hoon's Newman on blast there, it would have been nothing. Yes, Basic had a great play, but once again, Hoon just making these plays happen. From game 1 to game 2, the man is a monster right now.
That's right, definitely online and definitely looking to lead the team somehow with some pretty dope leadership, but it is working out. They are able to go ahead and work on a lot of objectives, and now on the bot side, best player is going to go ahead and take out Galaxy on the jungle and Minnow.
Yeah, Yureshi goes down though in the top side, so a decent trade from Ackerman, but they are knocking at the door right now, trying to kick things in, coming in like the SWAT team. Newman on blast just to keep them away, but TOB, they smelt the blood in the water, and they're coming for more.
Absolutely smelling blood in the water. Zia is going to be able to find a tower up in that top side, trying to create some space here. If you're on the side of Ackerman, and go ahead and even up against Ohio.
Most definitely. Now, Ackerman needs to kind of change the pace a little bit. They had a gold lead, they lost a bit, now they're behind 1,000. They know the threat. They have to be careful for Basic. Zia luckily hasn't taken any deaths either. It just takes him a little bit more time, I think, to be a game changer. Basic does have the crossbow of Tang ready to go. He's going to walk right into the bulwark shield, but not before he takes out Galaxy. Toink still ends up going down, double kill for Hoon, and now TOB are going to start taking over the map.
Absolutely, but now Lord in play. They do have the control. Best player and Basic are working diligently on it, and it's going to go up for free. It doesn't look like Ackerman is going to contest at all.
Most definitely. The Ohio brothers are just dominating all over the place. They went from being at a 1,000k gold deficit to now being in the lead 3,000. Ackerman need to figure out a way around this. They can't keep getting picked off. They can't keep falling for these baits. Lord is going to be coming for them, and if they don't tighten things up, the Ohio brothers are going to sweep this game.
That's right, but would that really be anything too crazy to see them sweep? But hang on, speaking of sweeps, on the map, Trex.
Big conceal, Shark make the play once again, and health bars start dropping. Toinks trying to save something with Uno on blast, but it does not matter because all your friends are gone. Toinks, more like Zoinks because you're out of here. One player left, Galaxy on the map, going to try to defend against this Lord, but that is it. GG's, well played. They're moving into the base, recalls out, taunts, all of it. The Ohio brothers want to end this fast. You know, we were getting a little bit tired, but I think they knew it because they're going to give us an early game tonight. They're locked onto the base. Basic going to finish this. It's a 2-0 sweep for the side. Wait, not just yet. Basic ends up going down. Ackerman stands strong for just a little bit longer.
It was close, right? It was right there. I was right there with you. I'm thinking that they were going to be able to end it, but just not the case. Not really sure what happened with that push. It looked like a for sure victory. I heard the GGs coming out from you. You also felt the same way, but it's like they're going to live to fight another day here.
Yeah, but it's a huge play for the side of the Ohio brothers, right? You've taken 2 inhibitors. Toinks now trying to do something, but it's just not enough. The damage isn't there. No, Zia actually finds one, but then Hoon responds to finding Toinks. Newman on blast to land down. Urashi falls. Nicolette will be next. Now it's a nice Terrify on to Kush, but he's able to escape with just a sliver of health. Sniper shot comes out, but the damage still not there for Zia. Best player able to absorb that like it's nothing. Now it's just Urashi, Galaxy, and Kush on the map, and the Ohio brothers are not letting up. A lot of damage on Azia there. Hoon also here, bursts him down with a godlike kill. Galaxy and Kush all alone. The Ohio brothers really just trying to send them home.
It really was, and right now they're trying to force this objective. The Nexus is still very low. You can see it basically dancing around. They found the kill.
Yeah, they do find the kill. Oh, crossbow tank saves Basic from pure destruction. I thought he was picked off there, but the health bar is back up. Best player here as well. All inhibitors have dropped. Nothing but Toinks and Nicolette against the world. They're going to try to survive, but they just can't seem to. Zia back on the field. Nicolette down to about 10%, along with the base down to about 10%, and the Nexus goes down. The Ohio brothers clean it up quickly with a 2-0 sweep.
And what a dominating performance we got to see there for the final series there, Trex. I mean, we were hoping to maybe see a little more fight, but it seems even Ackerman cannot overcome the seeming to be unscalable mountain that is Ohio brothers.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's going to be the ones to take them down because they are just looking clean. Shark and Hoon are just on fire, and Basic is there to capitalize every time a play is made. Urashi as well, holding down the EXP lane, being proactive on the map. Right now, they just seem like an unsurmountable mountain, not able to get above them.
Absolutely. It's a lot to work against and not too much to work with when you come in underhanded just like that. And when you're looking at these items here, if we're going to look at them just a little bit, Shark, picking up that fleeting time on the Kaja. He had the 15 assists right after the Oracle, mind you. No more defense, right into a little bit of that ultimate cooldown. And that was kind of leading the way for him to do what he was doing on that Kaja, abusing the Divine Judgment with that fleeting time passive.
Most definitely. I mean, 12 minutes, 22 seconds. We went from having 30-minute games to having quick GGs well played. And the Ohio brothers are one of those teams that when they get that advantage, they are just going to keep on pushing in. This is a little bit towards the end there when everyone starts to fall. And even when Toinks gets a nice Newman on blast down, there's nothing that the rest of the team can do. It's a full 4-man wipe. And from here, the Ohio brothers know they have it. I mean, I was literally calling it at that point. GG's well played. Ackerman does survive a little bit longer, but after that, the Ohio brothers are like, no, we're not going to another Lord. We're going to keep pushing in, keep on fighting, and we're going to try to end this in the next minute or two.
And they did. So a phenomenal match from them and a great call as well. Be able to end this out. And I mean, I think the strength just speaks from Ohio. At this point, it's just no fluke. They know exactly how to get it done. I mean, look at that divine judgment there coming out earlier on to be able to find some kills here between some of the early matches. Kaja just showing up a lot between these teams to find those same pickoffs that we got to see from Shark here in this last match. And again, now we're seeing with some of the breakout fights that were a best player in company as well up there onto the top side. This Hoon, and then we're running away with this just in a sensational fashion.
For sure, and gotta give credit to Ackerman with that creative Valier pick, but when you come to face teams like TOB on that level is just not gonna pull through. And TOB, they've really dominated the whole series. They've shown that they're continue improving themselves and taking down two of probably the strongest teams of this tournament, Ackerman and BTK, on a swift 2-0. And Hoon, I've actually noticed a few moments that wasn't captured on the cam where Hoon copied down every single ultimate of Farsa and using that Luminon Blast, maybe even better than Twinks did. But it seems like MVP goes to Shark though. What do you guys think?
I mean, behind every big play that Hoon made, behind every big, crossbow of Tang that Basic gets, a Shark is there to help secure the deal. And Shark, I think, a well-deserved MVP. I think a lot of people thought it might have been Hoon, but again, Shark made some devastating plays, especially in that second game with the Kaja, setting things up. So I'm happy to see it. Shark's a great player, and I think it's a well-deserved MVP.
And for sure, with you go ahead, Deku. Go ahead, Coach Deku.
I'm just gonna piggyback right on those the same comments from Trex there. A phenomenal player, and I mean you can see the impact that he has on a team, no matter who it is. Always uplifting on that roam. Just a good key start pick for any roster.
And we all know how important a tank player is to the mid lane in order for that early game to really go flawlessly. Now, looking back as we wrap up for today's matches, let's take a look at today's outcomes. So, first half of the match we had was Wasians versus Era 77 at 1-2. And Empire versus BTK with the swift 2-0 wipeout of the Empire. Now, second half of the day, we had Team Gosu versus LaimiTop with, again, as a 2-0 wipeout. And the OhioBrothers wrapping the day up with a 2-0 to Ackerman. And moving forward, next week, we will have even more intense matchups coming your way. And we will be looking forward to see you again next week at the same time for 5:30 Eastern Standard Time at this channel. So don't go anywhere, guys, because the matches will just get more intense. Any final thoughts that you want to share with our incredible community today?
We're just getting started, guys. NACT, this is just week 1, day 2. This is just the beginning, and I think all of these teams got a lot more surprises for us. It's a pleasure to be a part of this, and I'll see you guys next week.
And
right on top of that, I mean, like you said, the start of NACT, we got a long road to go, not just for us, for these teams as well. And I'm excited to see where this is going to take NA.
And with that being said, we've had a great first week. We saw intense matchups, some 30-minute games today, as well as some epic comebacks. And it really still shows how important it is to keep working hard and getting better. And we as casters are also working hard on improving our skills and giving you a great show. So guys, remember to check back in with the NACT community, follow our Discord, follow our YouTube channel, and we will see you again next week at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time on Saturday.